Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are continuing our coverage of Iowa versus Karina Cooper. We are going to be watching day 3 and day 4. We're doing catch up because they are a little bit ahead of us. Just want to check in with my audio. So thanks for joining us. Raul Valley is in our rearview mirror so we can dedicate our full focus on this trial. So let's see, who is with us today? Aussie Gardner. Let's see, who was first in chat? Aussie Gardner was first in chat. Awesome. Let me just catch up to where we are. Let's see here. Brenda, okay, yes, Brenda Mayer and Selena Kay. Good to see you guys. Camilla. Real happy, good morning to you. Mindful Crafts by Donna, good morning to you. And Janice and Camilla, good to see you. Edward, Mary, thank you for joining us. Sherry Kay, good to see you as well. So we were dual streaming Raul, and while we were in Verdict Watch, we picked up on Karina. So she is ahead of us. So we're going to try and catch up. They said it was a 10-day trial, so we'll see. Right now they're in day, let's see, 5, 6. I think they're in day 6. Anyway, so who cares? We're gonna be day 3 and 4 today. So, hey Joanne, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Alice saying hello. Edward saying hello. Audio is perfect. Thank you, Camilla. I appreciate that. Aussie saying good day to all peeps. Chris and Aaron. Janet True, good morning to you. Oh, ha! Didn't even realize that I made a rhyme there. Melissa and Chris, do you think they will charge Raul with the other charge? That's I don't know. I don't know. They found him not guilty on 4 intentionals, and they were hung on the 4 lessers, which were the reckless. I don't know how long the state, usually it's like 30 days for the state to decide whether they're going to retry again. So we'll keep our eyes out. We'll just keep our eyes out and see what happens. Hey, Cindy, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Real happy. Good day, mate. Sorry, that was probably a really bad accent. That was a bad attempt at an accent. All right, so we're gonna crash through days 3 and 4. They're both about 5.5 hours long, so we're looking at a 10-hour stream. So let's get right to it. Here we go. Day 3 of. Actually, you know what? I made a. Let's just go through this real quick. Okay, so the date of the incident was June 18th, 2021. Karina, who's in the top right, she is first degree M. Her husband, Ryan, is right below her, and then her co-defendant is Houston Danker. All right, so the judge is Lars Anderson. Love that name. Prosecutor is Israel Kodiaga. Awesome name. Defense attorneys, Nicole Watt and Aaron Hawbaker. There's another prosecutor. I'll try and catch his name. So just overall, to recap, on June 18th of 2021, approximately 4:40 a.m., deputies responded to the Cooper residence in rural Traer after Karina called 911, right? And we heard that 911 call. She was a disaster. She was just screaming and hollering and, "Where's the ambulance? Bring the ambulance." She was just a mess. That was like one of the worst 911 calls I ever heard. So Deputy Kyle Fangman, we heard from him, was the first to arrive and discovered Ryan Cooper slumped in a recliner. He was on his back, and I think his head, he had gotten shot, right? He got shot to the left side, two gunshots to the left side. So he was maybe like this, right? So Karina, now don't forget, Karina had also called Ryan's brother, her brother-in-law, Aaron, and we heard from Aaron as well. So Karina was sitting on top of him. She was covered in blood, screaming uncontrollably, unable to provide an explanation for what had happened. She did not attempt CPR. And then they also discovered that the blood that had pooled, there was a large amount of blood, which we kind of saw a little bit of that, the blood spatter. It was coagulated. So that means he had been dead for a while. I don't know how long. We'll have to wait till we hear from the ME, but we'll see. Kelly says you've seen a live interview. Oh yeah, I think Court TV had it. I think I saw that. Birdie, how are you? CK, what's up? How are you doing? Karen, how are you? Melissa Webb saying good morning. Joanne, bad accent. I know. Sorry. Good day. I'm not even gonna try and embarrass myself anymore. All right, let's get to it. Birdie, oh, you didn't plug your mic in. Hello, everyone. Aussie, I actually lost a lot of compassion for Karina after the 911 call. Yeah. Hey, Irene, hello to you. Well, she cries a lot. She's doing a lot of crying during this trial so far. So we'll see. Yeah. Oh, and then those text messages, they were pretty raunchy. Some pretty raunchy text messages. But she's saying that it was all Houston. It wasn't her. It was all Houston. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. All right, let's get to it. We got about 10 hours to go through. So let's get to it. Here we go. Day 3.
All right, good morning, everyone. Go ahead and have a seat. Give me 1 second. Appreciate it. All right, we are back on the record. We have our jurors and counsel and parties present. Jurors, I hope you all had a good 4th of July and a good long weekend, and welcome back. You may recall that on Friday we left a little bit early and we had finished with the testimony of, I believe, DCI Agent Ryan Herman, and we heard some videos. And we had finished with that witness, and I believe we are now ready for the state's next witness. Mr. Kodiaga, do you have another witness to call?
Thank you, Judge. The state calls DCI Agent John Turbet to the stand.
All right. Sir, I'll have you come on up and just take a seat to my far left, if you would. And I'll swear you in once you're seated. And yeah, you can adjust that microphone however you'd like. All right, please raise your right hand. Sir, do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
I do.
Okay. And sir, for the record, can you please provide us with your first name and your last name and spell them for us?
John Turbet, that's Jon, and the last name is Turbett.
All right, Mr. Kodiaga.
Thank you, Judge. So, you've stated your name. How are you currently employed?
I'm employed with the Iowa Department of Public Safety, and specifically their Division of Criminal Investigation, or we call it DCI.
How long have you been with this Division of Criminal Safety?
I'm just beginning my 26th year.
Can you tell us your education and training to be in this position?
I have a 4-year Bachelor of Arts degree from Coe College in Political Science, and I have a law degree from the University of Iowa College of Law, and then I attended a 19-week police academy for the state before becoming a sworn officer.
Are you therefore a peace officer in the state of Iowa?
Yes.
We've talked about DCI to this jury, but there's some people who may not know what DCI really is. Can you just briefly tell us what DCI is in relation to other police departments in the state of Iowa?
Yes. We're oftentimes described as a rural law enforcement kind of assistance agency. So local police departments, sheriff's offices are able to call us 24/7, and we would dispatch agents like myself, we're plainclothes detectives, police officers, to assist local agencies with investigations.
As part of an agent at the DCI, have you had experience investigating cases involving homicides or major crimes.
Yes.
What's your experience in that?
Basically, my entire career, I was working death investigations or homicides within my first year. I've continued to do that, probably with increasing frequency. It's now a pretty significant part of what I do.
So were you involved in the investigation of the death of Ryan Cooper that brings us into this courtroom today?
Yes.
How did you become involved in this investigation?
I actually became involved several years after Ryan's murder in 2023. I was asked by my colleagues to assist with a review and then specifically some interviews.
So, fair to say that your specific role in the investigation was more of interviewing witnesses?
Yes, I think all that I did in this case was interviewing the defendant and several witnesses.
You talked about interviewing the defendant. Did you identify, can you identify the person, is that person Karina Cooper?
Yes.
Can you identify her in this courtroom?
Yes.
Will you please go ahead and do that? You want to make the record reflect identification by the gesture of the hand?
The record so reflects.
Now, you talked about in the course of that investigation, you interviewed witnesses, including the defendant, Karina Cooper, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember the day that you conducted the interview with Karina Cooper?
Yes, that was May 4th, 2023.
Do you remember where you conducted the interview?
Yes, I was instructed the interview would take place at 1846 K Avenue in Traer, which I understood to be the scene of the murder as well.
That's the residence where the defendant lived at?
At one time, yes.
Okay. When you're doing this interview in 2023, Ryan Cooper was killed in 2021. Is that a fair?
Yes, I believe June 18th, 2021.
And what was the purpose of the interview that you're doing in 2023?
A couple of things were discussed. We wanted to see if the defendant would hold to the same positions that she had several years prior, but also when we reviewed that, we just decided that it would be good to explore for more depth and more detail as well than what we had from a few years prior.
Was your interview, when you take the interview, were you just with the defendant and you at that point?
Was it just the two of us?
Yes.
Yes, ultimately when I first arrived, Ryan's brother Aaron was also present and I met the two of them on the driveway. I spent a little bit of time with Aaron. He toured me through the home so I could see where things had occurred. And then shortly after that, I met with the defendant, and it was just she and I at that point.
When you interview the defendant, do you ask her to tell you everything in detail about what happened and the nature of her relationship with Ryan Cooper?
Yes.
Part of that is, do you also want to know everything and have a know that nothing should be left out?
Yes, so an extremely important part of the interview would be to explain I'm interested in every detail, even things that people might think are not so important. So I will give examples like every conversation or every meal or even what you ate for a meal or what were you watching on TV. I tell them no details too small, because we're very interested of what people are willing to share or not willing to share. We really are just probing for as much detail as possible in those interviews.
Did you ask her to give you an account of what happened that night?
Yes.
Starting from earlier evening, did you ask her to tell you what happened?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
So the evening prior to the murder, she says that the family had gone to a baseball game. They had come home, I believe, around 8 p.m., had pizza, They'd cleaned up and showered, and then she said really from that point on it was an uneventful evening. The children went to bed. She ends up in what they would call the master bedroom, I guess, in bed with two of the children. Ryan goes to sleep in his recliner, as was the norm for some time, and then she said that Cade had slept upstairs.
So you understood there were three children. One was called Cade, who was sleeping upstairs, and she was sleeping with two other children in the bedroom.
Yes, Cade would be the oldest, and she told me he was sleeping upstairs, and then the two younger, Cable and Cortland, would have been sleeping in the bed with her.
As you talked to her, did she report waking up during the night?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what she told you about waking up during the night?
She said the first time she woke, there was no particular reason other than that was the norm. Her body was kind of on that cycle, her bladder, and so she would normally wake between 2 and 3 a.m. to go to the bathroom. And so she said at 3 a.m. she woke simply to go to the bathroom.
Did she tell you what her perception or observations of Ryan Cooper were at 3 a.m. when she went to the bathroom?
Yes, she reported that he was snoring and the TV was on, and so she went to the bathroom and just went back to bed.
So the TV was on and Ryan Cooper was snoring?
Yes.
On the recliner?
Yes.
Did she tell you what happened next?
She said she did fall back to sleep. She thought it was for a short period of time, and the next time that she woke was not for her bladder, but because she heard a crash.
Did she tell you what her thinking was in regards to the crash that she heard?
Yes, she said that she'd immediately assessed that as the shower caddy falling in the bathroom that was right next to the bedroom, and so she got up immediately to investigate.
How did she describe her getting up immediately to go investigate? What happened in that process?
She said she got out of the bed immediately and then had tripped over, they have a large dog, Ransom. She described him as a 100-pound Rottweiler. He was asleep at the foot of the bed, and so as she got out of the bed and made her way to the bathroom, she had tripped over the dog and then gone on to the bathroom.
Did she tell you if the dog made any noise?
She said the dog had made a woof, like a small noise like that.
When she tripped over the dog?
Yes, I think she was saying either when she tripped on it or right before she tripped on it, perhaps as if he'd perceived the noise but didn't get up, or when she tripped on him. Right in that all happened in a short time frame.
According to her account, she tells you she goes to the bathroom?
Yes.
Then what did she tell you she does next?
She sees nothing in the bathroom, so she's there, very quickly, and then she moves on to the kitchen and sees nothing in the kitchen, and she describes, and we talk about for a little bit, her assessment. She looks out through the kitchen window into the well-lit driveway area, and she doesn't see any vehicles or any people in the kitchen or outside in the driveway area.
She describes the driveway as well lit.
Yes.
Once she looks outside the driveway and sees nothing or no vehicles or nobody, what does she do next?
She then moves on to the living room.
What does she say to you that she sees or does when she gets to the living room?
Her first perceptions that she described were the TV is now not on like it was now in sleep mode, so it had gone to sleep, and she goes over and turns on a lamp.
So now the TV is off?
Yes.
And she turns on a lamp in the living room?
Yes.
What does she tell you she sees or observes when she turns on the lamp in the living room?
So Ryan was still in his recliner. She turns the lamp on and she says, I see blood, lots of blood.
what does she describe that she does next once she sees lots of blood?
She begins screaming, and then she very quickly moves towards the stairs to go get Cade or intercept Cade as he's coming down the stairs.
So she tells you she runs upstairs to get Cade,
Yes.
who was the son who was sleeping upstairs.
Yes, that would be the oldest son that she said was sleeping upstairs.
Does she tell you the reason why she wants to get Cade?
I believe she says she doesn't want him to see things, so she tries to get him, on the stairs or upstairs and whisk him into the bedroom with the other two children and close him into that area so he doesn't see things or perceive things, I think.
She wants to lock him with the other kids in the bedroom.
Yes, so he can't see what's going on.
Now you talked about the dog, Ransom, and you described him that she told you is like 100-pound Rottweiler. Did she tell you how the dog typically behaved with strangers?
Yes, my recollection is she described him as this 100-pound Rottweiler. He was interested in people, seemed to be very much a family dog. We were kind of comparing notes. I mentioned my dog. So, for instance, she would talk about him spending time. He would roam the house at night and check in on the various family members, but interested in the family and people as they came.
Did she tell you he will typically bark at strangers?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
That Ransom will typically bark at strangers?
Yes.
You talked about his nighttime behavior. She described as a dog who would roam through the different rooms in the house.
Yes, she said that Ransom would roam. Sometimes he would spend time with Ryan out in the living room and sleep there for a while. He would sometimes go upstairs to see Cade or sleep up there a little bit, and then of course he would sleep in the bedroom as he was that night, she reported, when she tripped on him.
In fact, when you're discussing this, does she tell you about her bedroom door, whether it was open or closed, in relation to Ransom's behavior?
Yeah, I think in her description of the dog and his activities, I asked her, it occurred to me to ask, and I asked about the door, and she said the door was left open that night. It was at least partially open so this large dog could come and go through the doorway as he pleased, since he was a roamer.
Let's talk about firearms. Did the question of firearms come up in the interview with the defendant?
Yes, I recall we had quite a lengthy conversation about firearms.
Did you and her discuss the firearms that would have been either in the house or either close to the house?
Yes, I think I made a couple of attempts to try to cover this well. I talked about guns she possessed, that Ryan possessed, guns that were in the house, other places they kept guns. Tried to have that conversation several different ways.
Did you learn that there was a firearm in the bedroom that she was sleeping in?
Yes.
Do you remember what firearm it would have been?
She described it as a .380.
So a .380 caliber handgun?
Yes.
Did she talk to you about Ryan teaching her how to use firearms?
She said that the .380 that she said was in the bedroom in a lockbox had been given to her by Ryan, and that they had sat on the couch and he had demonstrated where the safety was, how to take a magazine in and out. But that was the extent of the instruction that he provided her at that time.
As you talked to her about firearms, did you get to learn that she'd used firearms before?
Yes.
She tell you what kind of guns she'd shot before?
She said she'd shot shotgun in high school, but she had never shot a handgun. When
you talk, Do you have a discussion about the house, in particular, the entry points in the house, and how visitors will come and go, or how people could come and go in this house?
Yes, having walked the house just shortly before that with Aaron, I tried to make sure I understood how people came and went from the house.
Can you tell the jury what you learned from that conversation?
Yeah, my understanding was, in speaking to Karina, there were only 2 entry points into the house. There was a door in the kitchen that was most typically used, really always used by people to come and go from the house. And there was a door that led to the outside that was in the living room where Ryan had been murdered, but that was rarely used.
Fact, did you learn that only a stranger would use the living room door?
She specifically told me that, and we went over that several times, that the kitchen door was the door that everyone came and went from, and if someone had utilized the living room door, she told me that would be someone who had never been to the house. It would be a stranger.
Did you ask her about her observations of the living room door that night that Ryan was killed?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
She told me she thought the door was closed because if it had been open, she would have remembered that.
Fact, when she talks to you about that living room door, does she tell you the proximity or dimensions with it in regards to Ryan's recliner and where Ryan was found dead?
Yes, the recliner she described blocked that door for the most part and made its use difficult. You couldn't really open and close it well. Particularly, I think she said if Ryan was in the chair or someone was in the chair and it was reclined, it made that door even more unusable.
So she stated it would have obstructed, the recliner would have obstructed
Yes.
the door if it were to be opened with Ryan sleeping on it.
Yes.
Let's talk about the sleeping arrangements, especially in regards to Cade. Were you interested in asking her about where Cade slept and what his sleeping arrangements were?
Yes, I was very interested in that.
As you talk to her about this, what does she tell you?
So she told me that on that night, Kate had slept upstairs, and so that began a conversation where I tried to understand if that was normal for Cade to sleep upstairs or abnormal if he normally slept somewhere else.
And what did you learn from her?
So historically, Cade had spent quite a bit of time actually sleeping down in the living room. She said that he would watch movies with his dad and fall asleep on the couch by his dad. And there had been attempts over the years to try and get him to sleep in his own bed upstairs.
Did you ask her about her having a conversation with Cade a couple of days before Ryan's death, where she wanted Cade to go sleep upstairs?
Yes, it was my understanding that there may have been a change in his sleeping arrangement within days of Ryan's murder, so I asked if she had specifically, or if someone had specifically had Cade sleeping in his bedroom as of, within days of that time frame or that week.
May we approach her?
You may. We need to take up something, and so I would just remind you of the admonition. This shouldn't take too long, so I just remind you of the admonition from last week, and we'll have you back in here shortly. So, thank you. right, we are back on the record outside the presence of the jury. Oh, yeah, Agent Turbet, I'm sorry, we don't need you to leave. Yeah, sorry, just mean you didn't need to stay in the witness box. Sorry. You maybe have a seat behind counsel. All right, anyway, we're outside the presence of the jury. We have counsel and Ms. Cooper here. Towards the end there, right before we excuse the jury, Ms. Watt asked to approach, and Ms. Watt is objecting to Mr. Turbet's use of the word murder on several occasions. My understanding is the state does not object to that. Is that correct, Mr. Kodiaga?
That's correct, Judge.
All right, so Agent Turbet, I would just ask and instruct you that when you're referring to Mr. Cooper's death from this point, don't use that word. All right. That satisfy you, Ms. Watt?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any further record you wish to make, Ms. Watt?
No.
Any further record you wish to make, Mr. Kodiaga?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Then why don't we all take, since we're at a little break, anybody need anything, or are you guys good to go? You're good? Mr. Ringel, Mr. Kodiaga, are you good? Or do you need a little break? 5 minutes? All right, we'll take a 5-minute recess. Parties. All right. Welcome back. Thanks for your patience, members of the jury. So we're back on the record. We have our jurors, counsel, and parties present. And Agent Turbet, if you want to come back on up to the stand, sir. And Agent Turbet, I would just remind you, even though we took a short break, that you're still under oath. And with that, Mr. Kodiaga, you may resume your direct examination.
Thank you, Judge. You're talking about discussions that she had with you about Cade sleeping upstairs in the days leading to Ryan's killing, correct?
Yes.
And at some point in your questioning, did you ask her if there was a conversation that she would have had with Cade about going to sleep upstairs?
Yes.
During that conversation, did she tell you that she probably could have had that conversation and told him to go sleep upstairs?
At one point she said she probably did, and then she said, yeah, it was likely that had happened.
Do you discuss her marital relationship with Ryan Cooper?
Yes.
Is that an important part of your discussions as an investigator?
Yes.
What does she describe her marriage with Ryan Cooper as being?
Fairly typical question in an interview like this. I ask a person to rate their marriage on a scale of 1 to 10, and I go on to describe that a 1 would be about as bad as it could be, and I told her a 10 would be an excellent marriage. How would you rate you and Ryan's marriage? And she said, no marriage is a 10, so took that off the table, but she said her and Ryan's marriage was at least an 8. They were a great team, and it was a good marriage.
She described herself as a pretty lucky woman.
Yes, she said she was lucky to have married Ryan, and that they were good friends and a good team together several times.
Do you talk about whether there were any arguments or problems in the marriage that she described as an 8 out of 10?
Yes.
Does she tell you what sources of arguments were.
Yes.
What does she say?
She says they tease back and forth, and some people could construe that as, going a little too far. But other than that, she says really the only place of contention or arguing, there could be some talk about finances sometimes.
Let's talk about that. In terms of their finances, does she tell you the nature of their finances in the farm that they lived in?
Yes, I understood the overall condition of finances with this farm and where they live to be good, that they live in I think it was a rent-free or a very agreeable kind of situation there. And so
when she says they lived rent-free, in reference to that, is she talking in relation to the Cooper family farm owning much of the property?
That's my understanding as she describes it, is that Cooper Farms owns a lot of this land and this buildings, and they're able to live in that place.
Do you ask about her or their financial stability at the time of Ryan's killing?
Yes.
What does she tell you in regards to that?
She says personally they're carrying almost no debt. She mentions that just each of their vehicles still has some debt, but it's in total under $25,000 for she and Ryan's vehicles.
In terms of money-related arguments, what does she tell you that she found unpleasant for her?
She mentions that Ryan would question her about purchases or use of money, and sometimes she felt like she needed to check with him on things when it came to money because he had questioned her about that.
Was that talk related to credit card usage that she would have to get from Ryan?
Yes, I don't know if it was specific to credit cards, but she talked about needing to sometimes get permission, she felt like, to make purchases.
And she didn't like that?
She did not. She said perhaps it could be controlling, and then she said, well, I really don't think he was controlling. So she kind of softened on that, but she did not like being challenged on the purchasing and use of money.
As you talk about the marital relationship, does the name of Houston Danker come up?
Yes.
Are you the one who brings it up?
No.
What does she tell you about Houston Danker?
So as I start to probe whether there was any infidelity or thoughts of infidelity, those kinds of things, she mentions Houston Danker as someone that she had cut hair for.
And that there had been rumors that they were having an affair?
She said yes. Everybody around town had rumored that she and Houston were having an affair.
Does she tell you a time frame of how long she'd been communicating with Houston Danker?
She says about 6 months prior to Ryan's killing, they had started to talk.
Do you ask her what Ryan Cooper's perception of Houston Danker, does that conversation come up?
Yes.
What does she tell you?
She said that Ryan, along with the rest of the town, did not trust Houston. That Ryan believed, like many people, that Houston had slept with older women in the community and was not to be trusted.
So she acknowledged rumors about extramarital relationship, that there were rumors between her and Houston Danker, but when you asked her if this was true, what was her position?
She gave a strong or an adamant denial that there'd been anything, and said that Ryan had no reason not to trust her and she had no reason not to trust Ryan.
claimed that she only cut Houston's hair?
Only cut his hair and then watched his children several times for him, babysat.
Did you ask her when her last communication or when she was last with Houston Danker?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
Several months after Ryan was killed, she noted was her last communication.
She gave you a date of sometimes in September 2021?
Yes, September 2021 is when she said she last had communication with Houston.
And in regards to that, does she say it's when she cuts his hair?
Yes, I think she pointed to that being the last time that she cut his hair.
Did you ask her about communicating with Houston Danker through Snapchats?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what she told you about the nature of communication with Houston in regards to using the Snapchat application?
I think she describes it as being fairly light usage, and nothing provocative or anything like that. It was pretty simple use of Snapchat.
And so nothing personal from Houston, just...
Right, I understood that there was little to no kind of back and forth, maybe personally, or it was very minor. Some of that would have been maybe even messages that multiple people would receive. So it was not of a intimate or personal nature.
So like a group message?
Yes, that's how I understood it.
Did you ask her whether she had wondered whether Houston Danker had killed Ryan Cooper?
Yes, I asked her that, or she commented on that.
Do you remember the nature of that part of the conversation?
Yes, she said she had wondered, but in the same sentence she said, but everybody had kind of wondered that, or that had been kind of somewhat typical or kind of town speculation.
Did she linger on that, or she immediately moved on from it?
Very quick, a passing comment.
Did you ask her whether Ryan Cooper had ever accused her of having an affair with Houston?
Yes.
What did she tell you in regards to that?
She said, no, he would have no reason to ever accuse me of that. That's, again, where she told me that he trusted me and I trusted him, and there would have been no point in him asking me about any affairs because they hadn't happened.
You talked about being in that residence prior to talking to the defendant, Ms. Karina Cooper, correct?
Yes.
Can you describe that residence for the jury in terms of the size, like how big, whether it's big, smaller house?
Yes, spending just a little bit of time in the house prior to talking to the defendant, it was noteworthy to me how tight things were. I'm thinking of the bedroom to the bathroom to the kitchen to the living room, the areas that were described for me later by the defendant. This was all very, very close in proximity. It was small.
And we've put on the board what's been admitted as State Exhibit 313. Are you able to see that from where you are, Agent Turbet?
Yes.
When you describe the bedroom, the bathroom, from the bedroom, as you say, again, when she says, I went to the bathroom and then went and looked out of the kitchen window to the driveway, you're saying it's very close quarters.
Yes.
As you talk to her father, does she give a later account of what she thinks the loud noise would have been?
Yes.
What does she say?
So initially it was the shower caddy that she'd kind of detailed and described, and then later she said, after further reflection, she had believed that the crash that woke her the second time when she was woke was actually the screen door from the living room that sometimes the wind would catch and bang into the railing.
So now she gives you an account that what she believes it was the screen door shutting.
Yes.
Sometimes in your discussion, do you bring up the novelty or the use of forensic evidence in your investigations?
Yes.
What in particular do you share or do you tell her?
So again, fairly typical in these interviews, I share some of the technology that law enforcement's able to utilize to gather evidence. I mentioned cell phone activity very quickly, but move on to a concept, I think I refer to it as fencing or geofencing, but this is, again, where there's an ability to track people's usage of their cell phones even when they're just moving around. Advertisers are gathering data, and so beyond just using your cell phone or sending a text messages or kind of conventional pinging of a cell phone, that there's this ability to kind of draw a fence around an area and see which phones have been in the fence and out of the fence. So we call that fencing.
So talk to her about this geofencing technology. What do you observe as you talk to her about this? What do you observe from her?
She nods. She says yes. Doesn't seem surprised by the technology or our use of it.
Appear to be savvy about, have some knowledge about geofencing?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled, you can answer.
Yeah, at that time, geofencing was even less known than it is now. So you would, the typical person when we say that thing would not have a lot of knowledge about the use of geofencing or how we would be able to put cell phone usage in or out of a certain area.
So you talk, and so she appears to be very savvy about it.
Yes, somebody would have to be knowledgeable about technology, I would think, to understand that was something that, I learned about through law enforcement use.
At this time, as you talk about geofencing, are you discussing the nature of the investigation and what you're seeing from what the phones will be saying?
Eventually, yes. So the conversation starts broad, just about different tools that we utilize. I talk about a couple of other electronic items that could be at our disposal, and then I draw that back to the case at hand and talk about what we'd be able to tell about what happened that night in that area.
To tell about this, does a body language or a demeanor change?
No.
As you, at some point in this discussion, does she become agitated?
Yes.
Is that when you started questioning what she told you?
Yes, I start to move from general application of the things that we talked about, the electronic evidence and those kinds of things, to what happened that night. And she became upset with me and said I was accusing her.
Claimed you're accusing her. Did you tell her you just wanted to know what had happened to Ryan?
Yes, I encouraged her to continue to talk to me and help me understand what happened that night in the house.
And what did she tell you in that regards to what happened, if she knew what happened to Ryan?
She tells me that if she knew who had done this to her husband, she would be in jail because she would have, in her words, she would have already killed that motherfucker.
Did she, in fact, at this point, chase you out of property?
Yes, she told me to get off her property. And that was the last thing that I just said that she said to me as I was still encouraging her to sit down and continue telling me what happened that night.
She told you she was hiring a private investigator
Yes,
to solve this killing of Ryan?
yes.
Now, you spent a considerable lengthy time talking to the defendant, Ms. Cooper, correct?
Yes, I believe just a little over 3 hours that day.
In these 3 hours that you spent with the defendant, did she ever tell you that she was sending Snapchat messages to Houston Danker at 3:30 a.m. on the morning that Ryan was killed?
No, nowhere in that description that I'd ask her to give me to walk through the night did she tell me that.
Did she tell you that she was awake at 4:13 in the morning or thereabouts, deleting or looking up something on her phone?
No,
Did she tell you that about 3:32 or thereabouts a.m. that morning that she and Mr. Houston Danker were talking about her remembering to pick the shell casings?
there was no mention of that at all.
Did she acknowledge receiving a text message, a Snapchat message from Houston Danker at 4:42 a.m. stating, "Yep, just woke up"?
No. No acknowledgement of any messaging between the two of them that morning.
Did she tell you that when she found Ryan Cooper in the living room bleeding, whether she rendered any aid to Ryan Cooper?
She did not tell me that she had rendered aid in any way.
Did she tell you whether she checked for a pulse or heartbeat or anything to that extent?
No, that was not part of any of the description of events.
At some point in your conversation, do you talk about Michael Cole's clutch that was found in the driveway?
Not specifically, but a purse or something to that effect.
What would have been a clutch, correct?
Yes, yes.
Did she explain to you why that clutch was out in the driveway?
No, she acknowledged that that it was outside with no explanation for why it was out there.
During this discussion, you talked about her telling you about finances. Did she disclose to you that her bank had been urging her urgently to transfer money for overdrafts in days leading up to the killing of Ryan Cooper?
No.
Did she tell you that she made about 170 steps between 4:23 a.m. and 4:30 or so a.m. that morning?
No.
As part of your investigation, do you at some point talk to the man we've talked about, Houston Danker?
Yes, I do talk to him.
Do you remember the day that you talked to Houston Danker?
Yes, that would be October, I believe, 27th of 2023.
Prior.
May we approach them, Your Honor?
You may. counsel. We may have several breaks, so we do need to take something else up with just counsel and parties. So I am we're gonna take another break, and we'll say it'll be at least 10 minutes. So just so you folks know where kind of the time frame. And I would just remind you of that admonition again: keep an open mind, don't talk to anybody, don't let anybody talk to you, and don't do any sort of investigation or research, and stay away from any media accounts. So with that, we'll see you no sooner than 10 minutes. All right, so what I know at this point, which isn't much, is that we're going to get into some questioning of Agent Turbet related to his interview of Mr. Danker, and that the defendant has an objection to that. And so why don't we start with you, Ms. Watt, and let me know what the defendant's objection is.
Thank you. We're not objecting to the interview that he gave to police in 2021. My specific objection is to the interview he gave in 2023. And because it's my understanding that the statements will come in if they're in furtherance of the conspiracy and up and until the conspiracy or the objective has been completed. It's our position that the statements in 2023 made to law enforcement, at that time, the conspiracy has ended. I know that the state is going to say that this is part of the cover-up, but there is some case law, at least the case that I found in Iowa, I believe, was State v. Waterbury, 307 Northwest 2nd, 45, Iowa, 1981. In that case, there's a statement given to police by a co-conspirator that occurs within 6 hours of the event. Because basically, the conspiracy at issue here is the conspiracy to commit murder. So the objective is to finish the murder. And in the Waterbury case, that person gives a false statement to the police about who killed the person within 6 hours of the event. I can't find any cases that specifically allow for statements by a co-conspirator that are made years after the event. And it's my position that the cover-up doesn't last for years. And also the cover-up is not part of the conspiracy, as clearly in every case, people don't want to get caught. That is just part of any crime, and so that's not necessarily the cover-up, just every statement anybody makes. I have some indication here that while there may be a subsidiary conspiracy to conceal the crime after the central purpose has been achieved, such a subsidiary conspiracy may not be implied from the circumstantial evidence showing merely that the conspiracy and that the conspirators took care to cover up their crime to escape detention and punishment. Because here, the conspiracy again is to kill Ryan. It's unreasonable to say and believe that every single thing that Houston says to police up until his arrest counts as a statement by a co-conspirator. Further, we don't have any indication that these two are even still talking. I think Agent Turbet has testified that Karina said that the last time she spoke to Houston was in September of 2021, and I haven't heard any evidence suggesting that they spoke after that or closer in time to 2023. So our position is essentially that the concealment phase doesn't last forever, and this is too distant and too remote from the actual event and the objective of the conspiracy. Thank you.
And so the hearsay, it's hearsay based on, because it doesn't meet that conspiracy exception?
Yes.
And the quote you just gave, was that from the case that you cited, the 307 Northwest 45? Or was that from some other?
I don't know that it was. I would have to look and try and figure out where exactly I got that from.
But that's the right site, 307 Northwest 45?
That is the citation for the case I could find that's most close to this.
And to be clear, again, you guys have better information. There was a 2021 interview of Mr. Danker, and we're not talking about that. If the state is going to offer evidence related to that, you don't have an objection?
No objection to that one. I think there's only two interviews, one in 21. well, there's three, 1 in 21, 1 in 23, and 1 in 24. I don't think the state intends to go into the 1 in 24.
All right. So who's Mr. Codiaga?
For the purpose of consistency, I know Mr. Ringel has argued this with the court before. We'll let Mr. Ringel argue this part.
All right.
Thank you, Judge. The state is relying on State v. Tangi. That's 616 Northwest 2nd, 564, and other similar cases, and noting that
I'm sorry, 616 Northwest 2nd. Give me that last bit again.
564.
Okay.
In noting that the conspiracy can continue to the concealment phase, I believe there's a number of cases where statements were admitted that essentially involve covering up the crime that was committed and misleading the police. Now, the cover-up in and of itself, or a cover-up of a crime, doesn't necessarily constitute a conspiracy, thereby allowing information or otherwise hearsay statements to be admitted. But when a conspiracy is found to pre-exist, and then there are statements made in furtherance of that conspiracy, including cover-up, they are admissible. And I think that's an important distinction here, and I think that's what's outlined in Tangi and other similar cases. From the state's perspective, the information that we'll be admitting essentially is in furtherance of the conspiracy, in the sense that it is information that from the state's perspective appears to be agreed upon by the two parties here. There's a striking similarity between the information that they're providing to law enforcement, and so it's the state's position that this is in fact in furtherance of the conspiracy.
And again, I don't know what the statements are. Presumably, it would be kind of a statement-by-statement analysis, right? I mean, wouldn't you have to analyze each statement by Mr. Danker to determine whether or not it's in furtherance of the conspiracy? I don't know how long this interview is, but I mean, again, I haven't seen it. I haven't been provided a transcript of it. I don't know what's in there. And so, I mean, the defendant's essentially saying it should be blanketly excluded. You're essentially saying it should be blanketly, admitted. And isn't it a more, I guess, refined analysis than that?
Judge, I think it probably is a little more refined, and I think it is more nuanced. I do think that once the court has made a determination that a conspiracy exists, those statements made by the co-conspirator are not hearsay. They're statements by a party opponent. I think that the statements that are relevant to the analysis that the state believes are in furtherance of the conspiracy, in other words, statements made to conceal not only the objective of the crime, but the fact that the crime occurred at all, do come in. And then I think statements that are necessary to explain the context in which those statements were made would come in as well. That's what the state intends to admit. I don't believe the state intends to simply hit play or talk about everything that Houston Danker said to law enforcement.
All right. And just so we're clear on where we're at as far as the conspiracy, it's my understanding, at least for purposes of this, Ms. Cooper is not contesting, for purposes of this analysis, Ms. Cooper is not contesting the existence of a conspiracy for purposes of this analysis.
Correct.
All right. So that's...
Well, we are saying the conspiracy has ended.
I understand. That's a different analysis. You're saying there was for purposes of this analysis, there was a conspiracy, so statements properly made during the course of that conspiracy are not hearsay. Your argument, again, is the conspiracy's ended, and that still, even then, you've got to determine that the statement has been made in furtherance of the conspiracy cover-up. And again, I guess my point is each particular statement would need to meet that analysis. So let me bring this back a second. We have a 2021 interview that apparently there's no dispute about. Are you planning on offering that interview as well, or
Portions,
not?
yes.
I'm sorry, portions, yes? All right. Well, anything else, Ms. Watt or Mr. Ringel? Ms. Watt, your microphone's on, and so I can't hear you very well.
I think the place I was getting my information where I was talking about subsidiary conspiracies could be U.S. v. Lombard, Lombard, 72 F. 3rd 170, First Circuit, 1995. I also have possibly Grunewald v. United States. That's Grunewald, 353 U.S. 391, 1957. If I narrow it down better, I will let you know.
All right. Mr. Ringo, anything further on your end?
If I may have just a moment here.
Yeah.
Judge, I would just note that I'm not aware of any case that indicates essentially a time bar on the length of a conspiracy and how long that conspiracy can continue after the time of the killing. Other than that, I have nothing further to add. Thank you.
All right. Well, what I'm going to do is take 5 or so minutes, take a quick look at these cases you've cited, and we'll come back in and I'll make a ruling on this and bring the jury back in. All right? So we'll be in recess for approximately 5 minutes, maybe a few more. We'll see how quickly I can get this done.
All right, while they are in recess, let me just recap what we've heard so far from DCI Agent John Turbet. He also testified in the Todd Mullis case. And McKinley, if you guys remember McKinley Louisma, he was tried in this case because I remember that cock. All right, so he interviewed Karina May 4th, 2023. She said they had pizza, kids went to bed, kind of a typical night. She went to sleep with the 2 kids. In the master bedroom, Ryan sleeps on the recliner because we heard yesterday that he snores a lot. I guess there was an issue with his snoring. Cade, who is the oldest, he sleeps upstairs. The 2 younger kids were with her. She says she wakes up now this is all what she's telling DCI Agent Turbet here. She wakes up during the night, hears a crash. At first she thought it was the shower caddy next to the bedroom. In the bathroom next to the bedroom. So she gets up to investigate. She trips over their 100-pound Rottweiler Ransom. Awesome name. I think somebody said that yesterday. She said the dog made a small woof. I like that little testimony there. She said she looks out to the driveway from the kitchen. She doesn't see anybody. She doesn't see any vehicles. So she moves into the living room. She notices the TV is in sleep mode. She turns on the light and she sees lots of blood, and then she starts screaming. She runs to get Cade because she doesn't want him to see. She tries to get him into the other bedroom with the other 2 kids. She says Ransom would roam around the house. So if she says this was, so I think they're saying if there was a burglar or an intruder, 100-pound Rottweiler would definitely take care of that situation. So if this was Houston, I guess Houston knew the kids, right? Houston was very friendly with the kids. I don't know how friendly he was with the Rottweiler yet, with Ransom. We'll have to find that out yet. Then he talks about this gun, the 380 in the lockbox. She says she's used a shotgun before in high school, but she's never used a handgun. I think, which is different from the other day because she said she's never shot a gun before, right? Or she didn't know what stippling was, or she did something where she was not knowledgeable of gun use or something like that. Then Karina describes the marriage as they're a good team, 8 out of 10. Virtually no debt except for their vehicles. Then it gets into Houston. So I guess 6 months prior to this, that's when they kind of met and they talked via text. There were some really raunchy texts yesterday that we heard. Don't know if they actually were physical with each other, but they were definitely getting into some seriously raunchy, material there. Then she says she describes the Snapchat as pretty simple, nothing personal. Well, that's not what we heard. There was definitely more than just simple banter or group texts. So now she changes her story from initially was the shower caddy, now it's a screen door from the living room. So she's again planting these seeds of like, oh, it was an intruder. It was an intruder. She said she'd be in jail right now if she knew who did this because she would kill that mother. And then she told DCI Agent Turbet to get off her property. She hired a PI, private investigator. She didn't tell him about the text that late night, that at 3:30, 4:30. She didn't say anything about those texts. She didn't say anything about picking up the casings, and that's pretty damning, right? She didn't tell him anything about not rendering aid. Then there's this Michael Kors clutch in the driveway. There was also a photograph of that. I'm not quite sure what that's about. I mean, I guess it's expensive, but does it really, who cares? I don't know. I'm trying to figure out where or how the Michael Kors clutch plays into all of this. Then he talked to Danker October 27th, 2023, and then this is where this objection gets in about the defense is okay with the 2021 interview, but now this 2023 interview, something about, the conspiracy has ended, and there's no need to bring it up in 2023. So and now the judge is just going to go do take a little bit of break. My cat's name is Karen. It started last Wednesday, so we're a week behind. Well, with Friday they were off. So they're actually up to, I think, day 6, and we're going to do 3 and 4 today. Green-Eyed Cat, thank you for 5 gifted Trial TV Live memberships. Awesome. Thank you so much. So, hey, Daisy Jane, good to see you. Wondering if she pulled the trigger. Yeah, I don't know. I'm seeing Danker doing this, but she definitely knew about it. All right, I'm going to go ahead and zoom a little bit here.
All right, we are back on the record outside the presence of the jury. We have counsel and Ms. Cooper present. I believe off the record, Mr. Ringel, you indicated you had something additional you wished to tell me, perhaps, related to this matter?
Judge, thank you. I believe the parties are largely on the same page with regard to which statements are going to come in. They do apply primarily, perhaps if not exclusively, to the earlier interview, the 2021 interview. With regard to timelines and the length of the conspiracy, I would just point the court to State versus Ross, which is 573 Northwest 2nd 906.
I've got that pulled up. That was the case I found when doing my research as well. All right, anything further from either Mr. Ringel or Ms. Watt?
I just didn't hear the citation.
It's 573 Northwest 2nd 906, State v. Ross.
Thank you.
All right. So, just want to make sure. Nothing further, Mr. Ringel?
Correct, nothing further.
Nothing further, Ms. Watt?
No, thank you.
All right. Well, so again, I know Ms. Cooper's not contesting this for purposes of these statements, and I don't believe did for prior statements that may have come in as well, because no objection was made. But just so it's clear, I do believe that there is a preponderance of the evidence that supports the existence of a conspiracy in this case, and that's based on the testimony evidence that's already been received, as well as the court's review of Exhibits 1 and 2 that were offered by the state previously. So once a conspiracy has been established, then statements made by a co-conspirator are not hearsay. If 2 conditions are established, 1, the statement has to be made during the course of the conspiracy, and it must be made in the promotion of the conspiracy's object or design. As I mentioned, I also took a look at State v. Ross, and that's Iowa Supreme Court case from 1998, 573 Northwest 2nd 906 as the site. In that case, the hotly contested issue was whether the statements were made in furtherance of the conspiracy, and the court, quoting from the case, it says, as in most illegal schemes, the perpetrators agree either expressly or tacitly that they will do whatever it takes to conceal the scheme from victims and from authorities. They do so to continue the scheme, or at least to keep the fruits of it, and to avoid prosecution. And anyway, they go on in that case to admit statements that were made allegedly in that case in furtherance, as part of the alleged concealment phase in furtherance of the conspiracy. So based on that case and the authorities cited in that case, I do believe that statements that are part of a concealment phase, even if they're 2 years later, would be admissible. I mean, it makes no logical sense that there would be a timeline on concealment of a crime between co-conspirators, 20 years down the road if people are, had committed a crime, conspired to commit a crime together, and were still engaged in concealing it up. Logically, why should that be treated differently than something 6 months after the crime? So anyway, for those reasons, to the extent the statements in the interview are offered part of the concealment phase, the objection's overruled, and we can move forward. Any questions related to that, or are we ready to proceed? I'll start with you, Mr. Ringel.
Judge, I don't believe so. Thank you.
Ms. Watt, any questions on your end?
No.
Okay. Then I'm going to step out, grab Erin, and see if she can bring the jury back in, and then we'll get started. And just so I'm not planning on taking another break before the lunch recess. Everybody going to be good with that? 2 minutes.
So to answer the question about the kids, according to court filings and trial coverage, all three were inside the house. The long-term custody arrangements aren't detailed in news reports. However, during a pretrial hearing on June 20th of 2025, a guardian ad litem, Melissa 9, was appointed to protect the children's interests in court. This typically means the guardian ad litem is advocating on their behalf in legal matters. Until further decisions are made by the court, custody remains with the mother, though the guardian ad litem ensures their best interests are represented during the trial. So that's what I found. So it seems like she still has custody, but there's this, I don't know where the parents are. The grandparents. I'm not sure where the grandparents or Aaron. I know he's got a couple kids, so that might be, of course it's your nieces, or your nephews. I think there's a girl. I know there's 3 boys. There might be 1 girl. I think there's 1 girl. I think the youngest is a girl. So you would think that he might take them, or the grandparents. I don't know. Just not quite sure. All right. I'm going to zoom.
We have Agent Turbet back on the stand, and again, I would remind you that even though we took a short break, you are still under oath. And with that, Mr. Kodiaga, you may resume your direct examination.
Thank you, Judge. Agent Turbet, before we took a break, we had started talking about Houston Danker, whose name had come up in the investigations, correct?
Yes.
As part of your investigation, I think your testimony earlier was at some time in October of 2023, you do personally talk to Houston Danker, correct?
Yes.
Prior to talking to Mr. Danker in October of 2023, had you or one of your other agents talked to Mr. Danker in close proximity to the time of Ryan Cooper's death?
Yes, my colleague, a fellow DCI agent, spoke to Houston.
You reviewed that interview with Mr. Danker prior to even talking to him before talking to him in 2023, correct?
Yes, I reviewed the June 18 interview.
On June 18th, is that June 18th, 2021?
Yes.
The day that Ryan Cooper was killed.
Yes.
Reviewing that, did you understand that that Houston Danker was asked about her communication with the defendant Karina Cooper over Snapchat?
Yes.
What was his response to that?
Again, I think he says there's no real communication going on via Snapchat at that time.
When you say that, can you elaborate on what he says more on that?
I think he admits to some messaging, but again, there's nothing intimate or personal going on between the two of them.
Does it give a frequency of how often he being Houston Danker and Karina Cooper would communicate on Snapchat?
Once or twice a week.
Does it give a time frame of how long they would have been communicating?
I don't remember. It might have been a period of several months, 3 or 4 months.
But otherwise, these are random snaps, not anything.
Yes.
Does he get asked what his relationship with Karina Cooper entails?
Yes.
What does he say?
Again, she's been cutting his hair. I think he says at that point, maybe for a period of even a couple of years. And they have just had what he would describe as kind of a typical conversation almost between the person getting their hair cut and the person doing it.
Is Houston Danker asked if there was any problem between him and Ryan Cooper, especially as regards Snapchats?
Yes.
What's his response?
No problem between he and Ryan with regard specifically to anything to do with Snapchat.
Is he asked how he will describe his relationship with the defendant, Karina Cooper?
Yes, the agent asked him to talk about that.
What, in Houston Danker's words, how does he describe himself in terms of his relationship with Karina Cooper?
Houston tells the agent at that time that he's like a gay best friend to Karina, totally platonic. There's no sexual or romantic interest. So he says it's like a gay best friend.
Is he at this time confronted whether he was having an affair or a sexual affair with Karina Cooper?
He's asked that, yes.
And is his response still that no, it's just a gay best friend?
Yes, strong denial to any affair.
Does he acknowledge that there are rumors in the community that they are having a sexual relationship?
He does. He says during this time of her cutting his hair, they've talked about relationships and kids and life, and he has shared that he has a couple of young children. He's a single dad, so Karina has apparently done a little bit of babysitting, so he says the community picks up on the fact that his truck is over at the Cooper house on one occasion, and so the rumor has started that they're having an affair and that he is, in his words, banging Karina, having sex with her.
And so he says Karina has been watching his kids, and that's the extent, and that's what's led to the rumors, because the defendant has been babysitting his kids, his being Houston Danker's kids.
Yes, Houston's very clear in the June 18, 2021 interview that she just cuts his hair and then she has babysat for him. I think he puts it at several times, just a few times. And that is what has started the rumors in the community.
Is he asked if there's been any inappropriate Snapchats or messages between him, being Houston Danker, and the defendant, Karina Cooper?
Yes.
What's his response to that?
He says absolutely no inappropriate Snapchatting going between them.
Thank you very much, Agent Turbet. At this point, Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Ms. Watt?
Thank you. I understand you interviewed Karina, was it 2023?
Yes, May 4th, 2023.
And Aaron Cooper was there at the time as well?
He met on the driveway and was there for a short bit, and then he ended up leaving and staying in the area.
Was there a time where Karina wanted Aaron to stand by and be with her during the interview?
There was some discussion of that.
Okay. So at least at that time, Aaron and Karina appeared to be on good terms?
Seemed courteous, yeah, as we stood in the driveway and talked for a few minutes.
There's been a lot of talk about this Rottweiler dog and how the dog might be expected to behave. Did you review the body cam of Deputy Fangman?
No, I did.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
When he arrives on scene?
No, I did not.
Okay. So I guess, have you observed for yourself how this dog behaves?
No. I've only been told by others.
Is most of what you discussed with Karina on some sort of recording?
So the interview, as I said, or the total recording from the time I pull up in the driveway, I believe is 3 hours and 10 minutes. What you can hear is I activate my recorder immediately. I actually put a header on saying I've just arrived, the date and time. I get out and introduce myself, and at some point, unbeknownst to me, that recorder immediately malfunctions. It stops. I don't catch that until I'm now pretty far into my conversation with just Karina. I look down, so we're at about the 2-hour mark of my total time there, and I see the recorder has malfunctioned, so I immediately turn it on, and I'd taken good handwritten notes, so I recap everything with her and then continue on.
Okay. But with DCI agents, you do not have a body cam, it's only an audio recording?
That's correct.
You talked about how you talked to Karina about this geofencing, right?
Yes.
As an investigator, are you allowed to, is one of your tactics basically to sometimes tell people you have things that you may actually not have?
We would imply that we certainly have a better understanding or have more knowledge than we do sometimes. Yes.
Okay. So officers are allowed to lie to people?
They are. The Supreme Court has said that.
It's my understanding, in looking at your notes from the recording at least, that you explained to Karina how geofencing works.
Yes, in some type of kind of simple fashion.
Okay. And also how cell tower data works.
Again, in a simple way, yes, I think.
Right. But she didn't say, hold up, I already know all these things.
She did not. She just nodded and says yes.
Do we have geofencing information in this case that you're aware of?
I actually don't know. You'd have to speak to somebody on the technology side.
Okay. So I imagine then you don't necessarily know what the geofence actually captures and is capable of?
In this case?
In any?
It's not my area of expertise, so we would rely on other people. Geofencing has been used, and we would just ask what's been captured in a case-by-case basis if that's utilized.
Okay. So you wouldn't know whether the geofence actually captures every phone that travels through that fence?
In this case again, or?
In any?
I don't know how tightly someone would describe that. I guess you'd have to talk to somebody that has better understanding of that.
The conversation with Houston Danker in 2021 that we're discussing, that was captured on a video recording, correct?
It was.
Okay, and you had a chance to look at that?
I did.
Would you agree with me that his statements, the best evidence of those would be actually watching the video?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to play that video, and I'd mark it as Defendant's Exhibit C and ask that it be admitted.
Any objection?
No objection.
You ready for me to try your screen? Just let me know.
Yes, let's
All
try it.
right.
I don't know, we'll find out.
No. Try it again. Give me 1 second. I just tried the screen again. All right. Nothing. All right. You wanted to approach. You. Nobody left. We still have Mr. Agent Turbet at the stand, and with a little help from the state, we have the Defendant's Exhibit C ready to go. So, Ms. Watt, I think you were asking that this Exhibit C, which had been admitted, be published at this point?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So it appears to me we have half of it working at this point. That be fair?
That is fair.
It It's nice to know we're not the only ones that have audio issues. All right, I'm going to zoom until we get this sorted out.
At this point, we're going to move forward with, I think, questioning of witnesses, and we're going to try to set aside things that require use of technology at this point till maybe over the and give counsel some time over the lunch hour to hopefully get squared away with all the tech issues that may crop up. So with that, we'll come back to playing that interview at a later point. Ms. Watt, why don't you go ahead then with your cross-examination?
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
All right. Any redirect, Mr. Kodiaga?
Just to be clear, when you asked about the video recording that we were unable to play in regards to it being best evidence, is that just because it will have more details of exactly every word that was spoken?
Yes.
But your summary or summation to the jury is pretty much what that 20 minutes, what is said within that 20 minutes of that interview.
Yes, and what I said was accurate.
And pretty accurate to the flavor of what was said in that 20 minutes of that interview.
Very much so.
You talked about your interview being recorded by an audio recorder, correct?
Yes.
And even though your recorder failed, you still were able to capture a lot and go through the same with the defendant, Karina Cooper, of what you'd covered before.
Yes, I took very detailed notes, which we always do as a backup because malfunctions happen with those recorders in the field. And then I reread those things back to her to make sure I understood them correctly from my notes, and she agreed.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any recross?
When I'm saying best evidence, I mean, wouldn't it be, as an investigator, you're evaluating somebody's credibility, right?
I am when I talk to people. Sure.
Okay, so when I say best evidence, it's just sometimes better to talk or see the person and hear the words come out of their mouth on a video.
You would have the benefit of visual, and you would have more detail, as the prosecution said.
Right. That's all. Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Kodiaga?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. Agent Turbet, you may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And Mr. Ringel or Mr. Kodiaga or Ms. Williams, state prepared to call a sex witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Kirsty Shetta.
All right. Good morning, ma'am. You want to come over and have a seat to my far left, if you would? So you can adjust that microphone however you'd like. Yep, it's on. You can move it up, down, closer. So. Okay. All right. First thing I'm going to do, ma'am, is swear you in. If you please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
Yes.
Okay. And then if you could please give us your first and last name and spell them both for us for the record.
Kirsty Shetta, Kirstie-Seda.
All right. Ms. Williams.
Thank you, Ms. Shetta. Do you prefer Kirsty or Ms. Shetta?
Kirsty is fine.
Thank you. Kirsty, where do you currently live?
Traer, Iowa?
And are you currently employed?
Yes.
How are you employed?
I work at JSA Development, downtown Waterloo.
Okay. Ms. Shetta, at some point in 2024, did you meet with law enforcement regarding this case?
Yes.
Did they tell you why they wanted to meet with you?
No.
Was it generally to discuss the death of Ryan Cooper?
Yes.
Did you know Ryan and Karina Cooper well?
Yes.
How long have you known Ryan and Karina?
Probably 8 to 10 years.
Okay. When did you first meet them?
When I moved to town.
Okay.
Traer.
About when did you move to Traer?
2007.
Okay. Who'd you meet first, Ryan or Karina?
Ryan.
Okay. How did you meet Ryan?
I was working at a place in Traer, and it was a hardware store, cell phone place, so he came in for parts
Okay.
and cell phone.
At some point thereafter, did you meet Karina?
Yes.
Okay. And did you and Karina and Ryan develop a sort of friend group, I guess, as it were?
Yes.
And who all was in this friend group that you all shared?
It would have been me and my husband, Carmen and Jamie, Matt and Regan, Mike, or Ike and Michelle, Cynthia and Barry. There's multiples.
What kind of things would you all do as a group?
Various things. We would go hang out at each other's places. A bunch of the friends had shops that we hung out at.
Was this a frequent type of activity or organization, or how would you characterize how often you all saw each other?
I would say, at least once a weekend, if not during the week also.
Did you all travel together?
Yes.
Okay. And take your friends and kids together on these
Correct.
trips? Okay. And you stated you knew Ryan first, correct?
Yes.
And how would you describe Ryan Cooper?
Man of little words.
Okay. Understand. Did you at some point work with Ryan?
Yes.
Okay, where was that at?
Aurora Agronomy.
Okay. What did you do there?
I was the office. Took care of all the books, ordering.
How did you come to be in that position at Aurora?
Karina had worked there before, and she was pregnant with Cortland, and then she wanted to stay home. So then I applied for the job.
Did she kind of refer you to that job or let you know in advance, hey, I'm leaving this position?
Yeah, we had talked.
Okay. And were you and Karina at one point, were you pregnant at the same time?
Yes, with our first children.
Okay. You kind of bond
our
over
second.
that? I'm sorry.
And our second.
And your second, okay. And did you all kind of bond over those
Yes.
kind of mutual pregnancies together? Would you say that you and Karina became good friends during that time?
Yes.
In this time that you knew Ryan and Karina together, what observations did you make about how Ryan would interact with Karina?
I guess if Karina was mad or yelling at him, his demeanor was always just to put his head down and take it.
How was he with his children?
Good.
You said at some point you and Karina also became good friends. How would you describe your relationship with Karina at the beginning?
Yeah, we had just a interest of bonding because we both did hair, and we kind of just became friends through that, and her starting to date Ryan. We would hang out as families together. We'd go on vacations together. We're just close with the whole Cooper family.
At some point, did you actually help out in her shop, her hair shop?
No, I had never.
Did your friend group have kind of a group Snapchat?
Yes.
Okay. And was there one group Snapchat or were there several group
Several.
Snapchats? At some point, would you say that there was a shift in your relationship with Karina or Karina's relationship with the whole kind of extended friend group?
Yes.
Can you pinpoint about when that occurred?
Late fall of the year before Ryan was murdered.
So the fall of 2020, would that be about
Correct.
the time? What were some of the changes that you noticed?
Just pulling away from our friend group, not responding back to messages. We had heard some different things throughout town, and we just kind of started separating, I guess.
I guess that's kind of where I was going. Did something specific, or can you identify something specific that may have triggered that shift in the friend dynamic?
It would have been the rumors going around about her in Houston.
Before we get to that, I want to ask you a little bit about what you noticed between Karina and Ryan's dynamic. How would you describe Karina's behavior or towards Ryan?
Depending on a given day, some days were okay, some days were not, and her demeanor towards him was anger.
Can you recall any examples when you say some days were okay and then some days were not okay?
I mean, there was times where she would rant about him and talk about how, you know, he was always off working and doing all this stuff, and she would just get like angry about it. And at one of our conversations, she's like, we talked about, I'm going to paraphrase because I don't remember exactly her words, but it was like talking about if she would leave, she would try to take him for everything he had.
Were some of these incidents in front of Ryan? Would he be around during some of these times that she would behave this way?
I mean, when she was mad at him, she would, some of them were not. There was an instance where we were all hanging out and she would refer to him as, because we worked together, me and Ryan, she would refer to me as his work wife and kind of belittle, I guess, Ryan, and be like, why don't you ask your work wife? Maybe she can do it better for you.
Did you take that as kind of a dig?
Yeah, correct.
How would Ryan respond?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustained.
Throughout Ryan's, or when you and Karina were discussing things, did she ever express to you any resentment towards Ryan?
Often.
What were those resentments centered around?
That Ryan got everything, or the farm got everything.
Were they primarily financial?
Yes.
Did Karina seem concerned with her place with the finances of the farm?
Objection, Your Honor. That's speculation, and much of this is beyond the scope of the minutes, Judge.
I'm sorry, what was the last part? I didn't.
Beyond the scope of the minutes. Speculation beyond the scope of the minutes.
Counsel want to approach? To the extent that, all right, after a brief bench conference, it's my understanding that the objection, to the extent that it's related, was based on exceeding the minutes, is withdrawn. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. Then the balance of the objection is overruled and the witness may answer, assuming you remember the question.
No, can you repeat it? I'm sorry.
Ms. O'Connell, can you repeat back the question?
Did Karina seem concerned with her place with the finances of the farm?
Yes, at one point there was a conversation about Ryan's ex-wife, Liz, and saying that Liz got everything, and if she stepped out, she would have nothing. She would not get anything
Thank you.
because everything was wrapped up in Cooper Farms.
Kirsty, did you know Houston Danker?
Yes.
How did you know him?
He is a couple years younger than my son, my oldest son, so he was a Traer boy, and
So you knew him from around town?
yes.
Okay. At some point, did you learn that Karina and Houston were engaged in some sort of relationship?
Objection, Your Honor. Relies on hearsay.
Overruled, you can answer.
Yes, I did.
How did you find out about this relationship?
We were at a friend's house, and he wound up showing up there in the late fall
And when you say
of 2020,
who are you referring to?
Houston.
Okay.
And we had heard throughout the day that they were texting each other and snapping each other back and forth, and when he got to the house, we took his phone and seen all the messages.
Did you actually see these messages yourself?
Her Snapchat handle was Casey with a heart, and I seen I love you and a picture above.
Where were you when you saw these messages?
I was at Pam Ewald's house.
What did the messages suggest to you was the nature of Houston and Karina's relationship?
A sexual relationship, an affair.
Did you ever confront Karina about those messages?
I did not. She had sent me a message the next morning.
The message that she sent you the next morning, what did it say?
Paraphrasing, to the fact of, can you believe the rumors going around that me and Houston, I just did not respond because at that point there was so many things prior to that that just solidified to me that she was lying.
Did she ever admit to you that she was having a relationship or an affair with Houston?
No.
Are you aware personally if at some point Ryan Cooper became aware of the relationship between Karina and Houston?
Yes.
How are you aware of that?
Through one of the guys I worked with at Aurora.
So someone else told you that?
Yes.
Do you recall about when that occurred?
Spring.
Would have been spring of
Spring of
2021?
Yeah.
Shortly before Ryan was killed?
Yeah, I'd say anywhere from that March, April-ish.
Okay. In the days and weeks leading up to Ryan's death, did you notice anything unusual or what you would describe as unusual about Karina's behavior?
Yes.
What did you notice?
2 days before his murder, we had all of our Snapchat group friend. Me and Carmen had gone down to a show in Dallas, Texas for our business. And when we landed and got to the airport, we were just scrolling through our Snapchats, and all of a sudden it said Karina had left the group, and we were going through the rest of them just normal, and she wound up going back, leaving all of the groups that we were ever a part of.
And can you just clarify, who is Carmen?
Carmen is a part of the friend group and a business partner of mine. Okay. Carmen Earhart.
Did the ladies in the group kind of have a separate group that was apart from the full families of groups?
Yeah, we had multiple different groups.
Did you guys have kind of a
We had a golf group.
Okay, a golf group.
We had a TCMW group. I mean, we had them named all sorts of different things.
Okay. When you say the TCFW, was that the Tama County Housewives group? Yes. Okay. And so you're saying about 2 days before Ryan was killed, Karina just left all of the Snapchat groups. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did she give you a reason for exiting those groups?
Nope. I just remember in our golf group, there was a tournament on that Wednesday. All of us girls had started talking about getting a group together for golf on that Wednesday, like on that Monday prior. And I told the girls I was out because we were flying out. Everybody else in the group was talking to get their group. And then Karina just like never responded. She just...
I want to switch gears just a bit. Are you a gun owner, Kirsty?
Yes.
Okay. And what kind of firearm do you have?
A Ruger 9.
Okay. Did you ever talk to Karina about guns or firearms in general?
Yes, we had one conversation that I recall shortly after we got our permit to carries. Which is...
What types of guns did you and Karina talk about specifically, if any?
We talked about how I shot my Ruger 9 and I didn't like the kickback, that it kicked back really bad. And then I had shot my mother-in-law's baby 22 and that it was just like so smooth. And just how the correspondence of that was so different. And then she said the same thing. She's like, I just got a 22 as well, like, and it shoots so smooth. I understand what you're talking about. You know, like we just kind of talked about that.
So she described to you how the 22 shot as well?
Yes.
Do you remember about when that conversation occurred?
I would have got my permit to carry in 2018, December, so it would have been late winter going into January, February when we were hanging out.
Okay. So well before Ryan is killed, you guys are having pretty in-depth conversations about firearms and the different characteristics of the firearms you had, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions. The defense may have some questions for you.
Mr. Hawbaker?
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
So you became good friends with Ms. Cooper, is that right?
Yes,
Okay. And you were good friends for quite a long time, fair?
fair.
And even during that time that she might have yelled at Ryan or had good days or bad days, you remained her friend?
Correct?
And that behavior was nothing that was shocking or concerning to you. I'm assuming you chalked that up as just sort of the normal dynamics of a relationship.
At points, yes.
Yeah, okay. And the friend group that you were having, these snaps and things like that, did law enforcement ever seize your phone to verify the Snapchat conversations?
No.
Okay. But those conversations and whether or not Ms. Cooper left the group and things like that, presumably she did that from her phone?
Yes, she would have to remove herself from the group.
And all the time that you saw Ms. Cooper get angry at Ryan or anything like that, you never saw any act of violence by Ms. Cooper towards Ryan, correct?
It was not physical, verbal.
Never hitting, never smacking, nothing like that?
No.
Yeah. Or threats of physical harm, threats to shoot him or anything like that, never said that?
No.
This golf tournament that you were talking about, was Karina even invited to that?
She signed up on her own.
The guns that you were talking about, those are handguns, is that right?
Yes.
No talk about rifles or long guns?
No.
And the permit to carry, you ultimately got your permit to carry?
Yes.
And with that permit to carry, does that involve some education on your part?
Yes.
You have to learn some things.
Yes.
Are you aware that there are resources online that can provide you with that information?
I never looked into that, no.
Okay. Courses on guns, things like that?
No.
So you wouldn't know if Karina was taking advantage of those online resources when she was getting her permit?
I do not.
That information about the .22 being smooth, did you ever witness Ms. Cooper shoot that gun?
I did not.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any redirect?
Just briefly. Kirsty, were there points or incidences where you thought Karina's behavior towards Ryan was not normal or not appropriate?
Yes.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Anything further, Mr. Hawbaker?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Mr. Kodiaga, is the state prepared to call its next witness?
The state calls Carmen Earhart.
If anybody wants to stand up and stretch while we're waiting for the witness to come on in, feel free. I'm going to. Have a seat right there, that'd be great. And you can adjust that microphone however it best suits you. So first thing I'm going to do, ma'am, is swear you in. If you'd please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
Yes.
Okay. And then for the record, can you please give me your first name and your last name and spell them both for us, please?
Yes, it's Carmen Earhart. First name C-A-R-M-E-N, last name E-R-H-A-R-D-T.
All right. Mr. Kodiaga.
Thank you. Still morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Stated your name. Can you tell us where you currently reside?
I live in Traer, Iowa.
Again, where?
Traer, Iowa. Yep.
And is this a community you've lived in for a long time?
Yes, I lived there since I've been married for 20 plus years.
Do you know a person by the name of Ryan Cooper?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Ryan Cooper?
I have known him got to know him very well through all the stuff that we did. Being a small town, you're going to know people, but as far as Ryan, we do things like such as going motorcycling, snowmobiling. We take vacations, stuff together, but have just known him more through my husband is how I got to know him.
What's your husband's name?
Jamie.
So you knew Ryan through Jamie.
Yes.
Fair to say you and the Coopers were family friends?
Yes, we did. I knew Ryan before I knew Karina, but once they got together, we got starting doing things such as when we started motorcycling and we'd go on motorcycling trips. We'd go on, we have a place in Wisconsin, and they would go, and for a short time that they had a camper up at that location in which we would share and spend weekends and holidays and stuff too at.
Do you know someone by the name of Karina Cooper?
Yes, I do.
Do you see that person in this courtroom?
Yes, I do.
Can you identify that person by where she's seated or an item of her clothing?
She's sitting over to my right with a sweater on.
Did the record reflect identification?
The record so reflects.
So you've testified you knew Karina through Ryan. Were your families pretty close?
We were. Like I said, we did a lot of things together, from just vacationing times, but I got to know her very well, became a good friend of hers. She would do my hair.
So we've had testimony that she used to cut hair and do hair?
Yes.
Okay, and that was at their home in Traer?
Yes.
At some point in the year leading up to Ryan's death, does the nature of the friendship change?
It does. We had a little bit of falling out. I would say that the friendship wasn't as close as it had been in the past.
Now, as someone who was around both Karina Cooper and Ryan Cooper, were there occasions that you and your husband and the Coopers would go out to socialize, maybe to drink or hang out?
Yes, it was quite frequent, yeah.
During these occasions, did you chance to notice or observe moments of hostility exhibited towards Ryan Cooper by Karina Cooper?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what issues would make Karina be hostile towards Ryan?
It would be different times, like arguments where she would just get very upset with him. Sometimes that was even directed to other people, Jen, just him, but she would just, for whatever reason, they would be arguing and she would get very loud and would argue in person with them.
Would she get very mean when she was upset with Ryan?
Yes. I mean, you could physically tell she was very upset and that with him.
Agitated?
I'm sorry.
Agitated.
One of the prime example would be is I know that we were at a location, we've been out, she was arguing with Ryan, another friend tried to step in and kind of like dissolve the situation. She even grabbed that person by the hair and ripped them back out of the argument. So you could physically tell that she was very upset. As far as the conversation, I don't know what was going on, but it was very blatant. You could see that she was not happy with them.
Now, were there conflict that you observed involving money or finances?
There's been conflict, yeah. We've personally had some conversations where she's shared some of what she may have felt like he was getting, and as far as what her money would go towards and what she would spend on. There would be conversations as far as the farm setup. Like I said, we spent a lot of time together. She was around my family. Our family farms, as far as how they're set up, were pretty similar, so I was familiar with how things were.
Can you tell the jury more about that?
Some of them would be the conversations we had would be where she would be upset, where she felt like if he wanted to buy a side-by-side, he would get the side-by-side. He wanted the truck, he got the truck, but her money she would have to, that she was making, she would have to spend that on the food, the kids, and that, so she wouldn't get, but then she would also in the same breath state that if she, Ryan had to buy his own side-by-side, but Cooper's Farms would buy Aaron the side-by-side and stuff, so.
So, as regard the Cooper's farm, was it your observation or understanding that she knew how money was controlled in terms of the Cooper farm controlling some of the money that Ryan had access to?
Yes, I mean, in our and just our conversations to each other, yeah, she had a good understanding how it is, and just even, like I said, with the family farms being set up pretty similar, and knowing how those corporate farms work, she knew where the money came from.
Likewise, because your family had the same kind of setup, yes, where the corporate farming family was in charge of the finances of the
yes,
expenditure.
As far as, yep.
At some point, do you become aware of the defendant, Karina Cooper, having an affair with someone named Houston Danker?
At first, it was just hearsay as far as rumors. But the day I really became very well aware of it is we had been actually out an evening at Larry's in Lincoln, and we had all been, Ryan, Karina, Jamie and I had been there. We had actually left earlier before the bar closed and went home. We were already in bed asleep once we got a phone call, which actually was Ryan calling Jamie in the middle of the night, which was that was unusual. In fact, I think it was probably the first time we ever got a phone call that late at night from him. So my husband answered it, afraid that like something had happened, and so he picked up the phone and he was talking to him. Ryan proceeds to tell Jamie that...
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustained.
So, there was a phone call Ryan makes at night.
Mm-hmm.
That phone call, is that how you became aware of an affair?
Yes.
Did you ever personally confront Karina about the affair with Houston Danker?
I didn't, for a few different reasons.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained.
Now, so the answer to your question is you didn't confront Karina. Fair enough?
I did not know.
Let's talk about your knowledge of firearms and Karina's knowledge of firearms. Did you attend a class or situation where you would have been with Karina and she would have been around firearms?
Yes, I took a concealed weapons permit class, which was actually held at Ryan and Karina's home, in the shop at their home.
So there was a class that you took in Karina's and Ryan Cooper's home?
At the shop, yes.
From your understanding and from your relationship that you've talked broadly about that stretches across various years, was your observation that Karina had a fair good knowledge of firearms?
Yes, my husband had given me a gun for a Christmas gift. And with that, we've had conversations about that. We've talked about, because at times when I've actually shot the gun, and just discussion about the gun as far as the one he had given me, a little bit of my comfort level, and we talked back and forth about that. In that, just in our general conversation, when I was given that gift, the gun for as a gift, she had made comments about how, my husband gets me a gun, Ryan, why don't you get me something like that? We've just in general talked about the fact that one of the reasons I took a concealed weapons permit is because any vehicle, any of our friend groups, no matter if it's ours, anybody's, there's typically a gun that's concealed in there. So the properly covered, we took that. Like I said, I've talked to, as far as shooting it, be at the comfort level of it, having them, being around them. We've had conversations. I've never, will honestly physically say that I can recall or remember.
Objection, Your Honor. Narrative.
Sustained.
So fair enough that she and you had been around firearms in many occasions and that
Yes.
discussed firearms in more than one sitting.
Yeah. Yep.
Now, let's talk about in the time leading, in the months or the period, the approximate period leading to Ryan's killing, was there some behavior changes that you noticed from Karina Cooper?
Yes, there was. Pulling out of friend groups, things that we did constantly together, no longer being involved in those. A great amount of weight loss that I even questioned and even asked her, and that's even in writing somewhere.
So withdrawal from your friend group and also physical in terms of experiencing what you observed as some weight loss?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
Mr. Hawbaker?
Morning, ma'am. How long were you friends with Miss Cooper?
We would have became friends closer to when we started motorcycling together, so it would have been roughly around a little bit before, I would say closer to after they'd been married.
And it occurs to me that when you say we were out or we were at a place, 9 times out of 10 you guys were at a bar or something like that. Is that right?
It would be boating, it would be on snowmobiles, it'd be,
There were times to get together for social drinking.
yes.
Okay. And that's oftentimes when you would witness Miss Cooper get louder or upset or things like that, right?
It could have been, yes.
Was there some belief that that might have been related to alcohol?
There could be, yeah.
Yeah. And when she was upset, it could be about any number of things, not necessarily finances. It could just be something on that day. Fair?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes, sorry.
All right, so the finances weren't exactly a theme when she was upset. There are a lot of things that would make her upset. Fair?
Yep.
Okay. Now, my understanding is that you're familiar with family farms.
Yes.
You're familiar because of your marriage, I assume, with how the LLCs work and that sort of thing?
It's on my side of the family farm.
It's on your side of the
Yep.
family farm. So you have that familiarity,
Yes.
and you shared that familiarity with Ms. Cooper.
Yep.
Okay. Not unusual.
Nope.
The discussion and with firearms, was it your understanding that the husbands or people were getting you and Miss Cooper a handgun, and in particular wanted to make sure that you had a permit to carry because anybody could be in a car with a gun in it and people didn't want to get in trouble?
At the original, when we got that was the main understanding of it. But then as far as wanting to carry one myself, and later and being able to have my own at my own time. Yep.
Yeah. But as far as you and Miss Cooper, the idea that you needed a permit to carry was related to the fact that, there could be a shotgun in the car or something like that out on the farm, and the husbands didn't want people to get in trouble for driving those cars. Mm-hmm. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. And when you talked about guns, that was always about handguns, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that was what you had, and presumably what Ms. Cooper was asking for when she made the comment to Ryan. Fair?
Yep.
No talk about long guns or rifles or that sort of thing, right?
We've talked about shooting as far as guns, but I mean, as far as the actual guns they gave us would have been just regular guns, handguns.
Handguns, right. Nothing further. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any redirect, Mr. Kodiaga?
You've talked about shooting different types of guns and being around guns together, correct?
Yep.
Which involves a wide array of guns, from long guns to handguns.
Correct.
Fair enough. To you asked how long you've known Karina and Ryan. You said from when they were married, that's over a decade ago, correct?
Correct.
So you have a pretty good window into their relationship.
Yes.
And that window into their relationship, your testimony to this jury, is she will be upset at him for many reasons, including finances.
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Baker?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Stay prepared to call its next witness.
Judge, we've moved pretty quick. Our next witness was scheduled for after lunch.
Okay. We're at 11:39. I'm going to actually ask you, ladies and gentlemen, want to keep this moving, but I also normally we go till 1:30, and you may have had plans. Are you okay if we go from now till, say, 1:15 and start 15 minutes earlier? Anybody have an issue with that? Okay, then that's what we're going to do. We'll take a lunch break now, and we'll start at 1:15. And ladies and gentlemen, again, I would just remind you of the admonition that I've given you previously. Again, high points, keep an open mind. Don't talk to anybody about the case. Don't let anybody talk to you about the case. Don't do any type of research or investigation, and avoid any and all media accounts and social media accounts of related to these proceedings. So have a good lunch, everybody.
All right, so they are going to break for lunch. I'm going to Zoom for sure, but before we do that, let's get to, we heard from two friends, Kirsty Seda, and then Carmen Earnhardt. And they both talked about how Karina knew about guns, but then she's telling law enforcement that she didn't. Well, they didn't know that. But anyway, both of them said that Karina knew about guns. She knew how to shoot them. They were both saying that she was verbally aggressive to Ryan. One said, hey, my husband got me a gun, or your husband got.
So just real quick on the record, I think got a couple bench conferences. One preceded the on-the-record discussion about the objection, and just to kind of notify me of that. I think we had another one primarily just related to scheduling, and then we had another one that related to, I guess, my inquiry about whether we could postpone playing Exhibit C and move on with the witnesses. Was there, I don't recall anything else of substance that occurred. Anybody want to supplement that record or add to that record on bench conferences? Ms. Watt, anything on your end?
No, I don't have anything to add.
Okay. Ms. Kodiaga?
No, I would just like to maybe ask the court what time, if we're going to play this exhibit.
Well, I think that's going to be dependent on, it doesn't make sense to, we're done with the witness. We could do it right when we start. That's fine with me. But I guess that's assuming you guys can get the technology squared away. So anything else we need to do on the record?
No.
No? Okay, they'll go off the record.
I love how they show this this eagle. Look at all the cobwebs, the spider webs. Somebody needs to get up there and swipe that. All right, so this court, I have to be mindful. This court sends the jury out, and then they come back on the record. Other courts, like with Raul, they're like, okay, we're off the record, boom, and I didn't have to worry about them coming back. So Carlos Dominguez did the same thing. All right, anyway. So, as I was recapping, pretty simple. Kirsty and Carmen, both friends of Ryan and Karina, they both pretty much said the same thing. Karina was verbally aggressive and berating to Ryan. Both said that she knew how to shoot guns. It's pretty much the overall. She resented Ryan because Ryan had the farm. The farm would get everything, so it was primarily financial. Also, the Snapchats. They both talked about how they heard about this affair. Well, more Carmen than I think. More Kirsty than Carmen. And they all carried guns. So all these people, and they were all in a big friends group, and they all had guns. So that's that. All right. Right, Queen Olive. Look at that cobweb. I'd be cleaning the eagle before showing it on national TV. They probably don't know. Dust that eagle. I know, right? All right, let's get through it because we got 2 days to crash through. No lunch break. We're going for it. We're just going for it. I'm going to probably grab some food once this kicks back in. All right. Let's see here. All right. See you on the other side. Heard anything about Carlos? No. We have nothing about Carlos.
All right, go ahead and have a seat, everybody. Okay, we are back on the record. After our lunch break, we have our jurors, counsel, and parties present. You may recall that just before lunch, we had our lunch break. We had finished with the testimony of Ms. Earhart, and I think by agreement of counsel, we're going to circle back to Exhibit C. You remember that was Agent Turbet was talking about an interview with Houston Danker, and then that was admitted. And this was the 2021 sometime interview, and we're going to play that video at this point. Before we do, I just want to also say thank you to all of you. You have been so far on time, all the time, and I really appreciate that. If anything, we've kept you waiting on occasion. You've never kept us waiting, and that's not the case all the time with jurors. Sometimes we have stragglers coming in and out, and so just want to say thank you to all of you for being so prompt and being here ready to go when it's time to start every day and after breaks. So thank you for that. All right, with that, we've tried this. We anticipate it's going to work, but we'll give it a go. I can tell you as well.
And follow up with you again. Or did law enforcement like? No, I don't know if that works.
It said like, I can't remember what it said, 40 minutes, but I forgot they opened the 4-lane on.
Just grab a seat where. Yeah, actually, if you can grab a seat here, that'd be great.
Okay.
It's easier for me to write. Okay. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna really cut to the chase because social media. I started law enforcement like 25 years ago. We didn't have social media, we didn't have Facebook and all that nonsense. And now that we do, every time something happens, everybody's on the internet.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, you should look at this, you should look at that.
Right.
Anyway, why your name came up is Ryan Cooper died.
See, and
Okay, so Ryan Cooper died, and one of the first, I don't know, in the first hour, someone said, hey, we heard that Karina was having an affair with Houston. That's why you're here, okay?
Yeah.
So, all I gotta do is I gotta sort out a few things with you about that. I'm gonna get you out of here, and then we may have to follow up with you again some other time.
Okay.
But the rumor's out there, so we have to talk to you, right?
Yep.
Is it Huston?
Huston, yep.
And your middle name?
William. William.
And
M. W-I.
how do you spell your last name?
Oh, D-A-N-K-E-R.
Your birthday?
9/11/97.
Your address now?
2798. Highway 8. Traer, 50675.
And I didn't have your phone number. You just give me a
319-330-1616. Yeah, like I said, you just kind of called me at the perfect time. I was going
yeah, I was awesome. And where do you work at now?
Nolan Farms in Van Horn.
Nolan Farms.
Rick Nolan, or whatever, yeah. Whatever you want to put.
What do you do there?
I'm a farmhand.
Okay.
A little bit of everything. We have excavating.
And that's like full-time?
Yeah. Yep.
Monday through Friday, or depending on seasonal?
It seems like we have so much going, so I mean, it seems more 7 days. You know, I have my kids in every weekend, so I
grew up in Belle Plaine, so I'm aware of farm stuff. That's how I...
Oh, so you probably know the Nolans in a little bit.
I know a lot of Dankers. I'm like trying to think of...
Yeah, there's a Dave Danker in Belle Plaine.
Oh.
Everybody asks me if I'm related.
I'm quite a bit older than you are, so I don't know. A lot older than you, actually, so...
But yeah, I would just say, fuck, an average would be 6 days a week.
Okay. Alright, so, the rumor that's going around is Ryan, or you and Karina were Snapchatting. Did that actually happen at some point?
Yeah.
Okay, when did that happen?
Yeah, I mean, if it's once a week, twice, I mean, it's...
Is it still going on?
With me and Karina?
Yeah.
No, I mean, like I said, it's random Snapchat shit, I mean,
Okay.
it's maybe...
Is it Karina? Randomly?
Yeah.
And how long has that been going on for?
Oh, shit. I don't know. Probably November, October. Just, probably October, November time frame.
And you think you said what, once or twice a week?
Yeah, I mean, it's not anything, just your typical like I said, Snapchat, random,
Okay, so let's rewind then to how I said I'm a lot older than you.
Yeah.
I have kids. I'm aware of Snapchat. Actually, my daughter is 3 years younger than you. So, what does Snapchat then entail? Is it like almost like texting, something like that?
Just like, oh, you don't have Snapchat?
No.
Oh, just like random picture, like let's say you're sitting on the deck, after a long day of work, take a picture of your beer and long day. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
Like if I'm let's say you're planting corn, you take a Snapchat, send it to all your buddies because you want to get them worked up that you're planting corn.
Right. So then you used to get your hair cut there, right?
Yep.
Do you still get your hair cut there or no?
Well, I did when I worked at Liquid Grove just because it was convenient. And then now with me working down in Van Horn, I don't have much time to really get my hair cut.
Mm-hmm.
B, it's not right down the road.
So what I was told, and keep in mind this is sometimes second and third hand through people,
Yep.
is that Ryan found out that you were Snapchatting and she then refused to cut your hair. Did anything like that happen?
No. I mean, like I said, it was a more or less a convenience deal of,
Did Ryan never know about you two Snapchatting?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Did she say something to you about it?
No, I mean, we're all kind of like...
Well, keep in mind, okay,
Yeah.
so let me explain things a little bit more.
Yeah.
So we have her phone, okay? We have
Yeah.
Ryan's phone.
Yep.
And what we are able to do is we basically are able to clone everything off the phone
Gotcha.
in order to... So any conversation that she's had with you, even if she deleted it, we can still get it. It's like FBI technology stuff. So
Right.
we'll still be able to get that. We'll be able to get locations. We'll be able to get all that kind of data. I mean, the stuff that we can do now as opposed to what we could do back in the 90s with cell phones, it's like, it's unbelievable, really.
Right.
So, there's no point in kind of if you were screwing around with her or whatever, it doesn't make you a killer or anything like that, right? Guess what? People have affairs all the time.
Right.
There's not a perfect marriage out there, at least that I'm aware of.
Yeah.
Where people don't sometimes do things that they don't regret, whether it's, have an argument that they said something they shouldn't have, or they have an affair, or they, use too many drugs, or drink too much alcohol, or gamble too much. Everybody's got weird shit going on in their life, right? Okay?
Yep.
So, I don't want you to get too nervous about it, because if you had an affair with Karina, it doesn't make you guilty of anything other than you had an affair with her.
Right. Well, and that I'll put it this way. I'll completely dumb it down. So, with me and Karina, the hard thing with all that rumor being spread is I was literally sitting there like I would say a gay best friend. I was having, me and my baby mama split up, okay? Mm-hmm. I was getting my hair cut by Karina, and I have 2 kids,
Right.
She loves kids, whatever, and she always told me, if you're ever in a pinch, hey, I don't have a problem watching your kids, whatever. And so we were all, everybody was friends, whatever, well then, she watched my kids a couple times when I was in a pinch. Well, then it fucking, how small towns talk,
Exactly.
Houston's kids are over at Karina's, he's fucking nailing her,
Yeah.
and then, and I guess that's probably where Ryan probably got upset,
Because you kind of, again, keep in mind, I don't know you. I've known you for, 10 minutes now?
Yeah.
But you kind of got a reputation where you're pretty successful with the ladies, right?
I won.
Better luck than some. Or not as bad as others.
Years ago. It's bad to say, but I'm young with 2 kids.
Right.
But,
so the 2 kids from 2 different moms? Is that?
No, same mom.
Same mom?
Same mom, yeah.
But you guys aren't married?
No. Nope.
Right. And how old are your kids?
Hayden, he'll be 2. I suck at doing the whole month deal.
Yeah, I do too.
He'll be 2 in October, and then Sailor, she'll be 1.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, they're pretty fucking close together.
That's pretty close.
Yeah. Yep.
All right, so your kids are staying over, or Karina would watch them every now and then, right?
Yeah, I think she watched them a total of 3 times.
Okay.
Just because,
Right.
I got them on the week, or during the week, and then obviously I didn't have a place to go, because I don't have daycare.
Mm-hmm. So is it normally then baby's mama that watches them?
Yeah, she's got primary custody. I just got every other week, every other weekend. But see, that was a weird time because none of that was set in stone. So my baby mom at the time would call me fucking randomly and say, "Hey, you got the kids today?" Well,
like I said, relationships are complicated, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, and then you kind of met did you meet Karina then just from the hair shop?
Yeah. I mean, I've always known Karina. Everybody's always known Karina and Ryan because obviously I grew up in Traer, but that's where, she started cutting my hair and bullshit,
Yeah. They're lifers from Traer too?
Ryan and Karina?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually grew up, so I graduated from Belle Plaine. I grew up just north of town in Toledo, from 76 to 86. I lived out there.
Oh.
Yeah. It's changed a little, but not a whole lot since I lived here.
It's not like Cedar Rapids or Waterloo or something.
No, it's not, but I still feel like it's home here for me. So.
Yep.
So you always knew her. How long were you getting your hair cut there?
I gotta think back. I think it was probably when I started working at Liquid Grow. So, I don't know if it'd be... Throw 2 years out there, year and a half. Yeah.
And then the Snapchatting, did that kind of coincide with watching the kids, or how did that?
That's where that picked up was, there for a while, Karina, she was just my, cut my hair, whatever. Mm-hmm. And then, I started having kids, and she, I honestly needed fucking help, is what it, and I wasn't telling her, I wasn't telling her I needed help, but I was kind of,
Right.
And then she offered, and that's where I would say that's where the chatting started, the friendship,
Mm-hmm. And then you described it as like you're her gay friend, or how do you describe it?
The best way I could put it is, just a gay best friend,
Yeah, so...
like when everybody around Traer was saying, "Oh, Houston's nailing her," or whatever, I'm sitting there like, nope,
Mm-hmm. So are we gonna, and I don't know, if you drink a lot or she drinks a lot, is there... I think back to college, when we would get a little out of hand, like we'd send like a dick pic to somebody or something. Just, is there going to be anything like that between you and Karina, or anything that you're like, well, look, we were friends, but maybe there might be something that the police might think is inappropriate, but we're not going to find anything like that? Okay. I actually got because this is a state phone and the numbers always switch. When I first got this phone, I would have I don't know who this number belonged to. I'd get guys from Fort Dodge calling me all trying to sell me stolen stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm just like, dude, let me meet you, and then I'd call the police and let them know where they're going to be. But okay. So what was your day like yesterday? And then,
got to work typically. Yesterday I got to work about 6:45.
Okay.
Mowed hay until, I can't remember what time I got done. About, I would say 6:30, 7 o'clock last night is when I finished up.
Where'd you go after that?
Well, I left Van Horn, and naturally, I needed gas, so I ran into Traer.
Mm-hmm.
Got gas in Traer. And then went home and hung out.
And who was home with you last night?
Just, I live by myself.
Okay. Did you go on about any last night or
After I got gas.
early morning? Yeah.
After I got gas, I just went and looked at a couple farms down by Cloutier. We have a farm down by Cloutier.
What time do you think you went to bed?
Last night, probably 11:30.
So after
12. Yeah, I'd say 10:30, 11.
So we do a thing that's called a geofence, and what the geofence does, it's a technology thing that I'm not capable of explaining. But say this is Ryan's house and Karina's house.
Yep.
What we do is a geofence, so we'll take the map or whatever and draw like a big box around it. And every phone that travels through that box at a certain time frame gets picked up. And there's this, it's scary if you knew how easily our phones are literally being tracked whether we want it to or not. So at any point, say like after midnight, are we going to find your phone in our box?
No.
And then we also are collecting, obviously you've been out there, so it's like a incredibly isolated area. I always call it God's country, right? Because it's great properties out there, with all the open space and all that. But what we'll do is we'll go to all the different farms, and there's a lot of farmers get like farm equipment stolen, that sort of thing. So we put cameras up. We're not going to find any of your vehicles or anything on camera from last night, other than where you should be.
Yep.
Okay. Did Karina ever confide in you in anything, like her and Ryan aren't doing so hot, or did she ever complain about anything regarding Ryan? Since you might, if you're the gay friend, sometimes that's who people talk to, right?
See, and it was never like really that, like the gay best friend part pretty much just comes from me and my kids. Not anything.
You're the helpless single dad that needs help every now and then.
That's pretty well kind of the way. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Are you seeing someone now, or?
No. My last deal with the girl I had kids with, it fucking kind of burns you.
2 kids and you're not together, so that's not hard.
It's the child support and everything, and I don't know.
Makes you paranoid for the next one, huh?
Not paranoid, but just kind of, I don't know. I like doing my own deal, I guess. Or I don't know what the best way to put it is.
Okay. All right. But hey, I appreciate you coming down as quickly as you did.
Yeah. What time is it?
It's time for you to go.
About 4. Oh, that's perfect. Yeah. Yep.
Any questions for me?
No.
So it's a long process for us. We had to collect all the phone data and all that stuff. So
Yep.
We got several rumors that we got to track down right now.
Yeah.
So you're just one of them.
I get that.
Don't feel too special. So.
Yep.
If you don't have any questions for me, let's get you out of here.
No. Cool. You got my phone number and all that?
Oh yeah. I'll call you if I need you.
Yeah. That is perfect. Yeah.
All right. Then with that, is the state prepared to call its next witness? Ms. Williams.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would call Leroy Bradley.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bradley. Come on up and have a seat to my far left, if you would, sir. Mr. Bradley, first thing I'm going to do, sir, is swear you in. If you please raise your right hand. Mr. Bradley, do you swear or affirm, sir, that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
Yes.
Okay. And then, Mr. Bradley, next thing is, can you please give us your first and last name and spell them both for us, please?
Leroy Bradley, Leroy, Bradley.
All right. Thank you, sir. Ms. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Bradley. Do you prefer Leroy or Mr. Bradley?
Leroy's fine.
Okay, thank you. Leroy, where do you currently live?
Traer, Iowa.
What's your occupation?
An agronomist for Aurora Agronomy.
What's agronomist do? What do you do?
Sell chemical and manage fields for crops.
Okay. And do you know Ryan and Karina Cooper?
Yes.
How do you know Ryan and Karina?
Known Ryan my whole life and Karina since I was young. And I worked with Ryan on a daily basis, working through his farm.
How would you describe your relationship with Ryan?
Close.
Okay.
Good friends.
Did you know Ryan and Karina throughout their marriage?
Yes.
Okay. Leroy, at some point prior to Ryan being killed, did you and Ryan talk about firearms?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall Ryan talking with you about purchasing firearms for Karina?
Yes.
Do you recall what type of firearm he discussed purchasing?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustained.
You recall him discussing purchasing firearms, correct?
Correct.
Did he tell you why he was purchasing a firearm?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
It just goes to state of mind, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Not for the... Did Ryan bring a firearm to show to you?
Yes.
What kind of firearm did he bring to show to you?
22 pistol.
Did he mention whether he had any other firearms at that time?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Did he show you the firearm that he brought?
Yes.
Were you aware of any firearms that were purchased for Karina Cooper?
Yeah, 380, I believe.
Were any other firearms purchased for Karina Cooper?
He purchased...
Objection, Your Honor, this relies on hearsay.
Overruled. You can answer.
He purchased the 22 pistol to teach her how to shoot before he used the 380, or had her shoot the 380.
Were you personally familiar, did you have a personal relationship with Karina Cooper?
Yes.
And during your time knowing Karina and Ryan, were you aware of any, or did you become aware of any conflicts in their relationship?
Outside of the affair he thought she was having, or, I mean, they would, when she would drink, they would argue.
Okay. What kinds of things would they argue about?
Pretty much anything, if she, you know.
Do you recall if they argued about finances?
I know that there was some time there when Karina had run up some credit card bills that the family farm paid for, so I know that there was some.
How did you know this?
Ryan told me.
Did you and Ryan also discuss a possible affair between Houston Danker and Karina?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes, the spring of 21.
So just before Ryan was killed?
Yes, it would have been March or April there.
Do you know or have any knowledge of whether Ryan confronted Karina about that affair?
I know he told me he had confronted
Objection,
her.
Your Honor, hearsay. I move to strike the answer.
Sustained, the answer will be stricken and the jury shall disregard whatever it heard with respect to the answer.
Did you observe any behavior exhibited by Karina towards Ryan?
Not physically, but she would verbally go after him pretty hard.
When you say she would verbally go after him, what would that mean, or what would that look like?
Oh, I mean, just verbally calling him names or saying he's stupid, or, I mean, just when she started drinking, she could get pretty ornery.
How would Ryan respond?
Usually just get quiet.
I don't have any other questions, thank you.
Ms. Watt, cross-examination.
No questions, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down. Mr. Ringel, looks like you've got the mic now. Is the state prepared to call the next witness?
Yes, Judge, thank you. The state would call Teresa McBride.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Have you come on up here to my far left, if you would? The chair right there. Okay. Yep, set your purse down. Go ahead and have a seat. And then that microphone is on. You can adjust it kind of however you'd like, ma'am. Okay. All right, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to swear you in, so I'm going to ask that you raise your right hand. So, ma'am, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
I do.
Okay. And next thing, can you just give us your first name and your last name and spell them for us, please?
Sure. Teresa McBride, Teresa McBride.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ringel.
Good afternoon, Ms. McBride. How are you?
I'm good.
I'm going to ask you to pull that microphone just a little bit closer to you.
Sure. Is that better?
Perfect. Thank you. Where do you live, Ms. McBride?
North of Independence?
Is that close to Traer or the Traer community?
No.
Okay.
About an hour and 15 minutes.
All right. Did you live in or around Traer around 2021?
Yes, I did. I lived in Traer from 2019 until the fall of 2023.
Did you know Karina and Ryan Cooper?
Yes, I did.
How did you know them?
I met them through Brian Morrison, who I was dating at the time.
What's the nature of your relationship with Ryan and Karina?
They were friends of Brian's, and they became friends of mine.
So when you say you're friends, what kind of stuff were you guys doing? Could you describe the relationship?
Oh, we went on, we did a lot of camping together, went up north and went snowmobiling, get together in the shop for social gatherings, either at their place or other friends in Traer area.
How often?
Pretty on a regular basis. We were somewhere either some night during the week or maybe throughout the weekends. Sometime, depending on the time of the season, if it was harvest or planting, we may not see Ryan as much and Karina, but we usually tried to get together.
Because presumably Ryan was busy with work in the fields, is that correct?
Yes.
Were you close with Karina?
We had gotten close throughout the years, probably not as close as some of the other friends in the area because I was kind of a transplant.
Okay, what do you mean by that, you were a transplant?
I wasn't originally from there. I grew up in the Independence area, And then when Brian and I started dating, I moved to that location in 2019.
You talked a little bit about the different things you would do together. It sounds like you were seeing them at least once a week, maybe a little bit more, going on some trips. How long would you say that relationship lasted?
I would say probably up until maybe the spring of 2021. Sorry. Then things kind of started to fizzle away. We didn't get together as much, it seemed like. But then after Ryan's passing, we started getting together a little bit more frequently. We were doing some girl trip things. But then that kind of phased away as well, too, once I left.
So you were spending some time with Karina following Ryan's death, right?
Yes.
When you're spending time, it sounds like, with both Ryan and Karina, did you have an opportunity to observe their relationship and their relationship dynamic?
Yes.
How would you describe that relationship dynamic?
They had good and not so good times.
And did you ever observe any instances in which Karina and Ryan argued?
Several.
When you say several, what do you mean?
Well, it seemed like a lot of times when we would go camping, something would get said or something wouldn't get done, and she would get upset and it would cause a fight. Or if we were at someone's shop or at their shop, something would get said, and I don't know what those things were, but it seemed like she might get a little upset more than you would expect someone to get upset.
Okay. And you mentioned, and some other people have mentioned, getting together in people's shops. What does that mean?
Well, it was kind of a rare thing, I guess. Every shop had a bar.
Okay.
And so, you just get together, for a couple of cocktails or drinks just to see how everybody's week's going, or if people are having a bad day, hey, let's get together and have a couple. It was just a common thing.
And so when you say a shop, do you mean an outbuilding on a farm property typically? Not
necessarily on a farm property, but there was some in town. People had nice, glamorous shops or garages or but it could be on both a farm or in town.
All right. So you said that occasionally you would see Karina Cooper getting upset with Ryan, perhaps more than you would expect. What was Ryan's reaction typically, if there was a typical reaction?
He would just kind of back away. He didn't really engage much, would put his head down or maybe just leave just because he didn't want to have to deal with the confrontation.
So you knew Ryan pretty well. How would you describe his personality generally?
He'd give you the shirt off his back if that was all he had left.
Did you or do you know someone by the name of Houston Danker?
I know of him. I wasn't close with him.
At some point, did you become aware of an affair between Houston Danker and Karina Cooper?
I heard a lot of talk of it.
Did you have any personal knowledge of that?
No.
Ryan was killed in June of 2021. Did you see any changes or note any changes in Karina's behavior leading up to Ryan's death?
She kind of got a little quieter, maybe wasn't getting involved with activities, losing a lot of weight to the point where it was almost concerning, like maybe there was some sort of underlying health issue. Just not the Karina I once knew.
You had stated that you observed a number of different potential arguments during which Karina would yell at Ryan, and Ryan's reaction was essentially calm. Were you aware of the topics or the nature of those disagreements, or what was upsetting her?
I think a lot of it came down to money. Karina liked to redecorate and remodel, and I think that a lot of times she needed some of Ryan's help financially to do those things, and Ryan was kind of the voice of reason. Is it something that we really need to do right now? Is it something that can wait? Or, how much is it going to cost? So he was always trying to do the analytics of whatever endeavor she was taking on.
So when that would happen, and the conversations were about money. There were these sort of, as you said, Ryan's reaction was somewhat analytical. What was her reaction to his analysis?
A lot of times she'd get upset because he didn't agree with the projects that she wanted to tackle.
And what did that look like when she got upset about those types of things?
Sometimes she would yell at him and say things about why she couldn't have the money or that she hated him, and then that was usually time to leave. Like if we were around that environment, that was a sign to go.
How would you characterize how you were feeling then in response to what you were observing?
How I was feeling?
Yes.
Uncomfortable.
Did it seem funny to you or like joking around?
Well, it got to the point where she made those comments so frequently that a lot of us just took it with a grain of salt. It's like, oh, it's Karina. We didn't take it out of context.
Okay. Nonetheless, you said, if I understand correctly, that it would reach a point where you were uncomfortable and it was time to go. Mm-hmm. What's the difference between those two things that you just described? How did you know when it was time to go?
Well, when she started yelling at Ryan and would say things like she hated him and, just vulgar stuff towards him, it just became uncomfortable and no fun to be around.
How often did you see her yelling at Ryan in that way?
More so when we'd been probably drinking. And it just depended on the time of the year, if we were around them.
You said it happened so often that it became just sort of normal?
Yes.
Did you ever see her or hear her make any threats towards Ryan?
Yes, I did.
How many times?
Well, the one that stands out in my mind is the night that she yelled at him and said that she fucking hated him and would shoot him in the face.
When she yelled at him and said she would shoot him in the face, how would you characterize her behavior in the way that she said it?
Well, at that point, we're like, oh boy, time to go. We've all had enough. And like before, didn't take it out of context. It was just Karina getting angry, and we just decided it was time to leave.
Is that in fact what you did?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Judge.
Ms. Watt, cross-examination.
Thank you. We've heard a lot of testimony about the times that Ryan and Karina would fight. I have to imagine there were good times.
Yes, there were.
Okay.
Yes.
So you guys did have a lot of fun together over the years.
Yes.
And I thought did some people or yourself call her Karen when she was drinking?
I don't know that I ever called her Karen. I just knew better. Okay. But yes, I had heard that, yes.
Okay. So people in the friend group were well aware that Karina can be not the nicest person sometimes, and that was her personality.
Yes.
Okay. And it sounds like Ryan, sometimes opposites. Ryan's more the non-confrontational kind.
Yes.
Now, you've testified today that you felt like sometimes Karina would go over the top, and I understand that. But do you remember when we talked in April of 2024 in a different room?
Yes.
And do you recall at that time saying that you didn't think it was anything normal couples don't do?
I do recall saying that, yes. Okay. But since then, my mind has been like circling back, like, are there things that I missed or that I didn't say because this was not on my bucket list to be in this situation.
Right.
And so there were times that, I thought, I didn't understand why she got so angry over the little things. Mm-hmm. But maybe that is her personality. It's just not mine.
Okay. Yes, I think you also did say that she might yell and you wouldn't yell the same way because you're a bit softer.
A lot, yes. Yes.
I also understand that hindsight is 20/20, and it's easy sometimes to look back at a situation through a different lens. Mm-hmm. Fair?
Yes.
The comment about, I get back here. let me be clear. Did you ever see Karina act violent towards Ryan, though?
Not physically.
Right, okay, so lots of yelling.
Lots of yelling, yes.
Do you, and then the comment of, I should shoot you in the face. Do you know when that happened?
Well, I was going back in the old photo bank, and there was a picture taken of Cortland and I. And I'm not 100% positive, but that was taken back in October of 2018.
Okay.
And I am almost positive it was the same night. I don't know the exact night, but I know Ryan was around, and it was early to mid-evening, so I knew they weren't out during harvest season.
Okay.
Or something had happened that they couldn't be out harvesting. So I know it was that certain time of the year.
I understand. So, but regardless, you think that that comment was made in 2018 then?
Yes.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Mr. Engel, any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Mr. Kodiaga?
First, let me just check for next witnesses here.
All right. Sounds good. If anybody wants to stretch, now's your chance. I'm ready.
The state calls Brian Morrison.
All right. Yep. Yeah, good afternoon, sir. Yeah, just come on up to my far left if you would, and you can go ahead and have a seat when you get up here, sir. Mr. Morrison, you can adjust that microphone however you'd like.
Hello?
Yep, that works. So first thing I'm going to do, sir, is swear you in. If you please raise your right hand. Mr. Morrison, sir, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
Truth, I do.
All right, and then just for the record, sir, can you give us your first name and your last name and spell them for us?
Brian Morrison, Brian Morrison.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Kodiaga, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Sir, you've stated your name. You're Mr. Morrison, correct?
Correct.
Where do you currently live? Where do you currently reside at?
I live in Traer, same place I've been most of my life.
Okay. So you've lived in Traer most of your life?
Yes.
Okay. And that's in Tama County?
Correct.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a retired farmer and I drive semi now, hauling pork products.
How long have you been a farmer and when did you start driving semis?
My whole life I farmed. I started farming on my own in 1990 until 2019. Then I started driving semi.
Do you know a person, someone who used to be called Ryan Cooper?
Yes.
How do you know Ryan?
His dad and my dad were good friends in high school. Then they grew up together. And then he was younger than I was, so I really didn't meet him until, we didn't start running around until about 2008, 2009. We started farming together and we used equipment together.
When you started farming together, Did you become close friends, someone you could call a friend? And
Oh,
see
yes.
often?
Yes.
How would you describe your relationship?
He is my best friend.
Would you see him often?
Yeah. Yes.
Now, you said he was a farmer. What did he farm?
He farmed?
Yeah, what?
He farmed corn, soybeans, cattle.
And did he also use trucks and ride semi-trucks?
Yes.
So sometimes he would be on his semi-truck.
Yep. I was part of the cattle business, hauled cattle, and feed.
So when he would use the semi-truck, he would be hauling cattle feed or something related to the farm.
Correct.
Did you do social things together with Ryan Cooper other than farming?
Yes. A lot of family events, kids' birthdays. We camped together, motorcycled together, snowmobile together.
Do you know Karina Cooper?
Yes.
Is that person you've called Karina Cooper in this courtroom today?
Yes.
Will you identify her for the jury?
She's to my right. Long brunette hair.
Fair enough to say it's very difficult for you to testify here today.
Yes.
Is that because of the nature of relationship that you had with Ryan and Karina Cooper?
Correct.
The lady who just testified before you, Ms. McBride, do you know her?
Yes.
Can you tell us the relationship that you had with Ms. McBride?
We dated for 6 years.
So, Teresa McBride, you, Karina, and Ryan were people who were close together in a circle.
Correct.
Can you briefly tell us what your relationship with Karina Cooper was like?
We had a very good relationship. She's like my sister.
Considered a friend?
Right.
Just like you loved Ryan as someone who was your best friend, you automatically then loved someone that he was in a relationship with.
Yes.
When you were together, as you've indicated, there were social activities you did together. Did that include drinking and partying together?
Yeah.
Were there changes or in that relationship in some of these occasions in terms of what you'll observe between Ryan and Karina?
I guess drinking can change anybody's attitude, but yes, if that's where we're going, yes.
Some of those times, will she be mean to Ryan Cooper? Will Karina be mean to Ryan Cooper?
She would get a bit upset and be upset with him at times, yes.
When she was upset at him, were there occasions she would make threats at him?
Yes.
Do you recall some threats that you were present that she made when you were there?
There was times in general relationships, I hate you, I wish you were dead. Obviously the big one you're thinking of is we were in his shop one night and she said I could shoot you in the face, which was surprising.
So in terms of what she said, it wasn't the same as other threats of just I hate you. There's something more venomous in what she said.
I would take the previous ones as relationship fights, but yeah, then the latter was more surprising.
Do you recall what was the was financial issues a tension in their relationship?
Were there financial issues in their relationship?
Was finances causing a tension between them? Did you understand my question?
There were issues, but I don't know if it caused them issues. I mean, there was financial problems at times, but I don't remember them. I don't know if it was just something he had to do to fix the current situation and move on.
Did you know Karina to own any firearms?
To own any firearms? Yes.
At some point in the time leading to his killing, did Ryan express some concerns and hand you some documents and express some concerns that if he was not alive?
Yes.
Your Honor, hearsay.
Overruled. You can answer. Actually, you already did, I believe.
Do you remember what Ryan expressed to you?
We were riding in a pickup, and he says, if something happens, then these documents are here. But after the fact, it took me a long time to remember that.
So he gave you some documents?
He did not give them to me. He told me where they were at.
He indicated to you some documents that he wanted you to...
Correct.
To be...
Aware of.
Aware of if he was no longer there.
Right.
You may.
Now you talked about being aware that Karina Cooper had knowledge of firearms, correct?
Correct.
There were some concealed carry classes that were either being done at the farm that they lived in, correct?
Like the concealed carry classes?
Yeah.
Yes, they were. We had done those at his shop there at their residence.
Did you see Karina Cooper fire a firearm in those classes?
Yes, in order to get your Florida permit, you had to fire a gun safely. And I saw her do that.
Did you become aware of tension in their relationship that involved Houston Danker?
Yes.
At some point after Ryan became aware of an affair, did you notice any changes in Karina's behavior?
I guess we weren't doing as much together at the time, which that was marital issues they needed to work out. So we just didn't discuss it as much. If he wanted to talk about it, we talked about it. If he didn't, I didn't push it.
So at some time you started withdrawing, or the relationship started not being as close as it was before.
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
Ms. Watt, any questions?
Thank you. So you mentioned him talking about some documents, and then I thought I heard you say, I didn't remember that for some time. Did you mean that you just remembered that he told you these things? What were you trying to say?
After he was killed, yeah, it was just, my mind was a mess, and I couldn't remember certain things that pertained.
Okay.
It just wasn't in my front memory.
Okay.
Like it was supposed to be.
Okay. I took it to mean that you just remembered this within the last 6 months. Did I misunderstand you then?
I remembered it a couple months after he had been killed.
All right. When did he have that conversation with you? Late in the fall, the year before. So 2020, you think?
I believe so, yes.
The comment about, I'm going to shoot you, was Teresa there for that?
Yes.
Okay. So if she thinks it was around 2018, does that sound right to you?
No.
Okay. When do you think it happened?
The fall of 20.
Okay. Did you ever witness Karina be violent towards Ryan?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember talking to me? Okay, I guess you mean you saw her be physically violent towards him?
Can't say it was physical. She would get verbally mad at him.
Okay.
To where it was, yeah.
All right. And I understand that we're focusing a lot on the bad times in this courtroom, but I imagine that you witnessed good times between Karina and Ryan as well?
Yes.
And you guys all had fun together?
We did.
All right. And I understand you loved them both at one time, right?
Yes.
And I understand that sometimes when Karina was drinking, a different side of her would come out?
At times, yes.
And did you have a name for her?
We called her Karen.
Karen? I do not have any other questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
The name Karen was not a term of endearment, was it?
Say that again, please.
The name Karen was not a term of endearment, was it?
I'm not understanding the last part. The name Karen, what?
It wasn't a term that you were calling her because it was a love term or a nice name to call her, was it?
It was just a different personality, if you will.
So when you called her Karen, it's because she was being mean and not being nice.
Ornery. Defensive, yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any further?
I mean, just to be fair, though, you said she was our Karen, right? Of the group?
Of the group, yes.
Loved?
Yes.
Right. No other questions?
All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. State prepared to call sex witness.
The state calls Brad Rund.
Good afternoon, sir. Just come on all the way up here. There's a seat to my far left for you. Yep, just right up. Go ahead and have a seat, sir. I'll swear you in once you're seated. You can adjust that microphone however you'd like. All right. Good afternoon, sir. I'm going to go ahead and swear you in. If you please raise your right hand. Sir, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
Yes.
Okay. And then for the record, sir, can you please give us your first name and your last name and spell them?
Brad Rund, B-R-A-D-R-U-N-D.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Rund. Mr. Kodiaga, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Mr. Rund, can you tell the jury what you do for a living?
For what?
What is your occupation?
Loan officer at Chelsea Savings Bank.
Can you tell the jury what a loan officer does and just break it down for them, what you do on a day-to-day basis?
Yeah, I pull financials, get stuff ready for customers to see if they qualify for a loan. And then just day-to-day, do overdrafts, take phone calls, visit with customers, do ATM work, just whatever's needed at the bank.
Okay. Where is this bank located at?
In Traer, Iowa.
Tama County?
Yes.
And how long have you worked in the banking industry?
About 14 and a half years.
Were you employed as a loan officer back between the period of 2020 and 2021?
Yes.
Same bank?
Same bank.
Now you've talked about some of your responsibilities, which include oversight over account management. Is that correct? Account management for...
Yeah, if they're overdrawn.
And overdraft monitoring, correct?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what overdraft is?
If you overextend yourself out of your account and your balance is negative.
Okay. So if you don't have sufficient funds in your account and it's negative, what do you do as part of the overdraft monitoring? What do you do when your clients have that? Can you just walk us through what you occasionally would do?
I just do a courtesy call or I text my customers and let them know that, hey, they're overdrawn, and then I see if they can bring a deposit in or not, just so we don't have to return the items that are on their account, taking them negative.
Okay. As part of your professional relationship, did you have a customer or a client by the name of Karina Cooper?
Yes.
Do you see that person in this courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you identify that person by an item of their clothing?
Yeah, she's right over there.
Okay. Dressed in what looks like a sweater or a vest?
Yep, gray or whatever with a white blouse.
Okay. Your Honor, will ask the record reflect identification.
The record so reflects.
Now, from our prior testimony, we understand that Traer is a small community. Did you know her from just the bank, or you also would socially interact with the defendant?
From the bank and both. My son-in-law and my daughter were friends with hers, and that's how I got to know them personally. But as far as like hanging out, no.
Okay.
Through them, I did.
Did you know the nature of the accounts that the defendant kept with your bank?
Say that again?
Did you know the types of account that the defendant kept with your bank?
Yeah, checking, savings.
as part of your banking business, did you also know someone by the name of Ryan Cooper?
Yes.
And again, was that based on the professional relationship that he had a bank account at your bank?
The same, yeah.
Permission to approach?
You may.
And 309. You can take a minute to look through those documents to see if you remember what those will be.
Okay.
So did you have a chance to look through those documents that I gave you?
Yes.
Do you recognize what they will be?
Yep.
Are they documents that will be from your bank?
Yes. Well, one's my phone, text message.
Okay. So one of them is your phone text message. Can you tell us what that document, what exhibit that will be?
You want me to read something off here?
No, I'll come to that, but what is it marked as?
206.
At this time, the agreement with the parties, if there's no objection, the state moves to amend 206, 205, 206, 204B, and 309.
Ms. Watt, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, then at this time, exhibits 205, 206, 204B, and 309 are admitted. Are you wanting to publish these?
I will briefly, but not yet.
Okay, just let me know.
You did talk about overdraft monitoring for clients. Did Karina Cooper have recurring overdraft issues with her accounts?
Yes.
Would you describe it as something that was happening repeatedly, especially in the months leading to Ryan Cooper's killing?
I can't recall for sure how many there was or whatever, but it was often.
And as part of that overdraft on her account, did you occasionally have to get in touch with Karina Cooper to talk to her about that?
Yes.
How would you do that?
I would call sometimes, or I'd text. Texting just was easier because sometimes they just didn't answer the phone. Sometimes voice messages weren't set up, so it just depended on the customer. I did it to multiple people.
So you'd either have a phone call or you will text her to alert her of the overdraft?
Correct.
Looking at this point, Your Honor, will ask to publish 204B.
All right.
So you have a monitor in front of you. Does it show what we're seeing on the big screen?
Yeah.
If it's easier to see that, or if you can see from there, just let me know.
No, that one's fine.
I also have a paper copy, if you would prefer that. Can you tell the jury what we are seeing on what's being admitted as 204B? What do we see on the top? What is this statement?
It's Karina Cooper's shop account. It's her checking account, regular checking account.
Okay. So she had two accounts. One was what you describe as a shop account?
Yeah.
You are aware that she had a shop that she ran, correct? She had a business that she ran.
Yes, yeah.
Can you tell us briefly what this is? It says on the top right-hand side, says statement ending January 7th, 2021. Correct?
Correct.
What is this sheet? What is this sheet summarizing?
It's just her basic checking account statement mailed out from the bank, ending then, January 7th.
Okay.
And it was a month prior, so it would be her December statement.
Okay. And is this a document that as a bank you regularly produce in the ordinary course of business?
Yes.
And
monthly.
you give these or send these to customers to know what their finances are and alerts them to their spending and what their financial health looks like, correct?
Correct.
So we have where it says December 8th, 2020. If you see where my cursor is, it says beginning balance 423.72.
Correct.
And it has an ending balance. Can you just explain what those two mean?
Yep, there was 26 credits. That was deposits of 6532 and 82 debits, 4,908.33 cents. Left her with the ending balance of 1780.71.
Okay.
And then the $12.56 was the service charge, just the charge for that account.
Okay. When we scroll down to this account, we have this other page. And fair enough to say there are some pages in the middle that would have the transactions during that month that are not here, correct?
Correct.
What do we see on this page? Can you?
Yeah, there's right below the daily balances, it's overdraft fees. There was none for that month, but year to date was 225.
So the year to date, you have an overdraft fee of 225.
Yep.
And I don't know if you'd explain that. What is an overdraft fee?
For each transaction that overdrill the account, there's a $25 fee for a business account.
So what that means is if the account is negative, the bank still gets to pay for that charge that went through, correct?
Yeah.
And as a result of that, the bank will charge the customer a fee of $25.
Correct.
So to reach an amount of 225, the fees that have been charged at that point.
Right, 9.
I'm going to show you, and this was the month of January. When we go to the month of February, same thing that we've talked about in terms of regular checking, the ending balance and the beginning balance, correct?
Correct.
So what would you say the ending balance was then in the month of February?
Well, that's the ending balance for the
month of January.
January, yes.
Okay.
47.72.
So is that the money that's in the account at the end of the month of January?
Correct.
She has $47.72.
Yes.
And back to the same page which talks about overdraft. What is our overdraft in the month? So this is the month ending January. What will our overdraft be?
She had $25.
I'm going to show you part of that exhibit that's been admitted as 204B for the month of March, which means the month ending February, correct?
Correct.
And what is the ending balance?
106.18.
And when we go back to the overdraft fees, now we have an amount of,
The total is 50. She had another overdraft of $25 for that month.
we go to the month of April, which means the month ending March. We have the same, again, ending balance of $388.80.
Yes.
And back to the overdraft fee, what do we have now?
For that month, it was $225, and then the total is $275.
So they've been a lot of, fair to say there was more overdraft fees in that month.
Yes.
I'm going to show you under the same exhibit 204B, the statement ending May 9th of 2021. What is the ending balance on that statement?
$14.62.
And again, when we go to the overdraft fees for that month, fair enough to say there was none at that time?
Right. There was none.
So you have the same 275.
Yep.
What about the month of June, the year 2021? What do we have in regards to ending balance on that month?
Negative $297.73.
So that month of June, now it's a negative of $297 and change. And what do we have for overdraft fees in that month ending, that month that we're talking about?
Overdraft fees was $200.
Which brings the total overdraft between January and the month of ending May going to June to $475, is that correct?
Correct.
You talked of a separate account that the defendant had at your bank. Showing you now, or I'm publishing now, what's been admitted as State Exhibit 309. Can you see that from where you are?
Yes.
The document we are seeing in 309 is different from the other document. Can you describe what we are seeing here?
It's Karina's personal checking account. It was labeled as CSB free, which you had to go online and get your statements. This is one that the bank doesn't mail out. So it was a free account. There's no service charge for it.
Okay. It doesn't have as many features in terms of Chelsea Bank is not listed on top, or the other things that we saw in the previous document. And I'm going to show you the previous document, which will be what had been we've discussed as 204B, correct?
Yes.
When we look at this, when we look at the month of, at top it says January 7th, 2021. Can you just orient the jury to what they're saying? Just give a brief explanation.
It's the same as the last account. It starts it starts 12/8 and it ends January 7th. So she had a beginning balance of negative 163.07 or 06, and then the ending balance on January 7th was $35.87.
So the negative sign is on the other side of the numbers. But that's a negative that we are seeing when we see the 163 and 6 cents, correct?
Correct.
And again, does this track the overdraft? And can you tell us what the overdraft fees that are on this document?
Yeah, for that month, it was $120, and year to date was $540.
Show you still part of that document that's been admitted as State Exhibit 309. We're seeing a different date. What's the date that we see on top of that document?
The top of this one was February 7th. That's the statement date.
Okay. And what's the beginning balance?
The beginning balance on January 8th was $35.87.
What is the ending balance?
The ending balance is $219.87 negative.
So negative 219.87.
Yes.
Do we have an overdraft line item in this month?
Yes.
What do we have?
240 for that month.
I'm going to show you parts of this Exhibit 309. What date do we have now on this that I'm publishing for the jury?
This is for February. Statement date is March 7th.
And what is the beginning balance?
Beginning balance is $219.87 negative.
And ending balance?
The ending balance is $271.66.
On the overdraft line item, what do we have?
She had $90 in fees for that month, and then $330 was the total year to date so far.
What do we see in this document that I'm now publishing that has a different date? What date do we have?
This one's April 7th is the ending statement date. This will be for March.
Okay, and that's April 7th of 2021?
Yes.
Okay, and what is the beginning balance?
$271.66.
And what is the ending balance?
83 cents.
Comes to the overdraft, do we have some items on the overdraft line?
Yes, there was one for $30, and year to date is $360.
Going to show you again part of State Exhibit 309. Now we're looking at a different month. What month are we in?
This will be for April.
And what is, so that's April, so April, but what's the month?
This is statement date for May 9th.
Okay. What is the beginning balance?
83 cents.
And what do we end up as the ending balance for this month?
Ending balance is $69.58 negative.
And that's May 9th of the year 2021.
Yeah.
Do we have overdraft fees for this period?
Yes.
What do we have?
$210.
Do we have a total overdraft fees at this time?
Yes, $570.
Same document, State Exhibit 309. We've switched to a different date on the top. Can you tell the jury what they're seeing?
June 7th, 2021.
Okay. And what do we have as the beginning balance?
Negative $69.58.
And what's the ending balance for this month?
Negative $109.79.
Again, reflecting on the overdraft fees, what do we have reflected in your document?
$300 for this month.
giving us a total this time?
The total is $870.
So and that's $870 in just overdraft fees on this account for that period of time.
Yep, year to date for that year.
You same document that's been admitted as State Exhibit 309. What do we see on this portion that I'm publishing for you?
Just used it was a Target debit card, or
Okay, but this is, what's the date that we have? Yeah.
Wednesday, June 23rd, 2021.
Okay. And do we have a balance reflected here?
Yes, 186.09.
So as of June 23rd, this account only had 186.09. Correct?
Correct.
Judge, we can take that down.
And if we're going to be done with that, I think now's a good time to take, we've been going an hour and a half, so we'll take our mid-afternoon break now, ladies and gentlemen. So I've got roughly 2:45, so 15-minute break, and we'll resume. And again, I would just remind you of the admonition that I've given you previously. All right, while they take their excuse me, while they take their break, I will do a quick recap, and then we'll zoom. So where did we come in? We did the friends Carmen. Let's see, Carmen and Kirsty. Leroy. Leroy was a lifelong friend. Teresa was a friend. Brian Morrison was the best friend. I felt bad for him. He seems like such a good dude. So everybody's basically saying the same thing. Ryan bought her a gun. Everybody had guns. Ryan bought her a .22, which was the caliber that was used. When she drank, they called her Karen, but they called her our Karen. Cross would be, well, there were good times too. It wasn't all bad. So yeah. So he knows Karina. He started to get emotional then. He says it's difficult to testify. He had a good relationship with her, like a sister. He said they would drink together. So he's the one that brought in, I could shoot you in the face. He says they were typical, his words, typical, relationship fights. I hate you. I wish you were dead. But he said the big one was, I could shoot you in the face. He said previous ones were relationship fights. The latter one is more surprising. So, and then the documents. He's the one, Brian Morrison brought in these documents. Ryan says if something happens, the documents are here. So he told Brian where they were. He didn't actually give them to Brian. Ryan told Brian where these documents are. So then under cross, she of course went for those documents, and he's like, I didn't remember it for some time. He says after he was deleted, he said his mind was a mess, understandably so. I couldn't recall, and it wasn't in my memory. I remembered it a couple months after he had been deleted. So he had that conversation with him in the fall of 2020, and that's when that comment was, I'm going to shoot you in the face. So Ryan, I'm kind of getting these Corey Richards vibes, right, where, something's going on in this relationship, and Ryan's like telling his best buddy, hey man, if anything happens, here's these documents. We don't know what those documents are. We didn't hear. He says he can't say he saw Karina get violent, but then when he was pushed, he says, well, he can't say it was physical. He said, but it was verbal. And then that's when he was asked, were there good times? And the defense asked all these witnesses, we're hearing all about the bad times, understandably, because everybody's, that's what they're testifying against. But the defense, to their credit, says, hey, were there any good times? And everybody has said, yeah, there was we had a lot of fun together. He said, I loved them both at one point. Karina was a drinker. When she drank, a different side would come out. Everybody has said that. You have the happy drunks, you got the angry drunks, you got the obnoxious drunks, right? Everybody's personality kind of comes out when they're drinking, unfortunately. Well, maybe not unfortunately. If you're cool, then you're going to be cool. If you're an obnoxious drinker, if you get obnoxious when you drink, that ain't no fun to be around. So then on redirect,
Karen was not a term of endearment. He's like, yeah, no, just a different personality. She was being ornery. She was defensive. That's the way he would classify it. But then Recross said, yeah, she was our Karen of the group and she was loved. So now we're listening to Brad Rund. He is a loan officer at Chelsea Bank, and he's just going over all of her overdrafts, basically just shining a light on Karina's. I guess this is a business account because she was a hairdresser. So June 7th, so remember this happened June 18th, 2021. So June 7th, she was overdrafted by $69.58. So in June, she had her ending balance was $297.73. I don't know if that was at the beginning or the end, because as of June 23rd, she had $186.09. Now, year to date, excuse me, her overdraft fees in June alone, were $300. And then for the year to date was $870. And it's $25 per overdraft. Let's see, what is that? What does that come to? 870 divided by 25. It's 34. 34 times she overdrafted. That's a lot, right? That's a lot of overdrafting. I mean, I've overdrafted here and there, maybe once a year, if that, maybe. I mean, I can't even think the last time I overdrafted. Maybe last year? I don't even know. I mean, it happens. It happens. You think you have whatever money in the bank and you pay bills and you look back and you're like, oh, shoot, I forgot to account for that one that comes out automatically. Dang it. So I get it. It happens. But 34 times? That's a lot. That's a lot of overdrafting. So where was Ryan? Why wasn't Ryan helping her? I know, and I think Janet or somebody said, and I heard the testimony. I didn't write it down, I don't think, but maybe the best friend, maybe Brian said it, that the farm would help her out. The farm would help her out, meaning she's a hairdresser, and she would cut hair on the farm. I heard that. So, but that's a lot of overdrafting in a year. That's 1 year. That's not over like 5 years or 10 years. That's 1 year. That's a lot of overdrafting. So, yeah, the bank. Yep, Thib31. Hey, thank you for joining us. Appreciate you. I thought that was on, Jojo says, I thought that on the business account he said that, hold on, let me pull that up. Okay, chat's going too quick here. Jojo says, I thought that on the business account he said that one ended in January. We'll have to go back and check if you have June. He may have said January. I've got June. The last one for sure was June 23rd. Her account was $186.09. The overdraft fees for June were $870 to date. Yeah, I don't have anything about January. Yeah, so go back and check. If you don't mind. Pammy, yep, 34 times 25 is 850. What did they say? They said 870. Yeah, I know 25 doesn't go into 870, but he said $870 year to date. I don't know. The hair salon was in the Red Barn on the farm. Yep. So she cut hair on the farm, and I guess she was allowed to take taxes. He was allowed. Let's see. So they were paying. I wonder who they were paying. They must have been paying the farm. So he was probably taking taxes out because he's renting it out. All right, so 77 votes. If you feel Karina is guilty, what so far forms your opinion? So I just wanted to get a straw poll where you guys stood with what have you heard so far? So 44% of you said the text about the bullet casings, 35% text about the affair between them, 11% testimony from her friends, 9% of you say she's not guilty. So that's where we stand. All right, time for some zooming. Let's get into some. Let's put our zoomy pants on and let's go. Oh, we're almost at the end of the day. Cool. All right.
We are back. All right, everyone, go ahead and have a seat, please. Okay, we are back on the record. We have our jurors present, counsel and parties present, and we're resuming after our mid-afternoon break. Mr. Rund was on the stand, and sir, I'm just going to remind you, even though we had a short break, that you're still under oath. And with that, Mr. Kodiaga, you may resume your direct examination, and it's my understanding you wish to publish one of the other admitted exhibits. Is that correct?
That is correct, Judge. Thank you.
All right.
So, we were talking about the overdrafts. We're just done with that conversation. Were all overdrafts covered by the bank?
No.
What do you mean by that?
Well, sometimes we return the item, and then there would be a fee on the backside from wherever it came from. There would be a charge for that.
Will those be occasions when you didn't get to hear from the defendant, or
Correct.
she didn't get to cover?
Yep. Okay. Or it'd be a big dollar amount.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State Exhibit 205. Are you able to see that document?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what this document is?
It's Ryan and Karina's financial statement for March 11, 2021.
What is a financial statement?
It just shows their assets, their liabilities, and their net worth.
Okay. So when we look at the assets section, which the admitted 205 shows, is that kind of on the box that talks about assets? Is that what you would have captured as assets that Ryan Cooper and Karina Cooper had?
Yes.
And you know it's the document, fair to say that it has a signature at the end of this document?
Yeah, that's Ryan and that's Karina's.
So the signature that I'm highlighting or pointing at right now on the left of this document, that will be Ryan Cooper?
Correct.
And this will be, on the right will be Karina Cooper?
Yes.
With the date of March 15th of 2021?
Yes.
When you go back to the assets, just very briefly, can you tell the jury what we are seeing in the asset description box? Just a summary.
Yeah, the 29.5 would be like their checking accounts, their cash that they had. The 3,400 would be like bonds, CDs. The not ready marketable stocks and bonds was like his part of Cooper Farms.
Okay. So fair to say some of these, what we're seeing in the assets is part of what Ryan also would be involved with the Cooper farm.
Yes, correct.
When we talk like the last line of equipment, machinery, and the vehicles with a sum of $203,600, will that also be the machinery or farm items, the value of those that they had?
Yes, that would have been what they owned.
Okay. Does this document have a section on what would be insurance section?
Yes. Down just a little bit. Right there.
Is that what has been, can you tell us which section that will be?
Schedule D.
And Schedule D will be this part over here in this document?
Yes.
What is on the Schedule D of that document, when you talk about insurance, were both parties insured?
Yes.
Starting with Ryan Cooper, what was his term of insurance and who was the beneficiary?
It was shelter insurance, and the beneficiary was Karina.
Okay, so and what were the amounts that we had for Ryan?
There was a $20,000 policy with a $1,000 cash value at that time, and then there was another face value policy of $500,000.
$500,000?
Yes.
And so, in other words, if Ryan were to die in a situation where insurance covers, Karina would stand to receive $500,000.
Correct.
There was still the other way you've talked about. At that time, there's a face value was only $1,000.
Cash. Cash value.
Cash value. But the face value was $20,000.
Yeah.
Talked about you texting or contacting the defendant by text or by phone. Do you recognize what has been admitted as State Exhibit 206?
Yes.
Are you able to read that from where you are?
Yeah.
Okay. How would you characterize what's been admitted as 206?
That's me sending Karina a message to see if she can make a deposit this morning, and that letting her know that she was on the overdraft list.
Okay, so it's a picture of a phone, fair enough, with a cell phone, fair enough, with the Brad or BR, that will be you, correct?
Correct.
And the gray text message will be you texting, with the blue being Karina Cooper.
Correct.
Or Karina Cooper's phone, correct?
Yes.
And just to, not going through all of them, but to pick, let's say, the one that's December 8th, 2020, December 9th, there's a message, good morning. Can you just read that from where you are?
Yes. Good morning. Wondering if you can make a deposit this morning. You are on the overdraft list. Sorry.
Okay. And fair enough to say that Karina Cooper responds to you.
Responded? Yes. Oh shit. Yep, I will.
Okay. Not going to go through all of them. The jury will have this exhibit with them, but fair enough to say that there were numerous messages that you will send to the defendant that will be talking about the overdraft.
Yes.
But there are times she will make excuses or tell you different excuses for why she was overdrafted?
Some of them. Well, the one was Christmas got to her or whatever. I don't remember what they all said.
Okay. Like I said, the jury will have the documents to read with them. Fair enough? So moving on, based on what she, as a professional in the financial sector, what would you say was the defendant's financial health in the months leading up to June of 2021?
She was overdrawn a lot. Financially, just her accounts were negative sometimes, so it was tough.
Okay. I have no other questions for this witness at this time. Thank you.
Ms. Watt, any cross-examination?
Thank you. In looking at some of the exhibits that we saw, specifically with regards to her shop account, it looks like overdrafting wasn't that unusual for Karina. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, so it's not like it just started happening in 2021. It was an ongoing issue?
Yes.
Okay. And I did see that, I don't know how closely you looked at the bank records, I guess, but I did see that one of the reasons she gave you for being overdrafted was her children making PlayStation purchases. Do you remember that?
Not sure. But
okay.
I'm sure.
And we saw at least a portion of the shop account, and I know the state mentioned that sometimes it skips from page 1 to page 6. You would have provided the entire statements to whoever asked for them, right?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to mark the complete bank statements from the shop account. I'll mark them as Defendant's Exhibit D and ask to enter those into evidence.
Any objection? All right.
I'll return to it, Your Honor, once I'm able to relocate it, if that's okay.
Okay, so we'll put that on hold and
Yes.
go ahead, Ms. Watt.
The insurance that you're talking about, did you write those policies or is that somebody else?
Somebody else.
Okay. So you're testifying to the information that's on a financial statement based on information that Karina and Ryan would have provided to you in their efforts to get a loan to build a shop or a building?
Yes, correct. That was from them.
Okay. So when you're filling out the assets and liabilities, you're relying on the information they're giving?
Correct.
So when they have $200,000 worth in farm equipment, do you go out and verify that they have that farm equipment that's worth that?
Yes.
Okay. And isn't it true that in this case they were claiming a tractor that belonged to the farm rather than Ryan himself?
Can't answer that.
Okay. Returning to what I marked as Defendant's Exhibit D, I would re-ask to admit that, and I have now shown it to the state.
All right, now that you have a chance to look at it, Mr. Kodiaga, any objection?
No objection.
All right, Exhibit D is admitted.
Also within the text messages that we saw between you and Karina Cooper, it looked like on June 17th, 2021, you had scheduled a hair appointment with her to take place on June 18th at 8:15 in the morning. Do you remember that?
I don't.
Okay. Did she used to cut your hair?
Yes, she did.
Okay. So it's certainly possible that if there's a text message that has you scheduling an appointment for June 18th, that happened.
Could have, yeah.
Okay. Not necessarily that the appointment took place, but that you would have made an appointment.
Yes.
All right. I do not have any other questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
I have no question. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down and are excused. All right, is the state prepared to call its next witness?
Yes, Judge. The state calls Jeff Gudenkauf.
I don't think so. Good afternoon, sir. Just come on up here. There's a seat to my far left. If you'd go ahead and grab a seat. You can adjust that microphone. Yep. So first thing I'm going to do, sir, is swear you in. If you please raise your right hand. Sir, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving today will be the truth?
I do.
Okay. And then for the record, can you please give us your first name and last name and spell them for us?
Jeff Gudenkauf, Jeff, Gudenkauf.
All right, Mr. Engel.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Gudenkauf, how are you employed?
Good.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm sorry?
How are you employed?
I work for Shelter Insurance.
What do you do for Shelter Insurance?
I'm an agent.
What are your general duties as an insurance agent?
To sell and service policies, property casualty and life insurance.
You mentioned life insurance. Could you just briefly break down how life insurance policies work?
Sure. So the owner of a life insurance policy pays premiums into the company with the expectation that upon the death of the insured, proceeds are paid out to the beneficiary listed on the policy.
So how is a life insurance policy obtained?
The owner of a policy completes an application for an insured. There are medical tests that can be completed if that is a requirement of the policy. That goes through an underwriting process, and then a policy is either issued or the application is declined.
And how are the beneficiaries determined?
That is determined at the time of application based on the owner. It's generally some sort of a family member, but not in all cases.
So if someone's interested in obtaining a life insurance policy and they're doing that through you with Shelter Insurance, what does that process look like?
Generally, they will reach out and a number of conversations can take place determining the amount of life insurance. The application process is generally about 4 to 5 pages. A lot of medical history questions. Signatures are obtained, and that policy application is submitted to the company for underwriting.
May be obvious, but what's the purpose of the medical information that you obtain?
As with anything with insurance, you're essentially insuring a risk, so you're trying to determine the likelihood of that policy paying out. So obviously the health history of an individual bears a pretty significant impact on that.
So if there's only a single beneficiary that's listed, is that the individual who then receives the sum of money or the amount the insurance policy was for upon the death of the insured?
Can you say that again?
Yes, if there's only a single beneficiary, is that the only individual then who's paid out upon the death of the insured?
Yes, generally.
Can you explain the process or what occurs upon the death of an insured?
Following death, you said?
Yes.
Yeah. So generally the beneficiary will contact the company to let us know of the death of the insured. If I'm the point of contact on that, I relay that information to the company directly, and then they obtain the needed information from the beneficiary in order to process that payment.
Do you yourself reach out to beneficiaries and indicate that there's a life insurance policy that exists and a potential payout?
It's not my practice to do so, no.
Presumably, if someone obtains a life insurance policy, that's documented, correct?
Yes.
Now, I know that things may have changed. A lot of things are done electronically now, but if someone was obtaining a life insurance policy in the past, say 2021 or before, is that something you would do in person?
Yes.
Okay. And they would come into your office and sit down and sign documents, is that correct?
Generally in the office. I've done it in people's homes as well.
Did you know Ryan Cooper?
Yes.
How did you know him?
He was a client of my agency when I began back in 2006.
Did he have any life insurance policies through Shelter Insurance?
He did.
Do you recall how many life insurance policies he had?
On himself or as the owner?
Yeah, just on himself, he being the insured.
I believe 2.
Judge, may I approach?
You may.
I'm going to be showing you what's been marked as States Exhibits 207 and 208. Let's go ahead and take a look at those. Once again, a moment to familiarize with Do you recognize those documents?
I do.
What is State's Exhibit 207, just generally? Is that life insurance policy documentation?
This is an application for a $20,000 whole life insurance policy.
And the applicant or insured?
The applicant and owner and insured is Ryan Cooper.
And State's Exhibit number 208, same question. What is that?
That is a 30-year level term life insurance policy, also on Ryan Cooper, in the amount of $500,000.
Judge, at this time and by stipulation of the parties, the state would move to admit State's Exhibit 207 and 208.
Ms. Watt?
No objection.
All right, State's Exhibits 207 and 208 are admitted.
Mr. Gudenkamp, I want to turn your attention first to Exhibit number 207. You stated generally what that is. It's a life insurance policy. What was the amount of that life insurance policy?
That is a $20,000 face amount.
Can you explain what that means?
That is the proceed that would be paid out to the beneficiary upon death.
And I think you already stated the insured party was Ryan Cooper, correct?
Correct.
Who was the beneficiary on that document?
Karina Cooper.
Moving on then to State's Exhibit number 208. Same question. What was the nature of that exhibit?
That's the application for a $500,000 term life insurance policy.
And the insured on that policy?
Is Ryan Cooper.
And the beneficiary?
Karina Cooper.
If I understand correctly, upon the death of Ryan Cooper, those are the amounts roughly that would be paid out to the named beneficiary being Karina Cooper, correct?
Correct.
How are those proceeds paid out upon the death of an insured?
Those are generally paid out in a lump sum in a check.
And where does that check originate from?
That would be the home office in Columbia, Missouri.
Now, is that something that's then delivered to you and you take it to the beneficiary, or does that go directly to the beneficiary?
Can be done both ways.
Do you recall, as an insurance agent, becoming aware of the death of Ryan Cooper?
Yes.
And ultimately was a claim made related to these life insurance policies that you just testified to due to the death of Ryan Cooper?
There was.
And to your knowledge, were those life insurance policies then paid out to Karina Cooper?
Yes, they were.
Judge, if I may approach.
You may. You don't need to ask again of this witness if you're planning on coming up again.
All right, thank you, Judge. Showing you the marked State's Exhibit 209 and 210. Starting with State's Exhibit 209, do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
That would be a claim check in the amount of $24,724.32.
Made out to whom?
Karina Cooper.
And to your knowledge, is that associated with the insurance policy that you testified to, which was State's Exhibit number 207?
Yes.
Same question with regard to State's Exhibit 210. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is it?
That is a proceeds check paid out in the amount of $514,882.21 paid out to Karina Cooper.
And to your knowledge, is that associated with the insurance policy that you referenced, State's Exhibit 208?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, again, by stipulation of the parties, the state would move to admit State's Exhibit 209 and 210.
Ms. Watt?
No objection.
All right. State's Exhibits 209 and 210 are admitted.
You stated State's Exhibit 209 was a shelter insurance check, correct?
Correct.
Paid out to Karina Cooper?
Correct.
And that was in the amount of, I believe you said, a little over $24,000?
Correct.
Based on the documentation kept there by shelter insurance, was that check in fact cashed by Karina Cooper?
Yes.
Same question with regard to State's Exhibit number 210. That was shelter insurance check that was paid out to Karina Cooper?
Correct.
And did she in fact cash that check?
Yes.
And the total amount of that check again, sir?
On 210 was $514,000. I'm sorry, $514,882.21.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Ms. Watt, any questions?
Just a couple. When did Ryan apply for the life insurance?
I do not have the exact date in front of me.
Do you not have the exhibits in front of you?
Of the policy they paid out, I believe that there was a policy prior to this. The application date on this policy was November 20th, 2013.
Okay. Can you just check, were both policies that you have in front of you applied for in 2013?
That date was on Exhibit 208, which was the term policy. Exhibit 207 was also November 20th, 2013.
Okay. Did you, in dealing with Ryan, did you ever meet Karina?
Yes, I don't recall the exact time, but it was very few times.
Okay, so you dealt primarily with Ryan?
Correct.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Mr. Engel, anything further?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down and you're excused. Oh, sir, going to have you go down. Yep. Mr. Engel, is the state prepared to call the next witness?
May we approach, Your Honor?
You may. And pretty quick today. By my calculation, we've gone through 8 witnesses today, and I think we moved quicker than anybody anticipated. So I guess good news, bad news, depending on how you look at it. We don't have another witness here today. So the next witness we will have will be here ready to go at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. My understanding is we're moving ahead of schedule, so even though we're ending a little bit early, don't worry, we're still on schedule, if not ahead of schedule, as we talked about. So what that means for you is you get to go home a little bit early today. So I'm going to ask that you be back here ready to go at 9 o'clock tomorrow. And again, remind you of the admonition that I've given you earlier. Still keep an open mind. We have more testimony and exhibits, I'm sure, to come in. And don't talk to anybody about the case. Don't let anybody talk to you about the case. Don't do any sort of investigation or research about anything related to the case. And avoid any media accounts of the case, both traditional media and any sort of social media accounts of the case as well. And with that, all of you, I hope you have a good afternoon and good evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. So a couple things I had on my list, and I know you guys had something you wanted to talk about as well, but just one, considering we're removing, when do you folks think you can get me some jury instructions? I'd like to have them maybe by the end of the day tomorrow. Would that work?
Yes.
Okay, so if you can submit a proposed set of joint jury instructions tomorrow by the end of the day, that would be great. And end of the day means midnight as far as I'm concerned. I know oftentimes, I just heard at a seminar when people talk about this, end of the day to people my generation usually means 5 o'clock. End of the day to, my kids means midnight now, since everything's submitted electronically. So it's always good to confirm what that means. So end of the day, we'll call it midnight. We'll pretend we're all in our teens and 20s. Then, Ms. Watt, I saw, I think, the most recent exhibit D.
Yes.
Came across as a proposed exhibit. I'm going to need A and B at some point still, And then C, I assume, will consist of a thumb drive or something like that that we'll be able to get to the jury.
Yes.
So just want to remind you of that. All right, then last, we're circling back to proposed exhibit 306, I believe, which is the what was played to the jury as a demonstrative exhibit when I believe it was Detective Lord who testified. And so we'd kind of reserved that. I saw, Ms. Watt, you did file an additional objection, written objection, and I think both of you indicated you had more to say on the issue, potentially at this point, so I'll give you a chance. And also, like I said, that was played, I believe, Thursday of last week. So, and I know we had discussed the state was proposing to remove a couple pages for that. I'd like to see the actual exhibit again. So if you could upload, and we're going to need it, either way, we'll need it to complete the record. So if the state could upload a proposed exhibit 306 for my review, I would appreciate it. And then, I guess, with that, Mr. Ringel, I guess, first of all, before we get to exhibit 306, is there anything else you wanted to cover today?
No, just regarding 306.
Yeah. And Ms. Watt, anything else you or Mr. Hawbaker wanted to cover today other than 306?
No.
All right, then tell me what you'd like to tell me, Mr. Ringel, with respect to number 306.
Judge, thank you. I think what the state's original intent in the argument that the state proposed was that the exhibit is essentially more or less information taken directly from the Celebrite reports or Axiom Magnet reports. Obviously, voluminous records, thousands of pages of data from these phones. So I think defense is correct in noting that some of the information that's contained on the state's proposed exhibit is not directly from those Celebrite records. What the state would propose doing then is removing any information, which is fairly limited, but removing any information that is not directly from the Celebrite reports, and then moving to admit it pursuant to Rule of Evidence 5.1006.
Well, here's what I would propose. Before we argue about an exhibit, let's get the exhibit. So you remove what you think should be removed. Then we'll give Ms. Watt and Mr. Hawbaker a chance to look at it. They may not have an objection, they may, but let's cross that bridge if we need to, and only if we need to. So does that work for you, Mr. Hawbaker and Ms. Watt?
Yes.
All right. So I'll know it when it comes in. I'll see it. So, and then you folks will have a chance to look at it. And again, this is not something that we need to decide till obviously before we submit this case to the jury. So we need to get it done, but there's no time crunch. So, all right.
And Judge, the state will prepare that and provide it to defense and the court today.
Sounds good.
That's right.
Yeah. All right. Anything else that we need to take up?
Not for the state.
All right. Well, thank you all, and we'll see you tomorrow.
All right, quick recap. Miss Wildside. Oh. Judge's voice and cadence reminds me of recaps. Oh no, now I'm going to get timed out. Why would you be timed out? I like Judge Anderson, Lars Anderson. All right, Mr. Ringel reminds me of Darren from Bewitched or Jim Carrey, depending on your generation. All right, quick recap before we get to we're going to go to day 4. Let's just come over here so you guys can kind of see the players here in case you missed it this morning. So we heard from 8 witnesses testified today. Lots of friends. We heard from 5 friends. We heard from a DCI agent, John Turbet. He was in the Todd Mullis trial. He testified there. We heard then from Brad Rund, who was the law officer for Chelsea Bank, who was talking about all of Karina's overdrafts. And then we heard from Jeff Gunderkoff. He's the agent for Shelter Insurance, and he talked about Ryan's policies. So Ryan had 2 policies. One was $500,000. One was $20,000. So the payout was $24,724. The other payout was $514,882. So you're looking at $538, almost $540,000. Pretty much $540,000 that Karina made, and she cashed out. Now in the state's opening, they said that it was in a trust. They said that it was still in a trust. I'm surprised that the defense's opening said that it's in a trust for the kids. I'm surprised that they didn't cross during the cross of Mr. Gundenkoff. Where does that? Okay, so she cashed it out, but then, well, I guess he wouldn't know what she did with the money. So if she cashed it out, I guess she put it in a trust. Not sure. All right. In any event, let's crash through because we got about another 5 hours. I don't want to be streaming till midnight, so let's continue on. Do you guys have any questions? I think it's York. Is that the one? Who was this guy? It's the first one. I think it's the first one. The first Darren. Who was the first one? Anyway, I think it's the first one. I forget the actor's name. I think it's the first one. Plus $200,000 in farm equipment, Northwest says. So it is in a trust now. So they said that, the defense said that, but don't you think that they could have cross-examined? I think that would have been good. So York, okay, thank you. Thank you, child. Yep, Dick York. Yes, thank you, Brat and Trial Junkies. Yes, I think he kind of looks like him. Maybe it's the hair. I think it's like, and I see Jim Carrey too. All right, we'll see more of Mr. Ringel. All right, let's get to day 4. Right, so we did day 3. Now we're doing day 4. Let me cue us up, and we can continue on. Yeah, YouTube is doing something weird today. You guys are saying you're seeing ads at the bottom. They've messed with their controls at the bottom, like the live button and they definitely did something. YouTube's doing something today. Strong jawline. Red Pen says Northwest says Karina is in jail. The money is probably in a trust now. May come out when her sister-in-law, farm bookkeeper, testifies. Okay. Okay, let me cue us up, and then we can continue on with day 4. And here we go. Day 4.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Good to see you, and I hope you all had a good night. We are back on the record. We have counsel and parties present, and you may recall we let you go a little bit early yesterday because we moved fairly quickly and got through all the witnesses the state had available yesterday. And I believe the state now has a witness here ready to go. Mr. Ringel, do you have a witness to call for the state?
Yes, Judge. The state would call Ken Martin.
Good morning, sir. Come on up here to the chair to my left, if you would, or far left. Sir, that microphone's got a little button at the bottom of it. There you go. Yep, and you can adjust it however you'd like.
Sure. Thank you.
And first thing I'm going to do, sir, is swear you in. If you please raise your right hand. Sir, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. And then, sir, for the record, can you please provide us with your first name and your last name and spell them?
Sure. My first name is Kenneth, Kenneth. Last name Martin, Martin.
All right. Mr. Ringel?
Thank you, Judge. Morning, Mr. Martin.
Morning, sir.
Sir, how are you employed?
Presently, I'm employed with Bevel Gardner and Associates as a forensic analyst since 2007. I'm also employed by the Boston University School of Medicine as an adjunct instructor in their forensic program, graduate forensic program. And I just took a position as an adjunct instructor with Oklahoma State University in their forensic program.
What are you doing for Bevel Gardner?
As a forensic analyst, I conduct trainings across the country in the area of bloodstain pattern analysis, crime scene reconstruction, crime scene processing. I also receive cases from not only the U.S. but from internationally as well, both for the prosecution and defense. So I'll review the case. In some instances, I'll testify. Also in civil cases as well, I'll review cases and provide testimony if necessary.
You said you're also employed as an adjunct professor.
Yes, sir.
What are you doing as an adjunct professor?
Both at Boston University and Oklahoma State University, I'll be teaching a course in bloodstain pattern analysis.
Could you describe your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology. I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice, a master's degree in criminal justice, and I'm presently a PhD candidate at Oklahoma State University.
Could you outline for the jury your training and experience?
As far as training, I have attended numerous courses. I started as far as attending courses. In 1980, I joined the Massachusetts State Police, where I spent a year and a half on the road. Essentially, the Massachusetts State Police is a little bit unique in that we handle all of the law enforcement capacity across the state, in that the district attorney, we call them district attorneys, you call them county prosecutors here, the Attorney General's office, we essentially have persons assigned there. Likewise, Logan Airport, even for the medical examiner, we supply all the forensic services. So again, I started in 1980. In 1982, I ended up going to the Bristol County District Attorney's Office, where I spent 9 years there as an investigator. And basically, we investigate all homicides throughout the state, any sudden unattended deaths. Basically, by statute, the district attorney's in charge of all cases. That's where I first started forensics, my forensic training. Ultimately, in 92, I wrote a letter to the agency, my department, and said we need to reorganize. Based upon that, they created what's called the Crime Scene Services section. I spent the tenure of the rest of my career there, which was almost 33 years, not only within the section, but also in charge of the section. And I spent 7 years at the medical examiner's office. Again, we supply all the forensic services. So all the forensic services entail processing bodies for latent print evidence, hairs and fibers, trace evidence. Not only that, but I had the duty of where it's the medical examiner's office, amongst the teaching hospitals, as the residents would cycle through, I would also do training with them regarding crime scene processing, bloodstain analysis, for their part of their education.
Outside of your work as an adjunct professor and what you've just outlined, do you engage in any additional training or teaching?
Again, I belong to various organizations, forensic organizations, so I annually attend meetings of these organizations. For example, the International Association for Identification. Excuse me. I was actually the president from 2007 to 2008 with the International Association for Identification. I'm certified as a senior crime scene analyst, bloodstain pattern analyst, as well as a footwear analyst. I also belong to the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, the International Association of Bloodstain Pattern Analysts, as well as the Association of Crime Scene Reconstructionists. And each one of those organizations has an annual meeting that I will attend, either one or multiple during the year.
Do you publish?
I've published in the past. I've published an article regarding latent prints and how latent prints can transfer onto various surfaces in the reverse position. I've also published with the Boston University Engineering Department in two areas of bloodstain pattern analysis, looking at the length of the tail of a blood stain, and also on, it's called micro coatings on a surface, which essentially you could literally get a blood droplet to bounce off of a surface if you had the proper coating on there.
You have a CV, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I do.
Judge, may I approach?
You may.
to the extent you want to come up again with this witness, you don't need to ask.
I'm showing you what's been marked State Exhibit number 14. You recognize that?
Just a minute, please. Yes, sir, I do.
And is that your CV that fully outlines your training, experience, and educational background?
Yes, sir, it does.
My stipulation of the parties, the state includes the United States Exhibit number 14.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right. State's Exhibit 314 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Martin, you're here to testify about bloodstain pattern analysis, correct?
And reconstruction, yes, sir.
And have you prepared a demonstrative exhibit that outlines the basics of bloodstain pattern analysis?
Yes, sir, I have.
Would that assist you in testifying here today?
Yes, sir, it would.
Judge, with permission of the court, I would request to publish the demonstrative exhibit just referenced.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
Presumably you can see that okay, correct?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right, so what is bloodstain pattern analysis?
Just, would you back up a moment, please, just to the introductory slide, if you don't
Certainly.
mind? Thank you. Again, this is my introductory slide. What I would like you to take note of here, that happens to be a right hand, but also we can see, essentially, this is an artist rendition of an injury to an index finger, and we can see 3 droplets of blood as they're falling due to gravity towards the, in this particular case, towards the ground. So essentially, when we take a look at bloodstain pattern analysis, it's the scientific study of blood in motion in flight. Basically, we're talking about fluid dynamics, which is a subdivision of fluid mechanics. And what we look for is the size, shape, and the distribution of the stains, the resulting stains. Because what's interesting about bloodstain pattern analysis is that it's reproducible and predictable. In other words, blood will act or react from a force in a predictable fashion. In other words, if I were to place some blood in my hand, blood is a fluid. Basically, it's a liquid. Fluid encompasses both gases and liquids. If I were to place some blood in my hand, it's a liquid. If I were to slap it in this fashion, well, I can tell you right now, it's going to react in a predictable manner. This is called impact, so as I impact it, it's going to radiate out. So depending on the stains that are left behind, we can go back and based upon the size, shape, distribution, and the location of the stains, we can identify the mechanism. In this case, it's a impact spatter. So from the mechanism, we can tell, or we're able to deduce what type of implement may have been used or what caused this type of event to occur.
And so what is crime scene reconstruction then?
Now, reconstruction is slightly different in that reconstruction involves bloodstain pattern analysis. In fact, I look at bloodstain pattern analysis as a lesser included discipline because overall, crime scene reconstruction holistically looks at the scene and what we have for evidence. So not every scene includes bloodstain, but we do have bloodstain if we need it. Shooting incident reconstruction is another sub-discipline which is included in crime scene reconstruction. Not only that, but we look at medical legal death investigation, in that if I were to look at a case and say I have some type of arterial spurt, you may have heard the term, first of all, I need to know that there's some type of artery breach in order to create that arterial spurt. Not only that, but we have to have some knowledge of basic crime scene. In some instances, you can go back and retest evidence, again, to get some indication as to, number one, is it blood? Whose blood could it be? So you have to have an overall understanding of the forensic sciences and what you can do or can't do. And then lastly, you have to have a methodology, because all scientific disciplines have a methodology involved in which you can actually look at all of the evidence, and that's the one thing in crime scene reconstruction. Ultimately, you have to consider all of the options. You know, many times you hear the term bias and that you're only looking at, or you're looking at information that you shouldn't. Well, ultimately, that gets to a point in crime scene reconstruction where we have to entertain all possibilities. And let's just say we have 10, through the examination of the evidence, we may be able to eliminate 7. We may be left with 3. And of those 3, one of them may be the most likely possibility or the most likely occurrence that happened to have created what we have as far as the resulting scene. Now, the other interesting thing here, and I have a photograph, it's a photograph that I prepared. We have a diagram on the left, and what you have to remember about bloodstain pattern analysis, it's different than most of the other forensic disciplines if you think about it. And I'm sure maybe you've seen some type of show where you get square over the evidence. You have to be perpendicular when you take your photo. We're looking at the north wall, the east wall. Well, in my diagram here on the left-hand side, if you notice in that lower right corner, I have some red, and those are to illustrate so-called bloodstains which are left behind. Well, in the case that I have here, bloodstain evidence is different in that, in this case, and let's just say north is at the base of the diagram here, so that would be west on your left. Here we have a pattern that extends across from the west wall across the north wall. So my point is, we're looking at not only one wall, but we have to encompass or take in the entirety of the scene. So one of the biggest mistakes is that people focus on a small area when you need to back up and look at the big picture. So what I'm saying here is we process a scene, we need to, again, look at the scene three-dimensionally. Now, on the right-hand side, these are 2 photos that I took that when you look at photographs, as I did in this case, or if we have videos, you need to look at all of the photos. And the reason being, and let's just see, this is the typical laboratory photo you would see when clothing gets submitted to the lab. I think you would agree, it appears that I put the scale, that's called ruler tape in there, so we see the tape. And basically what I'm trying to note here, those could be potentially blood stains. So initially they appear to be on the front of the garment. Now when the person puts on the garment, if you notice, the stains are actually on the side of the garment, or on the side of the wearer. So we need to be very careful. And so one of the things that we need to do is to look at any and all photos available, any videos available, autopsy photos. So again, the photographs, especially if you don't get a chance to go to the scene, and even at that, if you go to the scene, many times the victim may have been already removed from the scene. So what I'm getting at is we have to look at everything. A good example right here, if I were to take a photograph here, arguably my fingers are, let's just say, 10 inches apart, but depending on how I hold my fingers and take that photograph, because a photograph essentially is a two-dimensional format trying to depict the three-dimensional scene. So in that photograph, my fingers appear to be 2 inches apart, two-dimensionally, but when you look at them, when I twisted them around, they're really 10 inches apart. So again, we need to consider all of the evidence.
And just to be clear, the image that we see both on the left and the 2 images on the right of the garment that you referenced, those are not related to this case in any way?
Not at all. No, these are just generic images, just to understand what we're looking at.
What are we seeing here?
Well, what we have is essentially some blood, and you can see here that blood is interesting. It's a fluid, so essentially it has to obey the laws of fluid dynamics. But how it's comprised, roughly 55% is plasma, and also we have the 45% of formed elements, which are red cells, white cells, and platelets. And based upon that, certain things do happen. For example, blood, the viscosity of blood is greater than that of water. You've heard the term blood is thicker than water. So there's some various aspects to this which is exclusive to blood. Not only that, for example, platelets are involved in the clotting process, which is very important too, because ultimately, sometimes before blood can dry, or many times, it will actually clot prior to it drying, and platelets have a major role in the clotting of blood.
A couple of terms that you use there, obviously you're applying scientific principles to the study of blood and blood stain patterns. You mentioned fluid dynamics. What is just generally sort of a layperson's understanding or explanation of what fluid dynamics is?
Fluid dynamics is just fluid in motion, okay? And again, fluids, just to make it clear, liquids are fluids, likewise air. And the only thing I would say to that is that here I have a droplet that's falling. Air is a fluid, so it has to make its way through the fluid, just like a boat has to make its way through the water. The the two things or the two major factors when a droplet falls is aerodynamic drag pushing up on the droplet, just to make that.
And so, just apologizing for the noise. I'm not sure what it is. You may hear that. I know that they're doing a little work on our air conditioning equipment here. You may have noticed it's a little warm in here. Has been. We have a very old air conditioning system in this building. I know they're doing a little work on it today. So that may be it, but I don't know. But just apologizing for the little background hum you hear. Sorry, Mr. Engel. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. So you're applying scientific principles to the study of blood.
Yes, sir.
All right. I believe this is animated, is that correct?
Yeah, and if you think back to that first slide that I had, we had the droplets literally, and if I were to prick my finger and I tried to recreate that and we had those droplets, well, this is an actual droplet of blood falling from a finger. And basically, this is high-speed video, and I'm sure you've seen that. In this particular case, we have 1,000 frames per second as this droplet. What happens is the droplet begins to amass on the tip of the finger, and ultimately gravity is always pulling down. So ultimately, gravity, as it's pulling down, the mass of that blood, what's going on here is there's cohesive. In other words, there's an attraction between the blood and the finger. And there's also something called surface tension. It's holding the blood together. And as that blood amasses, it just can't hold on anymore and it pulls away. And what you saw in the initial video is that droplet. Well, here's actually what happens. Because once it pulls away, you never really see what happens, but I have it here. If you notice, here the droplet, that's called the ligament. It begins to stretch out. But interestingly enough, once that snaps, once it pulls away, if you notice, the droplet immediately becomes a sphere, or, for another term, a ball. And basically, that's what happens. All liquids are going to assume that sphere or ball shape, and that's why it's predictable and reproducible. Because, again, it's following the laws of fluid dynamics. If you noticed, there's a couple things. There's a little bit of, it's called oscillation, is the droplet. In fact, if you've ever thrown a water balloon, sometimes you get this going on by the water balloon. Well, it dampens itself down and ultimately assumes that sphere. But ultimately, as that ligament pulls, if you notice, there's a little follow-on or accompanying droplet that forms because it's almost like an elastic. It snaps because that surface tension pulls that droplet back together.
And I'm going to ask you to slow down just a little bit for our court reporter's sake. All right. Moving on to the next slide. What are we seeing here? I think you just referenced surface tension.
Sure. So this is a photograph that I took. I took a pipette, basically a dropper, okay, and I had some blood in it. And here I have a piece of foam. So what I did was very carefully tried to put the droplet onto the foam. Because as I mentioned before, blood wants to stay together. It doesn't want to separate. It wants to hold itself together. And surface tension does hold it together in that sphere or ball. And again, what I did very carefully was put it down on the foam. And you would think, if I asked you beforehand, that the blood would just flow through there. No, if you're very careful, there's the actual droplet sitting on top of the foam. So again, it wants to stay together unless it's acted upon by some type of outside force.
And again, this is the application of the concepts of fluid dynamics to blood and, again, blood stain pattern analysis, correct?
Yes, sir.
And essentially it's physics. These are the principles of physics.
Yes, sir.
All right, what are we seeing here?
So before we start the slide, there are two slides which go together. The first slide is a smooth cardboard surface, and it's roughly 100 centimeters, so 100 centimeters, that's roughly 39 1/3 inches, so roughly 40 inches off the ground. What they've done in these high-speed videos is they've let a droplet of blood go, and ultimately gravity is going to pull it down to the ground, and this surface, that cardstock or that cardboard. But what we're looking at here, or the purpose of the two slides, is surface texture. In other words, the surface that it strikes is going to, for the most part, govern what the droplet looks like. So in other words, you'll see here on a smooth surface, it's going to assume that circular shape. Whether I drop it at 10 feet, 100 feet, it's going to come down. If that surface is smooth, you're going to get that circular shape. Likewise, if I have a rough surface, it's going to break up. Think about it, it's hitting that rough surface, so basically it's going to break up. So the first one is hitting a smooth surface at roughly 40 inches. Notice what happens, it stays pretty much circular. And that's a typical drop that you might have on a smooth kitchen floor. In fact, the smoother the surface, glass, polished glass is probably the smoothest surface, you're going to get that nice circular stain. Now if we move to the next slide, same 100 centimeters, roughly 40 inches, and what we have here is a blood droplet hitting, and you can see it off to the left-hand side. That's cement board that you could buy at Home Depot or Lowe's or whatever. Again, same height, same size droplet, and you'll see what happens. Major difference. And again, it's the surface texture that that blood hits. Many times it was believed in the past that when you saw something like that, it's because the droplet, say, was flicked, that had some type of energy as the droplet's hitting. But essentially, it's actually the surface texture that the droplet, in this case, the cement board, which causes that breakup of the droplet. Now, what's important with this slide here is, we saw those two previous slides, and again, this is cardstock. Now, this is something that I put together, and I have 10 through 80 degrees. And what we're looking at there, if I were to take blood right now and I were to drop it here on this countertop, that's 90 degrees. You would agree with me, right? Ultimately, it's going to fall and hit. That gives you that circular stain. As I change the angle, 10 degrees being the most acute, so 10 degrees is this, something like this, okay? So we see 10 degrees here. What's happening is the droplet, as it hits, basically that sphere or ball, it remains in that shape. So my example was, if you were to go to Michael's or one of those home places where you can buy styrofoam balls, and I would take a piece of sandpaper, take a look at that 10 degree, as I would take that styrofoam ball, and if I slide it down, now remember it's at 10 degrees, as I slide it down, at the midpoint of that styrofoam ball, it's going to be its widest, right? Likewise, as I continue to slide it, it's going to get back to its narrowest. And what that allows us to do is there's a relationship between the length of the stain and the width of the stain, where we can go back and get what's called the impact angle. Now, this is looking at something like this, okay? If you look at my, if you look at my arm, now we're talking about a surface like this, okay? 90 degrees. We're talking about 10 degrees. But on the other hand, we could do the same thing if I had a wall. Now let's just say this is my wall here. Remember I said if I do that? If I do this is impact. Well, when I do this impact, essentially the blood that's coming out from between my hands, it's going to shoot straight out. So that's going to hit straight on, so that would be 90 degrees, correct? So if I hit something like this, it's going to force it out. Straight on is 90 degrees. If I hit it sufficiently and it starts to go up, because what's going to happen is it's going to be directed, say upwards, because I have it directed upwards, you're going to start getting that stain going something like this. So my point is, even though I have a stain here, if I were to take a pool of blood, and let's just say I hit that with a hammer, I can tell you right now, I'll have some stains here, 90 degree circles, but I'll also have some climbing up, and the more they climb, the more elongated they come or become. The tail always points to where it's going. The tail points to where it's going. So in this instance, if you notice the tails are on the bottom, and as I told you before, I created that with a cardstock in this fashion, so we know I dropped it from above and it's going downward. But again, when we look at a scene, there are occasions when I actually have these elliptical stains going up a wall. So again, it's telling me tails going up. It came from this direction. Not only that, but I can estimate or I can approximate the angle of what they call impact. So again, the shape of the stain is very important. Oh, I'm sorry. In this last photograph here, That's an example of the tail. If you notice, that green arrow goes down, and you can see the head of the arrow is in that downward position. So essentially, all of those stains are going downward. These two videos, one's taken straight on and one's taken from the side. And we can see it's 2,000 frames per second. Basically, it's 10 degrees. So if we take a look in the middle, that cardstock, we can see that 10 degree, and I've put it in there. And what I want you to take a look at there is we play the left and then the right. Remember I told you before, that sphere or that ball, as it skids along, it maintains its overall shape. It just paints it as it goes along. Or consider that styrofoam ball as it slides along. And you'll see here, if we play the left one, as that stain, notice as it hits, it maintains its shape. And ultimately, notice there's the tail. So again, it's maintained that shape. We have that ellipse. If I had to, I could measure they call that the leading edge at the top. I could measure the base of the stain, and I could actually estimate, or I could calculate the impact angle. In this particular case, it's 10. Now, in the right side, if we take a look at it, this is just to show you that it maintains its spherical shape as it skids along that surface. And again, why that's important, if I have a vertical surface, it's not uncommon to see stains. Think about it, is that spatter goes along that vertical surface. It's not straight on, so it's not circular. Instead, it's coming in at an angle. So when I look at those angles, it's going to tell me that that stain came in at an angle. It's not straight on. So I can position items. Think about that. Just one quick example. If I take a Coke can, which I've had numerous times, or a beer can, any type of can, cylindrical, right? It's round. If I have that on the table and I have something go on, let's just say I do this same thing. Well, that Coke can where it directly faces that spatter coming in, I'll have circles. But on the sides of the Coke can, you say, well, why do I have these stains skidding along and I have these ellipses going this way? Well, guess what? Even though this one hits straight on, these are skidding along the side, so I get those elongated stains. And what that allows me to do, if you think about it, is position the can, because let's just say the can got knocked over, position the can as to where it was at the time of the event. The other important thing to remember is that the harder or the more force I impart on something, just a quick example, if I were to take two water balloons, if I take a bat, say I have a water balloon here, and I hit it just sufficiently enough to break that skin, and again, remember, blood, the surface tension, the blood itself is the skin, but in this case, I'm using the example of a water balloon, which is totally different than the water contained within. If I just hit it, what happens? It just kind of breaks up and will run down my arm for the most part, right? But think about it, if I take that same size water balloon, the harder I hit it, and let's just say I really wind up and hit that thing, what's going to happen? I've got, in this case, the term is spatter. I've got water all over the place, right? And the harder I hit something, the smaller the resulting stains. So again, one of the things that we look for, if you remember back to when I talked about it, size of the stain, shape of the stain, elliptical, circular, distribution. So again, the harder I hit something, the smaller the resulting stain. In this particular video here, what you're looking at, as we talk about energy or we talk about force, this happens to be a .22 caliber bullet striking a bloody sponge. One of the things that, I'm sorry, but I'm just a little closer. One of the things that we take a look at is, if you think about it, a bullet, depending on what type of round I use, whether it's a .22 or a .45 or whatever, certainly has a certain amount of energy, kinetic energy or potential energy in that bullet, okay? And what we have here is, this is a sponge, and when we teach the class, this is pretty much universal. We all use a sponge out there, because certainly that's really the best representation we have. But the point is, when you see this, when you take a look at the size of the stain, This is where it becomes mist-like. The best example I can give you is if you were to go to the dollar store and you buy one of those pump bottles and you fill it up and you press that as hard as you can, what happens? You're only going to get a little mist. And the other thing to remember with this misting is that the smaller the stain, the less distance it travels. So the smaller the stain, there's more energy to create these small stains. Likewise, they don't go very far. Because again, go back to my example of that pump bottle from the dollar store. No matter how hard you push that little misting doesn't go very far, does it? And again, it deals with fluid dynamics. But again, the smaller the stain, the closer to the source, you'll find the stain. So here we go here. This is 22. It's going right to left. Yeah, right to left. And what you have here is you have, it's called forward spatter to the left. It's going with the bullet, so the predominance of the spatter is going to go forward. And likewise, what you also have is you have what's called back spatter too. So some of that blood, in this case on the sponge, is coming back towards in this case, the shooter or the barrel of the weapon. And depending on how close the barrel is, I've actually had cases where blood actually will get projected into the barrel itself. So depending on how far the weapon is away. But bottom line is, the greater the energy, in this particular case, what we're trying to do is replicate a gunshot. We can see that we have that little fine mist. And again, we know that that fine mist is not going very far.
Judge, may we approach?
I apologize for that, but, you know, old courthouses sometimes need repairs. So, all right. Mr. Ringel?
Thank you, Judge.
In this particular slide here, what I'm illustrating, it's called a drip pattern. Remember, we looked at the single droplet as it hits a surface, and again, surface texture has pretty much controls the appearance of the resulting stain. In this case, we've started with some blood on the surface here, this cardstock or this graph paper, and what I'm demonstrating or showing you here is as each additional droplet, in this case we just see one droplet, hits that existing pool, well, what ends up happening is you have the creation of what's called satellite spatter. And I'm sure you've maybe seen this even at home. Say your sink is dripping, drip, drip, drip. What happens is with each subsequent drip, you have more satellite spatter radiating out. And what's important about this is as it radiates out, what I'm talking about in all directions, so 360 degrees, you have these small little spatter stains, very small, and that tells me that something above this pool or something above this pattern was there long enough to drip sufficiently to create these satellite spatter, which you'll see. So the droplet hits, and you can see all of the satellite spatter that are created, and with each additional droplets, what you'll have is a buildup of this satellite spatter around, they call that the parent stain, because everything radiates out or comes from the parent stain. So one of the things that we look for is that parent pool or that parent stain. When we see those radiating spatter, then we have that drip pattern that we're talking about.
Sir, do you have a laser pointer with you?
Yes, I do.
Would you be able to use that laser pointer to point out that parent pool and then the satellite stains that you were referencing?
So this would be the parent stain here. And again, once that droplet comes in and hits it, it creates all of these little satellite spatter. And again, if you notice, they're distributed pretty evenly if you drop it in the middle. If you were to drop it off to one side, again, not to get too into it, but Certainly, they're going to drip, you'll have satellite, but there may be a predominance on one side versus the other. But again, I see that radiating pattern around that parent stain. Again, this is an example. This is in one of the classes over at Boston University where the students create these various patterns. So here, this is on the concrete floor, and basically what they do is they drop blood. They drop 6 droplets here, and they drop them into the same stain if they can, and you can see the radiating spatter, satellite spatter around that stain. Notice how they all come out. If we look at them, for the most part, the tails will be pointing outwards. If we were to get in there and really look, the tails are pointing outwards. There are some exceptions because they don't really get a chance to settle down. Remember I talked about this going on when it's released? Well, ultimately, they may point slightly different. This is the vertical surface. So think about this. This is the floor. Here I'm dripping onto the floor. Now, envision this as a wall. So here I have a wall which is close by here. Notice what happens as this droplet, now when that droplet hits that parent pool, those little satellites come off, and again, they come up and they come down. They call it a parabolic arc, but just like throwing a ball. So what happens is if that vertical wall is close enough, I'm going to get those little stains before they hit the surface or the concrete or the floor. If that wall's close enough, as they go up, they're going to hit the wall. And depending where that wall is, those satellite spatters may not have reached their maximum height, so it may be very close, or they may be at their maximum height, or they may be down here as the stains are starting to fall down. But, for example, if I were in a gymnasium, I wouldn't see this, but if I were in the corner of the gymnasium, I might see that. And again, it gives me an indication of where that event occurred. All right, so that's what we're looking for.
And when you say where that event occurred, what do you mean by event?
And I use a bloodletting event. In other words, in this particular case here, that could be someone dripping, standing, as I'm dripping down, because I'm standing close to the corner here, as I'm standing, I'm dripping, creating the satellite spatter, and again, close enough to the wall that I get that on that vertical or that wall surface. The other thing that we need to take a look at as well, and this is a definition, all the definitions that are contained here, there's actually a terminology that we use, and if you notice at the bottom, I footnote it's a terms and definition and bloodstain pattern analysis. We all use the same terminology. But basically, we have a pool, which is a blood stain resulting from an accumulation of liquid blood on a surface. Actually, it should state a non-porous surface for the most part, because it's non-porous when you have a pool. Because think about it, if I have a piece of cloth, ultimately that's going to saturate down, and that's called a saturation stain. But essentially, a pool is what we have here, and this is, again, the pool's amassing. What we actually have in this particular slide here, at some particular point, once the blood, in this case, is deposited on the floor, you immediately get clotting that starts to occur. As blood sits there, again, remember I talked about the platelets and I didn't talk about fibrin, but the blood will actually begin to clot. And at some point, you actually get the clotting going on here, and you get what's called serum separation, because that liquid begins to pull out as the red blood cells and the platelets all pull themselves together. So that does give me some indication that that pool here was there for some amount of time. But again, time is very difficult because it depends on several factors, and I may say that again. Certainly the temperature has something to do with it. Certainly the humidity has something to do with it. The actual porousness of the floor may have something to do with it as well. So you have to be very careful about that. You'd have to replicate the conditions and know the conditions that you were in order to try to replicate that. Flow patterns, they don't seem very important, but they are actually extremely important. So essentially what we have is, this is a vertical surface, right? Because again, remember, gravity is pulling everything down. So what we have here is, this is an actual deposition of wet blood onto a vertical surface. And again, there's a sufficient amount of blood where it begins to run down, in this case, the wall. What's important with flow patterns, what we look at is, many times flow patterns can tell us if a victim were standing. Because if I incur some type of significant injury, gunshot or whatever, traumatic injury to my face, not uncommon to see blood flow going down my entire front of my body. Likewise, on the tops of my shoes or the tops of my feet. Let's just say I didn't have my shoes or socks on. Likewise, the other thing that we look at is we look at the bottoms of an individual's feet as well, because it's not uncommon for a victim to, say, struggle with their assailant where they're literally stepping in their own blood. So those are all things that we look at because it gives us an indication at some point the victim was never up or the victim was up, and if they were up, let's just say they have some flow pattern down to their knees, and then I have what appears to be a transfer, well, they were at least on their knees. So again, flow patterns are actually important when we take a look at cases. And again, another example, in this case here, how it relates, this is what we have here is a flow pattern. The victim is lying on their back on the floor, but this photograph here tells us, or tells me, that the victim was never up at the time that the wound was incurred, if you think about it. Wound is here in the chest. Ultimately, the blood is flowing down, because again, blood wants to flow down. Likewise, head up is up here, so this is the lower portion. So essentially, the victim was on the ground when they incurred that wound. Victim was never standing, but instead was on the ground. Transfer stains. Basically, what we have is a surface wet with blood. And if I were to take a surface such as my hand, wet with blood, well, what we've done up here is, this happens to be an implement, again, from one of the classes, but we go from left to right, and we go down to that second row. And what you find is, which makes sense, the top left is going to have the most blood on it, so obviously it's the heaviest concentration of blood. And as I move across, there's less and less blood that you find on the surface. And many times, and let's just say, and you'll hear me use these terms, a footprint or a footwear impression. A footprint is if I literally take my shoes and socks off, that's the friction ridge skin on the bottom of my foot. Just like we have palm prints, we have footprints. So that's if I have my shoes and socks off. You can literally identify a footprint because it has the same type of ridges that are contained on your palm. A footwear impression is if I have something covering my feet, whether it be some type of athletic shoe or whatever, where I transfer that information, okay, to a different surface. So just to clarify which is which, but again, what we usually find if we're looking at, say, footwear impressions, somewhere in between is the best. The heaviest one covers over some of the detail, and as we move along, usually you find them around the middle of the deposition is your best impression.
Is that the entirety of the demonstrative?
Yes, sir.
All right. Judge, we can take this down for now. So running through the demonstrative, you've talked about some of the basics of the science that you're applying in the work that you do. Can you talk to the jury a little bit about what methodology you utilize when you approach a scene for the purposes of analysis?
Sure. So again, well, when I approach a case, there are occasions where I go out to scenes, but when we look at a case, the first thing you want to take a look at are all the photographs, because again, you don't want any of that extraneous information. In other words, you don't want to read any witness statements. I don't look at any of those. You look at all the photographs, and again, if I have photographs, if I have videos, to get an idea of what type of patterns we have, because the first thing we have to do is identify the patterns, and then from there I'm able to get the mechanism, and then knowing what type of mechanism I have, then I know potentially what type of implements may have been used, or what may have gone on. Something is from, say, a firearm to maybe even just my arm. Now think about it. I could have blood flowing down my arm as I do one of these things. That's called cast off. In other words, if I were to, and you do this probably in the morning when you take a shower, if you reach for that towel, that water comes off your hand, and basically it's going to be deposited in this, what we call a curvilinear. So again, it gives me an idea of what's going on when we identify that. So I'll look at all the photos. From there, I get an idea of what type of patterns I have. If we go back a while ago, I talked about projected patterns, and I'm doing this only because everyone realizes you have a carotid artery here. Well, it's possible during some type of aggression or whatever, that could be transected or whatever, it could be cut. And basically what you have is the literal pulsing of the heart as it's pushing the blood out. So here I have this curvilinear line. But before I go, or before I make a statement to say investigators that I have this arterial spurt, certainly I need to know from the medical examiner's records, and having worked in the medical examiner's office, that I have to have some type of artery, whether it's carotid, brachial, femoral, or even the radial artery. I have to know that that's been damaged.
So when you approach your work, whether it's looking at a case generally or looking specifically at a scene, sounds like you're looking initially at photographs. Mm-hmm. You're looking at videos as well. Is that correct? The
videos, at first officer on the scene videos. Many agencies now use the body cams, as they're referred to. So I'll get copies of those, and I have software where I can literally go frame by frame. So essentially in 1 second of video, I can pull off 30 photographs. And then from there, again, autopsy, then I go to the lab reports to find what evidence was recovered, and based upon the evidence that was recovered, then look at the results of the examination. In other words, many times agencies will swab blood stains, and of course it's important to know, first of all, that it's blood, right? Because it's not uncommon to have some other substance that may appear to be blood. Likewise, it's not uncommon. I've had instances where there's blood at the scene, but from a prior incident, not only from a prior incident, but from a prior individual. So again, if it's available, you need to look at that as well. And then from there, then I'll go through, sort my photos, I've identified my patterns, and ultimately come up with my hypothesis as to what happened, how the mechanisms, or what mechanisms were involved. And then once I get to the point where I've put all that together, I have my report there, but then for the reconstruction part, we have to consider any and all, whether it be officers' statements, what they believe they saw, because I've had cases, I've had witnesses alongside a victim who were incorrect in what they thought they saw. So we obviously have to assess those as well when we consider what is the most likely possibility of what occurred or transpired.
You mentioned the body cams or the videos, and you also mentioned those videos of the first responding officers. Why is that important to the work that you do?
Because first responding officers, if you think about it, nothing has been touched there. Basically, the scene is pristine as you're going to get it. And I will say that many times, whether it be sometimes first responders, when I say first responders, EMS will get there prior to, and of course they're going to assess the victim. Sometimes they've captured that on body tape, body cams, but then they can take some notes as to who did what. But again, that's as close as we're going to get to say a pristine scene.
You mentioned one of the things that you're looking for initially is trying to make a determination of the mechanism, is what you referenced. What did you mean by mechanism?
Well, again, if I have, let's just say I have photographs, and I have the autopsy photographs as well. I told you those are important. Well, if I have some type of incised wound or a cutting wound, okay, incised being longer than it is deep, but it's telling me that there's some type of sharp implement there. And again, if I have something where I have my spurt pattern, okay, I have some type of, say, a spurt where it may indicate some type of artery has been breached. Certainly now I go back to the autopsy report and look at the doctor's report to see if, in fact, what wounds I have. Likewise, if I have a cartridge case at the scene, fired bullet, I'm going to go back to the lab reports to see if they did an examination, what caliber it was, what was involved. Then I'm going to go over to the medical examiner. Do I have a penetrating wound? In other words, a penetrating wound is when the bullet goes in but it doesn't exit. A perforating wound is when the bullet goes in and it exits. So again, that tells me there could be a bullet at the scene that they may not have recovered, or certainly considerations that have to be taken into account when you're evaluating the entirety of the scene.
Clearly, it's important to you to have an understanding of what caused the injuries. You talked also about the caliber of the bullet that was fired. Why would the caliber matter to you in the work that you do?
Again, not to get too technical, but certainly the mass of the bullet, size of the bullet has an effect, but it's actually the velocity of the bullet that has more of an effect. So again, if I have a high-speed .45 caliber bullet, that's certainly going to potentially do a lot more damage than, let's just say, I have a .22 shot round. Because again, what bullets are actually have a rating to them, feet per second, so that gives me an indication of what type of kinetic energy is involved. Because again, when such as a bullet hits something, there has to be a transference of some of that energy, and that's what causes, for example, remember I talked about before, that high speed. So if I have a round that's hitting me at 1,000 feet per second, when that round hits, some of that energy has to be dispersed, and the reason why they are so small is because the higher the energy, the only way a liquid can disperse it is by creating smaller stains, because that energy is actually dispersed across the number of stains created. So again, that's going to tell me what type of damage I have.
Perforating wound versus a penetrating wound, why is that important to your analysis specifically?
Well, of course. Well, again, remember, a penetrating wound, there's a potential of back spatter. I know that I'm not going to have, and we looked at it in the video, any forward spatter, right, because the bullet never exited. So I could have some back spatter as a result of the actual bullet once it makes contact with the skin. That perforating wound, if I have a round that's coming in, and it comes in and it's actually going out, well, a lot of that energy is going to be expended or continue on with the bullet. So that's when I get that, could be even tissue that moves forward and continues to march. So again, why that's important to me, I've had that happen where when I go back, and let's just say I have a perforating wound, and I've had agencies miss the actual bullet itself, and what will happen is when I look at the photos, it's a perforating wound. Now I go back and look at the photos, I tell them that you missed a bullet because it went through and you didn't find the bullet. So again, you need to know that it tells you the dynamics of what potential you have.
If you're dealing with gunshot wounds, does the number of wounds matter to you, and if so, why?
Oh, yes, sure. And the reason being for, let's say, the number of gunshot wounds, I have an initial wound, and let's just say it's a penetrating, perforating wound, it doesn't really matter, going through. What that does for the second and subsequent shots, and I've had this happen, where it creates a pool, and let's just say I get, and I'm using this only because it's easy to see, I'm in my face here, as the round comes through, I'm going to do some damage, and let's just say I do some damage to my jaw, and I'm going to have some bleeding going on, I have some saliva, but what that does is it creates a pool, because I'm bleeding, right, actively bleeding. When that second bullet comes in, it's going to create that pool that causes that, say, additional back spatter, because again, that energy's got to be released. And I've actually had the case where the second round created a tremendous amount of back spatter, because essentially, as the medical examiner referred to it, it was almost shooting into a mud pool, so it created this tremendous amount of back spatter.
We've gone through quite a bit of information. One of the things you are talking about and have talked about a little bit is back spatter. Talking specifically about gunshot wounds and a second gunshot wound, there potentially being more back spatter than with the first wound. Can you talk again, and I think the example that was used was the blood on the sponge with a .22 caliber bullet penetrating it. Can you just once again explain what back spatter is?
So here I have this sponge, this bloodied sponge. As the bullet strikes the sponge, well, what happens is part of the physics is equal and opposite reaction. Some of that energy, as that bullet hits, causes that spatter to be directed back. And if you recall, I've actually mentioned, I've had at least 2 cases where the gun was close enough where the spatter actually was inside the barrel of the gun, because it gets projected back, again, trying to dissipate that energy as it hits that initial side of that sponge prior to going through.
I understand that your answer is going to be it depends, but...
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, sir. It does depend.
Well, but my question for you is, how far can that blood spatter travel? So that back spatter, excuse me.
In the literature, they've talked about 4 feet, at least in some of the literature. There have been cases presented that are even further than 4 feet. I've had a case where it was as much as 8 feet, where there was some back spatter that was detected. Actually, with some tissue that was detected as well, not just back spatter.
And when you say tissue, I think it's fairly clear, but you mean biological material from the...
Such as skin or fat. Underneath the skin, you have a layer of what's called adipose, so fatty tissue that can actually be dislodged and in either back spatter or forward spatter.
Before we talk about the work that you did specifically on this case, any other concepts that you think are important for the jury to understand that inform the work that you did here?
I did neglect to mention, I talked about transfer stains where I have something, wet with blood touching the surface. I may use two terms, and one of them being swipe and the other being wipe. Now, just to be clear, if I had some blood on my countertop at home, if I had the liquid on my countertop at home and I took a clean rag and I wiped through it, that's considered a wipe. So essentially I have pre-existing blood that I wipe it away. A smear would be if I have a hand wet with blood or paint or whatever and I come across a clean surface, that's a swipe. So a transfer is just something where I contact the surface, and I'm not sure, there's no lateral, there's no motion associated with it. But if I have motion associated with it, many times I can tell that it was pre-existing, so I have a wipe, or it wasn't pre-existing where maybe my hand, I have an injury, I was putting it on the side of my face to try to stem the flow of blood, and then I just happen to touch this and as I'm moving across the surface. So that would be the swipe. Again, something bloody, it has to obviously wet with blood, comes across that surface where I deposit the blood on that surface.
We moved through this pretty quickly, but one of the concepts that you discussed, I think when we were looking at a blood pool, was the concept of clotting. Can you explain what clotting is and the factors that affect clotting?
Again, clotting, once once you lose blood or once your circulatory system is breached, the blood, it's a natural occurrence that wants to fix itself, so the clotting mechanism takes over. So when we lose blood outside, and let's just say we have some type of criminal offense, and I have blood which is deposited as you saw in that slide, well, that same mechanism takes over. Okay, the platelets start to pull themselves together, the red cells start to pull together. There's fibrin, it's a stringy material which pulls all of the cellular material, the white cells, the red cells, and whatever, and that's what leaves you with the serum, that yellow liquid that you see, that straw-colored, that ultimately pulls together. And there have been some studies out there, and one of them that's used many times is the Lee White study. And basically what they do is, and now this is clinical in a hospital, 3 to 15 minutes. Now that's in a hospital where they took some blood, placed it at 37 degrees, which is 98.6, in a water bath, just to see it as it clots, because again, it was blood that was taken from an individual's arm. When we talk about a scene, that can vary dramatically, because we have to think about the absorbency of the surface that it's on. We have to think about the temperature. We have to think about the humidity that's out there. We also have to think of even a pool. Now let's just take this is a porous surface, this is a carpet, so it would saturate down, but let's think about, say you had a linoleum floor at home. That floor may appear to be flat, but you may have little dips in there. So here I have this area where the blood could pool up. Just that little area where it dips, that could affect the clotting of the blood as well. So we really have to take all of that into consideration. So again, for the most part, you can't say with any degree of accuracy that's 5 minutes and 37 seconds. No, it doesn't happen. What you look for is overall, again, holistically, what we look at, remember I talked about clotting, but not only do we have clotting, but we have drying. So ultimately, we need to look at all of that. In the entirety of the scene, how does the scene look? You know, is it just a little bit of clotting here? Is there overall drying of the scene and clotting of the scene? So again, that's why we need to look at the entirety of the scene.
I think you referenced that clinical study. You said in that clinical study the minimum amount of time was 3 minutes, and you said up to 15 minutes. Is that correct?
Yes.
You just mentioned drying. Is there a difference between blood drying and the concept of clotting?
Oh, yes. Yeah, well, blood drying, essentially blood could dry before clots, fully clots. Again, drying is when all the moisture evaporates from it. So as I mentioned before, clotting is really the drying process. It's just that the blood is present long enough where all of the cellular material begins to pull together and you have that leaching out of the serum onto whatever surface you're on. In fact, it goes so far as clotting can actually occur on clothing as well. No, and it could be for a number of reasons. It could be because of the presence of blood, just clarify that, or it could be the perpetrator came back sometime after the crime and did some type of action that caused clotting on the victim. And let's just say I moved the victim or whatever and I picked up clots as they were forming, and say I wiped it on my shirt or whatever. So there is a possibility of sources for clotting to appear on clothing, whether it be the suspect's clothing or the victim's clothing.
Can you talk now about the work that you did in this case? What is the first thing that you did on this case?
Again, all of the photos, I would have looked at the entirety of the photos, and then I would have gone to the videos, the body cam videos.
So essentially you followed that protocol or methodology that you outlined previously?
Yes, sir.
Should be fairly obvious, but what are you looking for when you get this initial information? You're looking at the photos and videos.
Again, looking to identify blood patterns that exist in the scene. So as I mentioned before, first we identify the patterns, then from there we're able to identify one of, say, 6 mechanisms, and then from those mechanisms we know that, and I keep using that arterial spurt, and sometimes you hear people talk about it. You see this inverted U on a wall or whatever. Well, if I have that, then I want to go back to the autopsy report to see or determine as to whether or not I have some type of artery that's breached. If not, it could be some type of severe injury that's running down my arm as I happen to be moving around the scene. So identify the patterns which give you the mechanism, which then you look for what could have caused that, or what actions may have the victim or the suspect taken. Certainly, let's just say it's not uncommon to try to clean up a scene. So when you look, you may find white patterns, so when you look at the scene, here we have a victim who's supine, laying on the ground. They appear to be deceased, but yet here I have some white patterns that are either on the wall or they're on the floor, so I know there's been what we refer to as post-event activity.
You said you had photos, you had body cam images in this case. What other information did you have access to?
I actually had, 1 minute, Your Honor. I actually received, I believe, most, if not all, of the information that was available, which there is some of it I did not review, but I have a list. Do you need me to go through that?
No, you don't need to go through that list. I think we can talk about it as it becomes relevant to the work that you did. You stated you relied on photographs in reaching some of the conclusions in your report. Did you include those photographs in the report that you prepared itself?
So what I do is the photographs that I rely upon in writing my report, I actually make those a copy of my report. So essentially, as I write my report, my photos progress from 1 through whatever the number of photos I have. Likewise, I usually divide them up into areas of what I call areas of interest. So in other words, it might be a particular room here, it may be the actual victim here, it could be the suspect. So again, as we go through the report, the photos go in line with my report.
I'm going to approach and show you what have been marked as State's Exhibits 217 through 259.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Those the photographs that you relied upon?
Yes, sir.
In reaching conclusions of that report?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the State would move to admit State's Exhibit 217 through 259 by stipulation of the parties.
Ms. Watt, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibits 217 through 259 are admitted.
The State would request permission to publish.
You may.
Would it assist you in discussing the work that you did to look at the photographs that you included in your report?
Yes, sir.
Any additional information that you believe is important before we look at these photographs?
No, sir.
A second. All right, I'm showing what you have marked in your report as photograph number 1. That's State's Exhibit 217. What are we seeing here?
So this would be the left side of Mr. Cooper's face, and we're looking at the 2 entrance wounds. Of note there, not only do we have the 2 entrance wounds, but we also have, if you notice, it's clear in the left edge of the left eye. You can see the stippling, those little red areas. They almost look like little red dots on the skin. Basically, that's the burnt, as again, as a bullet comes out of a firearm, not only does the bullet come out, but the primer residue, because when a bullet fires, in this case, you have the primer residue as well as the propellant. And as the bullet comes out, some of that propellant's coming out, some of it's burnt and unburnt, and some of that primer, if you do have a primer in there, but basically it gives you that indication of how close the firearm is. So what we see here is Mr. Cooper, his face has been washed down, the 2 entrance wounds as well as the stippling.
Could you use your laser pointer to point out the stippling that you were referencing?
So we have the entrance wound here, and we have the entrance on the lateral side and the medial side of the face here. And I'm sorry, you can see the stippling here going on, and we can pick it up. We can see it here as we look around here. So we have what, again, stippling. That's, whether it be in this particular case where it's red, that's some of the powder as it sears the skin when it contacts the skin.
As a forensic investigator, what does that tell you, if anything, about where the gun was in relation to Mr. Cooper's face when it was fired?
Well, normally what would happen is you get a range from the medical examiner how big that cone is, because when a firearm discharges, what will happen is that propellant or that primer residue will follow the bullet, and it comes out in a conical nature or a cone. And ultimately it begins to, remember I mentioned before, gravity and air resistance, it slows it down and ultimately it falls to the ground. Well, normally what will happen is that your medical examiner may, and not in all cases either from the clothing or from the wound, get a pattern of how big that pattern is. And if you recover the firearm, you have to use the same ammunition, you have to use the same firearm caliber and make. Ideally, they use the same gun if they recover it, and what they do is test firings, usually of white cotton, at various distances to determine the barrel to distance of the firearm. But the fact that the firearm wasn't here, the best you can do is that the firearm, or at least the end of the barrel, was fairly close. And there are some textbooks that quote distances. The Mayo, for example, would give you a distance when you have this type, or at least stippling, but again, the barrel is within a distance where you get that stippling or gunshot residue.
You noted the entrance wounds. Were you aware of any exit wounds?
There were no exit wounds, sir.
Why is that important to you?
Again, if you're looking for any type of forward spatter, not only that, but if I have an entrance wound here and I have an exit wound, let's just look at that example. Well, I would anticipate I'm going to have bleeding from both this side flow as well as this side. If I only have an entrance without that exit, so here I have the exit, then essentially when I'm looking at the photos, I'm saying, okay, the only source of blood is right here. And granted, there will be some out of the nose and mouth because I have the fracture, skull fracture, so I have the associated nose and mouth, but I'm certainly not going to get anything here. So again, trying to associate what I have in the photos with the wounds that have been documented by the medical examiner.
Showing you what's been marked in your report as photograph number 2. It states Exhibit 218. What are we seeing here?
This is the, I believe, east side of the house, and I believe in the reports this was referred to as the front door here. If you notice, there's 2 steps leading down, and there's actually a railing that not only runs along the outer perimeter here, but it also goes across, and there's the actual gate.
As a demonstrative that's previously been admitted as State's Exhibit number 305, which essentially is an overview of the crime scene, would it assist your testimony to reference that as well?
Yes, sir.
Judge, with the court's permission, I would ask to once again publish State's Exhibit 305.
You may.
Yes, sir.
And we've heard some testimony previously that the door that we're seeing here is the door behind the recliner that Mr. Cooper was found in on the date of offense. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes, sir.
Any further information from State's Exhibit 218?
No, sir.
State's Exhibit number 219, what are we seeing here?
In this photograph here, I'm trying to give an overall view of the scene. And again, we're looking at the door here. As I mentioned before, here's that railing, comes off the house, comes down and around, and you can see there's an actual gate right here opening. And what we have here is a piece of metal that goes across along the step itself, or just above the step. And we can see the gates open, and likewise we have this, I believe was a Michael Kors purse, or a Michael Kors clutch, I'm not sure the correct term, but that happened to be a purse that was on the concrete.
And are you able to display for the jury using your pointer where that area is on State's Exhibit 305?
This is the Michael Kors?
I'm sorry, just the stairway that you were referencing.
Again, the stairway here, and we can see when you go up one, they call it a stair tread. So as you go up the first stair to that stair tread, you can see the metal extending across the base of the railing. And we can see how this here, the actual gate, swings from here on that left side. And then we climb the next step, second step, third step to what I refer to as the landing.
And so we can orient ourselves with the crime scene.
Oh, sure.
On the State's Exhibit, the demonstrative there.
So here's the door right here. So here we have the recliner, and this is the door here. And this is where you'd step out and make your way, making your way down the stairs, out this way. Here we go through the door, down the stairs, and making your way that way.
Thank you. This is State's Exhibit 220, marked in your report as photograph number 4.
Mm-hmm. And so what we have here, these are referred to as placards, evidence placards. So we can see that we have number 6, 7, and 8. And what they indicate is some blood stains. This is the doorway, that front door as I refer to it, east side of the house. We have some blood stains here, some blood stains here. Likewise on the concrete stair tread, as well as that cross member. I'll use the term cross member. Here's the railing. Here are the hinges, so the gate is swinging back from, as I come down the stairs, it's going from left to right, opening.
May we approach quick?
You may.
Mr. Martin, are you still able to see State's Exhibit 305?
I may have to stand at some point if you don't mind. And I can stand in the box, but.
If you need to stand up to see it, that's fine.
Okay, thank you.
All right, this is marked in your report as number 5, State's Exhibit 221.
Mm-hmm. So I actually have it's 2 photos in the series. One is the photo as I received it, and then the following photo, I used Photoshop to actually indicate areas of blood stains in this particular case on that stair tread, the first one, if I may, coming out the door right here. That's that landing. This would be the siding, the east side of the house, as one would go into the house.
State's Exhibit 222, marked as number 6 in your report, you indicated you'd used Photoshop on the previous photo to indicate some blood stains. Is that what we're seeing here?
Yes, sir.
What type of stains are these?
They appear to be drip stains. Again, remember, as I talked about before, we can see the irregular shape of the stains. This happens to be concrete. Certainly there's some small stains here. We can see small stains. We do have an indication of how big, but again, they appear to be some type of a drip stain on the surface.
Marked in your report is number 7, State's Exhibit 223.
Yes, sir.
What are we seeing here?
Again, this is the first in the set of 2. The second one, I've marked it up, but we can see the placard, evidence placard number 7, and we have an indication here of size, and we can see the various stains here, which again I've circled in green in the next photograph.
I'm showing you now what's been marked in your report as number 8, State's Exhibit 224. What types of stains are these?
And again, remember I talked about the irregular surface here. Actually, they're very close together. They almost appear to be, size-wise, very small, but they appear to be drip. Well, they could almost be even a transfer, but more likely drip, because they all appear to be, irregular circular stains. But again, certainly close together. This one, a regular shaped stain. So I don't know if that's some type of contact or again, the impact at a slight angle. But again, due to the surface texture, it's tough to delineate exactly what they are.
Again, just so we're clear, where this image was taken, is it your understanding that this is on that stairway that you had referenced?
Yep, yes, sir. So we had the landing, which is number 6. This is on that first step, as one were to step down from the landing. If I were leaving the house, that would be that first step down. And again, this would be the following step, as one would be come out the door. We're at the landing for 6. Now we're moving down the first tread, and now we're down to that second area. That's that cross member, the term I'll use, cross member of that railing, where we can see some stains. And again, that surface texture, right, the concrete, we can see some irregular shaped stains. Not only that, but here we have again, I use the term footwear impression. So what we have here is what appears to be the outsole or the bottom of a shoe that's contaminated with blood. As it contacts this surface here, it leaves the impression. We don't have the shoe. One of two things. We could have a positive impression. Okay, and a positive impression would be, think about this. So here I have a shoe. Now just envision I have this shoe, and a positive impression would be if I have the treads that are sticking down, that's contaminated. So when the tread comes down, I'm actually leaving a positive impression, if that makes sense. So in other words, if I have blood on the tread and I press it down, that's a positive impression. What you can find is what we refer to in blood stain is negative impression. Good example, let's just jump to my finger. If I were to take some blood and put it on my finger, and I were to carefully wipe it across here, the blood on the top of my ridges, because we've all looked at our fingers and we see these elevated ridges, well, I could wipe that off, and if I did leave an impression, that would be a positive impression. Likewise, what I've seen at crime scenes where someone will touch something, they leave a positive impression because they touch it sufficiently to leave blood on the surface of their ridges on, in this case here, the speaker. Well, as I move along, the blood is off the top of my ridges, but if I press down hard enough, what ends up happening is the blood, we call those the furrows. All right? So in other words, if you look at your tires, those recessed areas, those are called furrows, or on your shoe, those recessed areas. If I press down, that could literally give me what's called a negative impression. But what we do have is, whether it's a negative or positive impression, we do have what appears to be a footwear impression here on that railing, or that cross member, excuse me.
And for the record, that was State's Exhibit 225, marked in Mr. Martin's report as number 9. Showing you State's Exhibit 226, marked in your report as number 10. What are we seeing here?
Again, I've gone through, and this appears to be spatter. I've used arrows to indicate what looks like spatter. And again, spatter being some type of force has been applied to blood. And it could be any number of things, create these little spatter stains. notice how they're circular in nature, and granted it's hitting the surface. Again, these appear to be some type of drip stains, but I have some very small, and again, blood wants to hold on to something. And just a quick example, if I were to wash my hands, for the most part, the water's going to come off. If I do this type of thing, that's going to create those small little stains. So when I start to get these small little stains like that, and again, what we're assuming here is all the red-brown stains in this particular case here are blood, that this type of small stain here, there was something that created that. And it could be something as simple as the shoe. Envision the shoe slapping down. It could have created or some of that blood to come off and create that spatter. So again, size, as I mentioned before, is important as well as the shape of the stain.
And just to be clear, you said the shoe itself could have caused that spatter where it contaminated.
Oh, it could have been on the top of the shoe. I call that the upper, just in case I use the term. The upper would be anything other than the outsole. Just another photograph here from a different view, where they've placed the placard, the evidence placard number 8.
And that State's Exhibit 227 noted in your report as number 11. And again, what are we seeing here in State's Exhibit 228, your number 12?
Yes, we did in the previous photograph. It's just a different angle. As I mentioned before, I just thought it was important to put the two different angles because I'm not sure that in the previous photo we were able to capture that or was able to illustrate that for the jury.
Judge, I think this may be a good time for our morning break.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it has been going about an hour and a half, so we will take our mid-morning break now and ask to be ready to go in approximately 15 minutes. And again, I'd remind you of the admonition I gave you many times already, so see you in a bit.
All right, while they take their break, we'll recap a little bit. Well, I'm not going to recap an hour of his foundation. But yeah, so the first responder was dispatched at 4:39, and the text, remember those casings, was at 3:32. So basically 3:30 to 4:30, roughly. So the shooting was sometime in between then. So yeah, I'm thinking Houston does the shooting. Because why would he text her to say, hey, remember those casings, unless he's reminding her, if she was the shooter, don't forget to pick up the casings. But yeah.
Just real quick, I was thinking about, so we have 306 and get back, regardless.
All right. I guess he's going to be off the record. All right. So Kenneth Martin, forensic analyst, bloodstain pattern expert, footprints expert. He goes over the bloodstain pattern for an hour. Then he gets to Ryan. Ryan had 2 entrance wounds, left side of his face. He had stippling near his left eye. So again, we're talking about it. Obviously, the person who shot him, I think it's 4 inches, 4 to 6 inches, 7 inches, something like that. We heard from previous testimony from other trials. I think it's somebody remind me in chat how close stippling. I think it's maybe 6 inches. Anyway, the person probably put it, whoever did this, whether it was Houston or Karina or somebody else, probably put it right up against his head. But he had to be sleeping. Like Ryan had to be like sound asleep. And I can't wait to see toxicology. Like, did he have any did he have any sleeping pills and, something, any kind of downers, I don't know, anything that would make him sleepy. I want to hear from the ME. And then they're talking about this blood on the gate was possibly from a shoe. Don't forget there was like a footprint or a swipe in the blood as well, but they think that's from Cade, the kid. So that's pretty rough. So 2 to 4 feet, is it that far away northwest? All right, thank you. So I still think it was what do you guys think? I think it was up close. I don't think, maybe it was about a foot away. Because whoever's creeping up on him, he's sleeping, right? He's snoring. They're creeping up on him. Yeah, I'm thinking they probably got within a foot. That's what I'm thinking. No drugs or alcohol in the system. So he was just sound asleep. Wow. Surprised he didn't wake up. All right, let's do some zooming. Oh, what's up? What's up, Super Ball? You gonna come up and say hello? Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. What's up? Kitty butt in my face. Come say hello. Hi. What do you have to say for yourself? You say hello? Silent meows. Hi. You have to say anything for yourself? All right, seems like Super Ball wants some food. All right, I'll put the next segment on and then I'll go feed her. Let's see, hold on. All right.
All right, go ahead and have a seat, everybody. Okay, we are back on the record after our mid-morning break. We have the jury, counsel, and parties present. We have Mr. Martin on the stand. And, sir, I would just remind you that even though we took a break, you're still under oath.
Yes, Your Honor.
And with that, Mr. Ringel, you may resume your direct examination.
Thank you, Judge. Could we lower the lights just a little bit? Thank you. Showing you what's been marked in your report, Mr. Martin, as number 13, it's State's Exhibit 229. What are we seeing there?
This is a stairway that comes down from the upper level. I believe it was referred to the sewing room of the home. I don't know if the jury can see it, but may I stand, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. If we look here, or on the monitor here, if you look here, I've placed a green arrow in the photograph at the base of the stairs on the right hand of that riser. And in the next photograph, what we'll see is the blood stain at the base of the stairs. This is, again, to orient you as to where that stain was located.
State's Exhibit 230, your number 14, is that the blood stain you were just referencing?
Yes, sir. So, again, the evidence placard was placed by the investigators here, and what we can see is, again, we have the scale here, placard number 1, stain. Notice we have a circular stain there. So what we have, circular stain, it appears to be a drip stain at the base of the stairs. The thing that we look at, okay, so I have a drip stain here. Well, if I have a drip stain, is it isolated? This appears to be isolated because, at least from the investigative reports, and I can only work with the information that I have. So essentially, could there be some latent stains there? In other words, and let me just say that, excuse me 1 minute. Let me just say this. There are two types of blood stains. There are patent stains, P-A-T-E-N-T. Those are readily visible. There could also be latent stains there. In other words, I could have had a little bit of blood, and let's just use the example of my footwear. It comes up to a point where you don't see the blood anymore on the surface and let's say the floor. But as I walk along, there's still trace amounts. So that's what we call a latent, because if I take a particular chemical and I treat it, it will actually make that blood stain, which is otherwise invisible, visible. So what we could have here is we obviously have a latent, appears to be a drip stain. Could there have been additional stains? I didn't see any, nor were there any recorded in the report, leading to, and I use the term the living room, or where Mr. Cooper was found, nor did investigators detect anything else. So this just happens to be a, if you want to call it a random stain with no association. Because if I did have, and let's just say I have a this drip stain here, drip stain here, drip stain here. Many times what we do is we follow, obviously, the drip stains. That's called the drip trail. It tells us where many times it's coming from and where it's going to. But again, this happens to be an isolated stain. It wasn't tested for blood, but at least in my opinion, it appears to be blood. And certainly it appears to be Mr. Cooper's. Could have been from a separate incident. I've certainly had cases where there are blood stains pre-existing in the house that came not only from residents there, but from a previous resident of that apartment. So again, here we have this isolated blood stain, which really doesn't have any connection through a drip trail or any other format.
And Judge, with the court's permission, it looks like 305 has been taken down. I'm going to republish that, if that's okay.
Okay.
You able to see that okay, Mr. Martin?
I may have to stand, sir.
All right. Moving on to State's Exhibit number 231, marked in your report as number 15. What are we seeing here?
So this is a photograph which was taken off the body cam. It's a still frame, and essentially as the first officer is coming into the room here, his body camera is working, and again, I have the ability to take a frame off of that. And what we have here is we have Karina Cooper here. You can see her as she's straddling. In fact, this happens to be her left leg here, and we can... May I stand, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. We can see that she's on the Mr. Cooper here. And again, one of the things that we look at, even though it's a photograph that appears to be out of focus, or again, it's a body camera, it's moving. So again, what happens is we have some motion in the camera itself. Right away, we start to look for, do I see any blood flow running down his legs, any blood flow here? What do I see? I can see the recliner. The recliner appears to be in the back position, in that reclined. I don't know how far back it reclines, but certainly we can see that the footrest is in the up position. We can also see here the quilt, because again, what are the positions of the items in the room, the evidence in the room? So we can see that there's a quilt behind Mr. Cooper as well.
And you stated that was a still from a body cam. It's noted there as body cam Fangman, I believe.
Yes, sir. Yes, I have it marked as Fangman. Yes, sir.
And for the record, Deputy...
Sir, do you want to pull your microphone down again?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Yes, I have it marked as, it's a photo 15 body cam Fangman.
Just for the record, Deputy Fangman's body cam was previously admitted as State's Exhibit number 102. What are you seeing of relevance to your analysis? I know you already noted that you're looking at the position of the items in the room. You're also looking for flow patterns or the lack of flow patterns on the extremities of Mr. Cooper. Anything of note with regard to the fact that Karina Cooper is on top of the decedent?
So one of the things that we have to consider, and it always comes up, has the scene been altered? It can be intentional or it can be unintentional. So we know that Mr. Cooper, certainly 911 has been called, that he's incurred an injury. We can see that Karina Cooper is on top of him. So right away when we're doing an assessment, or at least I'm looking at the photographs, because ultimately she's removed from Mr. Cooper, we have to take into consideration that there's possible movement of Mr. Cooper by Karina Cooper. Not only that, but what has she touched that could have altered. For example, I could have Mr. Cooper could have some blood on his face, could be moving that blood around, which could be changing the appearance of the stain. So in my analysis, if I had a flow pattern, so flow, as we talked about before, gravity's causing it to run down, well, I could see this movement. Now I know from the body camera, and that's why it's so important that you have to look at all of the evidence, whether it be video or photographic, to be able to account for what patterns we see at the scene.
And so would you characterize Ms. Cooper's actions sitting on top of the decedent here as altering the scene?
Yes, sir.
State's exhibit number 232, again marked as a body cam, Fangman, marked in your report as number 16. What do we see here?
Again, Your Honor, may I stand, please?
You may.
Thank you. So what we do, again, we have Karina Cooper here on Mr. Cooper's lap. We can see her left arm is up by his face. And now we look at the entirety of the scene. Again, top of the recliner, we can see that there's I use the term quilt there. So in the subsequent photos or in the later photos, I want to see if the position of the quilt is as it's depicted here, because certainly movement by her or movement in removing Mr. Cooper from the recliner could cause the actual movement of the quilt. Also, I have a better view of the room. I'm going to look at the whole room or the entire room. Here we can see this is the doorway to the outside. This is that front door I previously talked about, this being the east side of the dwelling. You can see that the door is closed. So again, was the door open and closed at the time first officers responded? At least here, the door is fully closed. Likewise, as we look in the area of this arm, the left arm of the recliner, I know from looking at the photos, because I looked at the photos prior to looking at the video, I look at the photos to determine, was there any blood staining on the arm of the chair? What is the extent of blood staining to Karina Cooper, if any? So again, even though this happens to be out of focus, again, it's due to the movement. If he were standing still, would have a clearer picture. But again, I can see the quilt here. I can see her position. I know that obviously she's placed her at least left hand on the right side of his face.
Mr. Ringel, let me go ahead and have a seat, but let me just ask, do we need this up? I mean, it does make it so he has to stand more. Is there something else we can do with that?
Judge, we could put it behind the defense table. The purpose of it is to just allow him to show, as we move forward, the different areas where the photographs were taken.
Sure, I understand. It would just, I think, make it more convenient for him, and when he stands up, the microphone doesn't catch, and anyway, so if we could move that, I think, and then also he would have a view of the screen too.
Your Honor, well, how about it? Could we put it here where she stepped down? This might be a no.
I'll let Mr. Ringel and Mr. Kodiaga figure out maybe where it can go. That'll also allow Ms. Watt to get back to her original location.
Can you still see State's Exhibit 305?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Ringel, you can go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. You stated that you had looked at Deputy Fangman's body camera. You said you're using software that allows you to look at approximately 30 frames per second, if I remember correctly.
Yes, sir.
Were you able to determine in looking at that footage what Ms. Cooper is doing while she's on top of Ryan Cooper?
Well, you'd have to look at the video, but you can see that she's placing her hand across Mr. Cooper and hugging him, as well as in the actual video you can hear her crying and commenting as well.
Were you able to determine if her face was making contact with...
Yes, sir, in the video, yes. In other words, her face was making contact with Mr. Cooper's face, almost a rubbing motion to the face, yes.
And were you able to tell if that was the left side or the right side of Mr. Cooper's face where she was making contact?
Well, at least in the portion of the video, it appeared to be the right side of the face. In one portion of the video that I specifically recall. Yes, sir.
And here it looks as though she's making contact with the left side of his face. Is that correct?
No, that would be the right side, sir. Right? His head is to her. His head is to her left. No, to her right. So his head looks like her head is. This is his head back here on that side of her.
All right. So he's facing forward in the chair.
Right, so that would be the right side of his face. Her face is up against this left side here.
Okay, thank you.
I didn't touch anything.
All right, moving on to what's been marked as State's Exhibit 233. Marked in your report as 17. What are we seeing here?
This is a photo which I was provided by Trent Villaret from DCI. This was in his report. I believe it came from one of the body cameras. I'm not sure, but prior to first responders arriving on the scene, and what we see here is Karina Cooper has been removed. And again, what we're looking at here is this is probably one of the earliest photos that we see. And again, we have Mr. Cooper here in the chair. Remember I talked about flow patterns, trying to determine as to whether he may have been standing at the time, kneeling at the time. Well, first of all, as we look, we see a saturation stain, and I did mention that briefly. Saturation stain is when I have blood that's on something that's porous, such as fabric or clothing. So we can see it's making its way down because of gravity, so it's making its way down, but I don't have any flow pattern going across his stomach. Again, these blankets could have been placed after, post-event, or they could have been there prior to, which again, I don't see any blood on them. Likewise, the other thing that we want to take a look at is his left arm. And one of what we're looking for there is, do we see any evidence, the flow pattern in the shirt? Notice, it comes down his sleeve, but there's still a couple of inches. Likewise, we have some blood out here, and I'll talk about that in later slides, but one of the reasons for this blood out here could have been his arm extended out here. So instead of his arm being flexed at the elbow, right here as we see it, into his waist, if the position were out here, blood could have flowed down, because we know the wound is on that left side, could have flowed down his hand, and his fingers could have been here, which account for this, and we'll talk about that later. But from everything that we see, or I see, there's no evidence at all that he was anything other than this position. Likewise, again, what's around him, we can see that quilt. Here's the quilt behind him. We can see on the quilt that shiny area here on the, right side of his face is blood, clotted blood. We can also see over here there's some blood that's amassed here. So again, what we have is the quilt, he's up against it. There's no evidence at all of him in a position other than that reclining position. And again, generally, here's another photo to show that the door was closed at the time. We can see this large pattern here, because again, ultimately when first responders or investigators come to the scene, certainly the dynamics could have changed. You could have some flow going on that could have increased that pattern. So this gives me an idea, at least when this photo was taken, this was what the scene looked like. And again, we had Karina Cooper here. We do know that she was involved in some of the altering of the scene, whether, like I say, we don't know intentional or unintentional, but certainly that gives us an indication that, we have to consider that when we look at the case in summary.
To be clear then, from what you're observing here, this was taken pretty much immediately after Karina Cooper was removed.
Yes, sir.
And there was not a flow pattern down Ryan Cooper's left arm, correct?
Left arm, no, sir. Nor down nor his stomach.
The door is closed, and also there's a vent, guess we'll say about the middle right of that image. Is that vent covered with a vent cover?
A floor vent, yes, sir. Hot air system, so we have a floor vent in the floor itself. In fact, one other of note, which is important in this case, this floor is actually particle board. At least that's the term I know it as. So unlike if this were a hardwood floor, granted you have a space between the floors, but the floor has been finished, so it's pretty much non-porous. Or if this were inlaid or some type of non-porous surface, the fact that we have this particle board that is somewhat porous, we have to take that into consideration when we're evaluating all of the evidence at the end of this.
There's some blood pools in this image. Sounds like from your testimony, if I understand correctly, there's some later images that are better to describe what's going on with those particular blood pools.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 234 marked in your report as 18.
Yes, sir. This is a photograph. Obviously, it was taken sometime later. The sun has come up. Mr. Cooper has been removed from the recliner. They've placed a sheet on the floor, and they've simply moved him from here to here. Again, the purpose of the photograph here is to give an overall view of the room, so we can see here's the door, and again, the door is still shut. But again, we have the recliner here, and ultimately Mr. Cooper here, but we look at the arm, we don't see any blood because we didn't see the inside of the arm. So in this photograph here, we didn't see any on the outside, nor do we see any on the inside. Likewise, across the abdominal area, we don't see any blood. And even the left arm, nothing there and nothing in that thigh area of either leg or even the feet. So with each photograph, we're looking to say, okay, in the last photograph, there was no evidence of him being up at the time. Another photograph that supports the fact that he was in the recliner and it was reclined at the time of the discharge of the two shots.
Your number 19, State's Exhibit 235.
In this photograph here, what we're looking at is Mr. Cooper is back this way. This is the carpet that we noticed, or we noted Mr. Cooper on. This is heading out towards that, and this is the doorway that goes into that sewing room. So on the diagram, here's Mr. Cooper here. This is that area of the carpet, and this is that doorway that goes into that sewing room where that drop of blood was located. So here we are up in this area. That's heading through that doorway. I've got two different symbols here. I put the green ellipse, green ellipse. These are blood stains. They appear to be, notice the ellipses, excuse me. Notice there's a tail going this way, so it's telling me that the blood actually hits, and it's actually going in this direction. When someone's going or something's going this way, that's bloody. Not only that, but here we have two footprints, not footwear, but two footprints. We can see the right foot here, and we can see the left foot here. Of note, when I reviewed the reports, there were additional bloody footprints which were on this carpet here. So what that tells me is after the time, after the event, the shooting, someone with bare feet stepped in the blood, went across the carpet, because again, relying on the reports, went across the carpet, and ultimately here to here. I didn't have any additional photos going into here, but as I mentioned before, the amount of blood diminishes. There could be additional going this way, but we at least have two footprints, one being right here, and, excuse me, this is a right here, and this happens to be I'm sorry, right here, what did I say, right, left? This appears to be a right as well, going towards the sewing room.
State's Exhibit 236, your number 20.
Sure. This is a photograph of Mr. Cooper's right foot and his lower leg. What we see there on him, this appears to be a transfer stain, and that something bloody came in contact with Mr. Cooper's foot. We see a transfer stain here on the bottom, but again, we don't see any drips up top, nor do we see any flow. But in reviewing the reports, there was a statement by Karina Cooper as to grabbing Mr. Cooper's foot as she climbed on top of him. So she certainly the possible origin of this is with a bloody hand as you are climbing on top of, or as she was, climbing on top of Mr. Cooper. That could have been the transfer stain as she's climbing up.
State's Exhibit 237, you were 21.
Again, this happens to be Mr. Cooper's left foot as he's on the floor. And again, the purpose is to note that there is no blood on the bottoms of his feet, no blood drips on the top of his feet, and again, nothing flowing down his leg. Because with each photo that we look at, if we're saying that there's no evidence of him being up, we need to keep looking over, and what we're doing is we're trying to falsify, or we're trying to prove that there is no other evidence other than him being in that reclined position as we see him.
This is State's Exhibit 238, you're 22.
So here we have Mr. Cooper. We can see that this is the white sheet that he was placed on, and obviously they place a clean sheet down prior to putting Mr. Cooper on there, and we can see blood stains here. The term that we use is that he's still purging. So in other words, he has blood. Obviously there's a breach in his circulatory system. There's blood, which is amassed. Remember I talked about before, he has damage here. So we note that he's still bleeding as he's here. And granted, these are the only two wounds. You're going to get some from the nose and mouth due to the fracture of the cranium of the skull. You're going to get bleeding in there. What's causing that? So we see this, but I've placed 2 arrows. And what we see in this one here, this is the left shoulder, we see some clots here. So again, clotting tells us that there's been some time that has elapsed for this clot to have amassed. Likewise, I've put a green arrow towards the right here. We can see a clot here, and there's some along his right shoulder, but we can see additional clots here on the front of his shirt. Likewise, his nose, we can see some dried blood. It's actually began to crack. So we have this mass of blood. It's not uncommon for the blood to begin to crack here. We can see it coming out of his nostril. What we do have, and again, that's why and I failed to point it out in one of the previous photos of him on the chair, is if you notice we have a flow pattern. Remember I talked about that before. So blood came out of his nose and it flows down here off to the side of his head. Well, in the previous photograph, there was no flow pattern that existed here. Notice the flow pattern is going down here, so this accounts for him sitting in the chair, but this was not in the previous photo, and we know that he's purging, to use that term, so that's when he's being taken off of the recliner, and his head moves off to the side, and that's what causes that flow. So again, that's post-event, or you might hear me use the term artifact. That was created after he was taken out of the chair.
State's 239, you're 23.
So again, we have Mr. Cooper here looking straight down. We can see I've put the green arrow, clots here, giving us some indication of time. Likewise, we can see the green arrow here, or you can see it here, the green arrow, in the same position, whatever's easier if you can't see it back there. But again, we've got a clot going along the shoulder area. So what that's telling us is, now think about it, if he's in position in that chair and we have some bleeding going on, then obviously the blood is going to amass, and the pressure, his pressure of him up against the chair creates, for lack of a better term, a dam, and ultimately that blood pools up there and may even run across the back of his neck and pool up here, and that's what creates that clot that we see here. Likewise, this is that flow pattern I talked about before, that's post-event or artifact. Notice the blood flow down. Now envision him sitting in the recliner. As he loses it due to the fractures here and it's bleeding, it's going to flow down his face. And then the other thing that we noted is in the video, and I testified, here we had Karina Cooper, and we could see in the video that her face comes in contact with him. And at one point, I don't recall, but I think hand does as well, but that could account for some of that. Remember I talked about that swipe pattern? So in other words, or even white pattern, because now she's She's moving from this side with the blood to that side, so it could be a swipe or it could be a wipe. Sometimes you hear the term smear when you really can't tell what it is, but certainly there's lateral, some motion going on there, and that's what could account for that, or what would account for that.
State's Exhibit 240, this is your number 24.
Now, I've placed 3 green arrows on the recliner. The recliner's been placed now. Mr. Cooper's been removed. So let's just start here. He's seated. Can we turn it? There we go. Oh, much better. Thank you. So he's seated in the recliner here. One of the first things we want to take a look at, and I failed to use this term, there's a term called void. So essentially, if I have something here, and let's just say I place my cup of water here, and I create some spatter around it, well, you would agree with me that if I pick it up, there's an absence of blood there, right? So the fact that I have an absence of blood tells me that something was there to prevent any type of blood from getting there. Well, if you notice, if the person were standing, and we don't see any evidence of Mr. Cooper standing, but if he's bleeding, and I can tell you that he'll immediately begin to bleed, well, we don't see any evidence of blood on the chair or even the back until you get up in this area where his shoulders were. And we can see the corresponding clot to the left shoulder, and we can see the corresponding clot to the right shoulder. Notice here on this yellow square, we have some saturation. So some of that serum and some of the blood does soak into the material, and it's worked its way down here. Granted, the wound is on his left side, so some of that blood does saturate down into the material, and it works its way down here. And notice, remember, wound is on that left side. His head is somewhat tilted this way. Notice the saturation stain continues down into this area here and makes its way all the way here. Likewise, saturation stain along this, I'll call it faux leather or whatever, suede I guess might be the term. You can see that there's some blood here as well. Actually, there's some clotting there, which makes sense. So essentially, we have this void, an absence of blood, which puts, again, let's take a look at everything, this holistic approach. We have Mr. Cooper up against the recliner back as he's bleeding. The blood essentially is collecting here on his shoulder. It's migrating this way, for the most part flowing down this way, saturating down along the quilt. And ultimately, where he's got his head off to the left, we've got him bleeding into this area where the cushion, arm cushion, comes in contact with this back here. So the fact that we don't have any blood in this area is just another means by which we can confirm or say, hey, he's sitting in the chair at the time of these 2 shots.
States 241, your 25.
This is, again, I put my green arrow in here. This is the clot on the, that would be his right side. If you remember back to the photograph with him on the floor with his T-shirt, he had that large clot on his right shoulder. Now this clot on his right shoulder matches up with this clot here on the comforter or quilt on the back of his chair or his recliner. So as he's in this position, that blood is welling up between his shirt, and that's what's causing that clot. So when he's pulled away from there, that leaves that remaining clot on the quilt. Likewise, he's got the corresponding clot on his shoulder. And here we have the this would be looking at the chair. This would be looking at it, the right side. We can see the clot here. In fact, we can see some of the clot falling down. This is most likely when Mr. Cooper, remember the predominance of the blood is flowing this way, it still hadn't totally clotted and dried. So when he's pulled from the chair, this clot begins to flow down the quilt. And if we look here in this area here, we can see how the blood, we have a saturation stain here, but we also have some dripping here. Here's that side arm of the chair. And notice this dull area right here, dull area right here. Well, that happens to be dried blood on the arm of the chair as well. So that's a coating of dried blood. But what's important here, we have more clotting going down here. So it tells us there's a volume of blood which is either dripping down or seeping down in this area here of the chair.
For the record, that was State's Exhibit 242. Your 27 State's Exhibit 243.
Yes, so this happens to be again, looking at the chair from the front, this happens to be the right side of the recliner. So again, looking at it the right side, if you were sitting in it, it would be the left side. Mr. Cooper, again, is sitting in the recliner this way. Up here, what we have, as I mentioned before, is that blood staining here. So we have some transfer stains, something wet with blood, I've encircled here. We have a little bit of a saturation stain. Not only that, but you can just about see the flow pattern going down the side of the chair. So we have some flow pattern going down the side of the chair. We can see some blood in here. In other words, blood is running down, just so happens to get inside or in between this upper portion and this side arm of the chair. It's actually running down the side. Not only is it running down the side and amassing here, but it's also running down the interior of the chair. And notice the pool that's amassing back here. This pool is because he's been sitting here for some time, and I can't tell you how long, because if you think about it, there's two factors that directly affect the size of the pool. It's the rate of flow, right? If I turn on my faucet and I just have it dripping along, that's certainly going to take quite a while for that to amass that amount of blood. Likewise, if I open my faucet up, I'm certainly going to have a lot less time. So again, and not only that, but after someone has been shot and they're succumbing to their death, blood pressure is going down, so the rate of flow is not as great as it is as time goes by. So again, to give you a time as to how long that would amass, there's a lot of things that go into that, but what we do know is that he was in this position with a sufficient amount of blood, not only to run down the side of the recliner, but to run in the recliner to create this, and this is separate than this area here. So here we have a pool amassing from blood running down here.
Based on what you're seeing here, is there anything to support the notion that the recliner was moved after the shooting?
No, because we have this flow pattern here, so it's going down, and that's why this is flowing from underneath the recliner. But we also, and I haven't talked about this is that drip pattern that I talked about. See all the little satellites that we see here that radiate around that pool? Given this photograph, not only that, but when these satellites hit, here's the other thing, is they come straight out. So here we have that parent pool here. As they come straight out, they're going to skid along here. If you notice, there's no blood really in this section here, because as they hit the corner of this chair, and at the base of this chair, not only do we have the flow pattern here, and I'm getting ahead of myself, we have all those little satellites. As that blood hits that parent stain, that satellite comes up and it's hitting the base of that chair at that low level.
Again, if this is better illustrated in a later photograph, just let me know.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to get too far ahead, but are you saying that the blood pool that we're seeing immediately next to the recliner is separate and distinct from the parent and satellite stains that are towards the bottom of the photograph?
Yes, sir.
And that's something that will be discussed later?
Coming photos, yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 244, your 28.
Yes, sir. So what we have here is, again, another photograph taken of the chair. Here we have the recliner. And again, the photo allows us to see that there's no blood here. We again see the void here. But now looking in this area, we talked about that saturation as blood's running through the chair. But also now we have that drip pattern. Notice all of the satellite. And we saw in that video that I had, when that single drop dropped into that parent stain, granted there were several stains, but again, the size of this tells me that that pool had some time to amass. Not only that, but there's something over the pool that's dripping down, and with each drip, you're creating these satellite spatter. Notice how they're radiating out. They actually hit this here. They hit the base of this bureau. If anything was moved, if we look at this leg on this bureau, notice if we look at the frequency or the number of blood stains, Notice how it's fairly red and it's sprinkled, or whatever term you want to use. The concentration here, and it goes back this way, but notice there's almost a lack of staining. In fact, right at the base of that foot, it almost appears that there's a lack of stains. So what that says, if anything was moved, that at some point after this, that this was moved just slightly, and what we see here are some marks in the floor. Some things moved across this. Remember I talked about swipes and wipes, but here we have some type of movement, lateral movement across here, and it's going this way, so it probably bumped this and just slightly moved this, maybe a half an inch at some particular point in time. I have a green arrow here in the foreground, or the lower portion of the photo. Again, we see that bare footprint impression. So we have a bottom of a bare foot which is contaminated with blood, which is heading from the chair. And if you recall, I noted that, or I mentioned in the reports, there were footprint impressions on the rug, and then we saw those other two impressions that were leading towards that sewing room, towards the stairs. This we have here is, we have some motion. Obviously there's been some blood deposition. It's amassed that pool, and we've had something come through and wipe it. And in reviewing the reports, supposedly the victim's son, Cade, I believe his name is, C-A-Y-D, came into the room and slipped and fell. So this would account for this movement of the blood here. If someone were to slip and fall, and envision them slipping and falling, because one of the other things that we look at, many times there's what we refer to as feathering, so we see movement of directionality, moves this way and just slightly bumps this to give us that little, it almost appears to be, it does appear to be a small, or it is a small void right there, as that cabinet is moved. This happens, number 4, the placard. What is placard number 4? That's a sample of blood that the investigators took, because again, you want to take samples at various locations to show whose blood it is. And then lastly, placard in the back there, number 5, that's where the expended cartridge case, the 22 long, was located.
Previously referred to as a shell casing, that's what you're talking about, correct?
Shell casing, cartridge case, yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 245, marked in your report as number 29.
So here we have, and let's use that green arrow for reference. That's that footprint, and we can see it's a left foot, and we can see the directionality here is that the big toe as we move around. So we've got the left foot, and it's moving away from the actual pool here. Interestingly enough, what we don't see is if this foot were to get contaminated, where is the area of, let's just call it a negative impression where they picked up the blood? We don't see that. So normally what happens is, or what we have here is, someone had stepped in the blood. Evidence of that is disappeared or is been masked over by the accumulation of blood into this pool here. So any indication, because certainly there's not enough blood here in this satellite spatter to have created the large barefoot impression, someone would have had to step here and to go over in this direction. Also, what we have here is, notice all of these spatter heading out. If you look, you can see the elongated stains. Remember we talked about that before? Tails are going this way. So as that blood is dripping down, we have that drip pattern, drip, drip, drip. So what's happening is that's very low, it's on the floor, correct? So when those spatters are coming out, some of them are coming directly out. So they're, to use the term which might make it easier, they're almost skidding along the floor. So we have those elongated stains. While some of them, as the blood is dripping in, that blood, as it drips in, it comes out and drops over, and you get those circular stains. But for the most part, everything is coming back to here, here, here. And the other thing that we want to look at is, okay, if this is originating here, then we should have something here, which we do. We should have something here, and you can see it in this photograph right there. Some of that spatter is making it all the way out to here. And likewise, when we look at some additional photos, we'll see spatter on the front of this jug or whatever the clay, whatever this is. But again, what we want to do is to show that if I have that type of pattern, this drip pattern, then I should look for and find that radiating spatter coming from that stain. And what it tells me is important. is something, and I'm tipping and it makes it difficult to hear, but obviously the blood source is above it. It's above that area and it's dripping into it. So if I'm sitting in the recliner and I back up like this, it's not possible for me to create that drip pattern. The only way that drip pattern could have been created is the source has to be out over that floor to drip down into that pre-existing stain.
So if I understand your testimony correctly, then based on your review of the blood patterns that you're seeing here, the body was in at least 2 separate positions?
Yes, sir.
And the position of the body in the recliner, you talked about the clots of blood on the shoulder, you talked about the flow patterns down to the base of the recliner, are consistent with Mr. Cooper's body sitting in the recliner?
Yes, sir.
And then you're talking about this parent stain and the satellite stains that are much further out, indicating that the source of blood must come from above, correct?
There has to be obviously a break. It's not flowing down something, otherwise it would flow and just amass, as we saw in that previous photo of that stain amassing in the back of the chair. In this particular case, I have to be above it because, again, all of the spatter, all of that satellite spatter is radiating all the way around, or 360 degrees. So it's dripping into that center, and there's some slight movement, but again, all of those stains are radiating out.
So this isn't coming from Mr. Cooper?
As he's found, no, sir.
Not as he's found, in other words, reclining in the recliner?
In the first officer photographs that we've previously...
Relevant to this image here and what you were just talking about?
Sure. It's certainly possible, and again, we have to entertain all possibilities, where if he were, and let's just say unintentionally, Karina Cooper, who we know was on him, picked his arm up only to hold on to him or to embrace him, certainly we want to take a look at his left arm because we know the injury is on his left side. So as I'm sitting there back up against the chair, blood is amassing. Some of it's going to flow down my arm, so it could be possible that as my arm is extended out over the recliner, that it could be dripping off the tip of my finger or fingers, but we don't see that. We actually see his arm clean, and it's actually within the arm of the chair. So again, that's not, and again, look at all of possibilities, his arm wasn't extended out. The most likely position is that, or what is most likely is Mr. Cooper is in this position where he's over the arm of the chair to allow for that dripping to collect and create those satellite spatter.
So if I understand correctly, there's no flow pattern down the arm, so it didn't come from his arm hanging over essentially what you're referring to as this parent stain?
Correct.
And if I understand your testimony, you stated that it's instead the source of the blood above this parent stain would be directly from the wound in his face, on the left side of his face?
Yes, sir.
State's exhibit number 246, your number 30.
So, again, as I mentioned before, when we look at and we do our blood stain analysis, we need to look at the entire scene, right? And if something doesn't make sense, we have to go back. Here we're talking about a drip pattern, so we have blood dripping into blood. We do know that the satellites are going to radiate out. And if you notice here, there's that container that I previously talked about. Notice the spatter. This is the portion that's closest to that drip pattern, so therefore the most of the predominant number of stains are going to be here. And we can also see that we have some spatter here. So again, everything is corroborating or supporting the fact that that's a drip pattern. Not only that, but that these two jugs or these two containers were there at the time of the event and weren't moved subsequent, because that's not uncommon where someone may try to alter the scene. But certainly, could their positions have slightly moved? Yes. Normally what I do is I would circle this with a Sharpie marker, then I would lift it up, push it off to the side, and I would take a photo of that silhouette just to show either that wasn't moved or it was moved. So there's things you could do. The other important thing to track here is we've seen the footprints on the other side of this rug. The report talked about bloody footprints crossing the rug, but again, or here we have another one of those. In this case, it's a left footprint moving towards that rug. So what we've done, unlike that drip stain at the bottom of the stairs, when you look at the footprints, we can see that the footprints' directionality come from that area by the recliner. the footprints head towards the rug, and then of the photos that I had with the footprints, they come from the rug heading towards the sewing room. So based upon, as I mentioned before, I don't have all of the pieces or all of the photos. It appears that someone tracked blood from the pool or from the side of the recliner, moving this way across the rug and then towards that sewing room.
And you had stated previously that looking at that pool, you didn't see essentially a void or another place that could have sourced essentially the blood from that footprint.
Yes, sir.
What does that tell you about the timing of when that footprint occurred versus the bloodletting event?
So the footprint had to have been, or the foot had to be contaminated with blood prior to that blood amassing over the evidence of the foot being there. So in other words, if I step in the blood, and let's just say I take another step, or as I pick it up, sometimes we'll actually have what's called a negative impression. As I pick the blood up, it's no longer red, it's literally white or lighter because I've lifted the blood on the bottom of my foot. So instead of this red surface, I have this silhouette of a foot which is lighter in color. I'm not saying white, but it's certainly lighter in color because now I've tracked up or it's contaminated the bottom of my foot and taken a second step. So what we do note is we don't see that within the pool. So again, when we look at timing, that came earlier on, and I can't tell you when, but obviously prior to the blood covering over any evidence of that footprint's origination or the area it came from.
States 247, you're 31.
Yes, sir. So again, I mentioned this before. Placard number 5 here is the shell casing or cartridge case of the 22 that was located near the door. Here we have the quilt, the back of the quilt here, the recliner. Notice, remember we talked about this before. If I have a source up here over, and I have to have a distance for that to drop to hit the floor, an unimpeded drop, right? There's nothing there. Well, as that drops down into this pool, the pool's going to get larger, and you notice all the satellite spatter being created. Likewise, or here I have the edge of the recliner. Granted, if that next droplet hits here, it's going to hit the side of the recliner, which we noticed, and if you follow this across, there comes an area where there's no blood at all. So that actual side of the recliner becomes, if you, for lack of a better term, as a shade. So as that blood drips here, and those satellites hit that, or head in this direction, they actually hit the side of the chair, and that's why we don't see anything here. So again, when we look at this, going back, we have to look at all of these pieces, and the fact that we're behind the chair places something above, dripping down, creating that satellite spatter, radiating out all the way over to the wall here, all the way to here.
And again, none of that satellite spatter could be formed by him sitting in a reclining position in the chair.
Oh, no. Some of it could, and again, could be masked over, but that second shot I talked about, but not like this. You might have some fine misting, but I just to say what could have been possible to be part of that pool, but for the most part, that's all due to the drip stain.
States 248, you're 32.
Now, this is the cabinet that I talked about before where it looked like it may have slightly moved. This is the front door, east wall. What we have here is the door shut. I've circled some representative blood stains. I didn't circle all of the stains, but you can see there's some, that spatter, circular stains hitting the wall that have been circled. May I stand, Your Honor? Just for this one.
You may.
I have a green arrow which has been placed in the photograph, and what I'm showing there is the trim board, or depends, some people call it a mop board here, where we can see some additional spatter, and the number of spatter is higher there because it's lower to the ground, so that's satellite spatter. In this case here, we have some spatter up by the light switch. Now, to say that's due to the dripping going down, unlikely that distance away, because what happens is it starts to fall back to the ground. So you say, what could be the source of this spatter? Well, if I have second gunshot wound. That first wound creates that pool, and when I incur, or when the victim incurs that second, that could be some of that back spatter created by that second wound. Because to say this up by the light switch, and I think your average light switch is about 38 inches or whatever, about 40 inches above the ground, you wouldn't see this. You wouldn't expect that. So that had to have been from another mechanism. And the only other mechanism that we have to create spatter, small little stains like that, would be that second shot.
So to be clear, that's not satellite from the drip stain. The blood that we see in State's Exhibit 248, marked as year 32, is from another mechanism, which you're describing as the second gunshot, and some of that is on the door here that's closed.
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 249, and that's your 33.
So I've circled, and if you notice, I didn't circle all of the spatter. I tried, and there's another small one there, but trying to show the number of stains, and we can even see at the top here, granted we have this blocking it, but if you notice the height of that spatter, that's not consistent with that drip pattern, because the further you go out and you notice, or you could see from the photographs, this is quite a distance away. And even when you looked at that radiating pattern on the floor, as you looked at the pattern on the floor, when you started to move away, notice how the number of stains started to decrease because they just can't make it out that far. So for these stains to make it up to this level here, and again, I'm not sure how high that switch is, certainly that had to be from another mechanism. And again, the size of the stains, we don't have a scale or a piece of ruler tape here, but certainly they're very small stains. So when you look at the possible mechanisms that are out there, that second gunshot, because here I have that amassed amount of blood, that gases and whatever, or that round when it hits, could cause that spatter to end up on the wall here.
This is your 34. It's State's 250.
Yes, sir. This grate here, this is for the air conditioning or the heating, whatever it is, but this was in this position here. It's been taken off and moved off to the side, but what we're looking at is, notice the number of stains here, and there's actually really a break between the stains. This is where that switch was, but if you notice, some of that spatter, that satellite spatter, is making its way over. The frequency increases as I get lower along there. So again, that goes along with that drip pattern, but now let's move across here. That drip pattern, or that spatter, appears here, it appears here and here. So if you recall, that door, at least in that officer body cam, was closed at the time. This certainly here, this spatter on the lower portion of the door, supports the fact that that door was closed at the time of some of that spatter. Not only that, but in the reports that I reviewed, the crime scene investigators, or the investigators on scene, noted that at the bottom, that's an aluminum door, that's the pump. They refer to that as the pump. They did note, although they didn't photograph, the fact that there was some spatter on there as well.
And just to be clear, we saw an earlier image that vent was in fact covered, and this has been moved by the crime scene team.
That vent literally goes back here. This was removed by investigators to take photos of the actual scene itself.
Your number 35, it states 251.
So this is a better view, or actually a view of the door. And notice the circular stains, or some elliptical stains, because again, it's going to be coming this way. As we move to the left, that recliner is actually blocking the path of the blood. So we would anticipate at some point that we're starting to lose that frequency or number of stains as we move to the left. Here we can see one here, we can see a small one here, we can see here. But again, for the most part, they're all very low to the ground here. This appears to be some type of transfer stain, something coming in contact with the door at some particular point. And if you notice, it actually only goes to the base of the door. It doesn't continue. So that gives you some indication that possibly the door was open at some point.
this then would be your 36 states 252.
So this is a photograph taken by investigators. They've placed the number 10 here, but if you look at the photograph, you notice that there are some blood stains on the door here, and they are directed this way. So we have some blood stains, and in the next photograph we see a closer view. But what this tells you is, excuse me, if the door is open, envision this spatter coming out and hitting the door. Remember I talked about that angle? So if blood's coming in at an angle, I wouldn't expect stains on that door to be circular. They should be skidding along the front of the door. So I'd expect these elliptical stains on the front of the door. Not only that, but if you notice, this is I call this the door jamb or the casing. Actually, this is the casing here. I don't see any spatter here because what happens is, and you say, well, if the door is open, why don't I have any blood here? Because think about it, straight line, and this is where photographs become deceiving. Because if blood's coming in a straight line, it's going to hit the casing, which we did see in the previous photos, but blood isn't going to come this way, then come around the corner and hit that edge of the door. So I would think, unless there's a transfer stain, which we don't see, but the blood, which we did see in previous photos, we see spatter on that casing, that trim going around the door, which is called casing. We don't see anything here. So going back to looking from all the different views, that drip pattern, everything is making sense that the only way that could have happened is that blood source had to be above the floor, some distance, and I can't tell you, but it was dripping there. Didn't necessarily have to stay in a single position, could be moving, but that's what created that satellite spatter.
Your 37 states 253.
Now this I would call a medium to a close-up range. They've placed the ruler tape or the scale here. This is metric, so it can be a little deceiving, so be careful. Yeah, it is metric. So essentially, even though you see a 2.5 is an inch, 2.54 centimeters. So when you're trying to gauge the size of these, this is roughly an inch, this is roughly an inch. But notice the difference. Remember I talked about that? If the door is open, here I have the door open, if you look at my hand, here if the door is open and the spatter's coming this way, what's it going to do? It's going to skid along the door, and we're going to see these elliptical stains, the elongated stains. So as I look, here I see the elongated stains, or elliptical stains, and I enunciate the elongated, but notice the tail's going this way. That's pretty evident here, right? All of those tails. Now you say, well, how come this is going this way, this is going this way? Ultimately, that's gravity. Notice how those stains start to radiate out, and they start to drop off. Well, those are the stains starting to finally, they lose all of that energy they have. This one here is still going. That's still going across. It's still slightly upward. And what we have here, these are just starting to fall off. But the important thing is the only way that could occur is the door has to be open at the time these stains hit. So while Mr. Cooper is dripping into that pattern, that door is open. I can't tell you how much, because one of the things I did look for was a void on the floor, because if the stains are hitting the door, not only do they hit the side, this is the outside of the door. Now remember, outside, this is outside. On the other side of the door, if you remember, they were circular stains because the door was closed. Well, what we would look for is if that door is positioned over a certain portion of the floor, then it's reasonable to assume that I would have a void or a shadow where the door was. But in looking at the floor, I couldn't determine exactly where the door was. Because could the door have moved slightly a little this way or slightly a little that way? Absolutely. So it wasn't fixed, or at least I couldn't determine that. And now, this is an important photo. Now, in context, this is the edge of the door. Look at the difference of the shape of the stains here. For the most part, they're all circular. So here I have that door. If you look, here's my door here. That door is open. That edge of the door is facing what? It's facing that parent pool. As those droplets are heading towards the door, they're going to hit the door, and it's straight on. So as we know, for the most part, they're going to be circular. Now when I go to the side of that door, so here I have that door in position, what I anticipate, and I see somewhat, I do have some stains going. Could that be the door slightly moving? But the majority of these stains, are circular. Notice the frequency increases as I drop down. But if you notice, they're all pretty much circular. Where on that side of the door facing outside, they were all angular stains or elongated. So here's the door open. This happens to hit here. Satellite hits here, it's circle. This one just happens to hit on the outside side, and that's why you get your elliptical. And ultimately, again, some of them are falling off due to gravity. So when you look at it independently, you've got the inside of the door, which tells me the door was closed at some time. This edge of the door, along with the outside of the door, independently tell me that the door was open for a period of time. And again, we can't tell you how long because we don't know the rate of dripping, okay? It was open for some point and then ultimately closed by the time first officers got there.
And again, to be clear, these satellite stains that we're seeing all originate from Mr. Cooper's body being in a position where it's out over above that parent stain, not where first responders found him sitting reclined in a recliner.
No. No, sir.
No, as in you agree with me and that's correct?
I'm sorry. Yes, I agree with you. No. I apologize. Yes.
Just for the
Mr.
sake of the
Cooper.
record. All right. This is States 255. It's your 39. What are we seeing here?
So this is a photograph, my photograph, and what I was noticing in processing as I mentioned before, I use Photoshop to enhance process some of the images. At least with Photoshop, some things are underexposed or whatever, and I can lighten up those areas to see what's there. Well, in this particular case here, what I did was, blood, as we know, is red. I made it dark. I made all of the reds dark or dark blue or black. And what we can see, or at least what I was able to determine, is I have three areas. The red, I have a green, and a blue, because I want to differentiate. This is the door right here, and we can see this is the base of the door at the lower portion of the photograph. So that I would call the base of the door. That's the sweep. That's that rubber portion that stops the drafts from coming in. This is the casing, so we're looking straight down. So if the door were to open, the door is going to open this way here. The door is going to open this way here. And what I'm showing is there are two, let's start with the red. There's one footprint. As we've talked about before, there are footprints that show up. This is a bloody footprint, and it's pointing towards the door. It happens to be a right foot. In the green here and in the blue here, there is a footwear impression. In other words, a shoe, or some type of shoe, athletic shoe or whatever it is, some type of shoe with an outsole design created a bloody impression here and a similar impression here.
This is your 40. It states Exhibit 256.
Mm-hmm. So what you can see here, again, we have the red, which is the bloody foot. But if you look here, this is the edge of a shoe here. And we can actually see the diamonds, very similar to what we saw outside. Not only that, but in one of the other photos coming up, you'll be able to see the diamonds. This is the edge of the shoe here. So and how I can delineate or how I can tell them apart, this is the edge of the shoe, so there's a constant size to it, a strip to it. So that's bloodied and comes in contact with the floor here, likewise here, and then the actual design of the shoe is in here, likewise it's back in here as well. And you'll see that when I take the photos of just the green and just the blue area.
And also there, with the red square around it, is that?
That's the bloody footprint, yes sir, that's the right bare foot.
Again, oriented towards that door?
Towards the door, yes. This is the door, if I may. This is the base of the door here. This is that oak threshold that you would step on if you open the door. And I refer to this as the sweep or the weather stripping at the base of the door.
Same question that I had for you earlier. We were talking about a footprint that was near the parent stain and the satellite stains. And I asked you about essentially the timing of the formation of that footprint in relation to the blood pool that we were seeing, the drip stains and the satellite stains. Are you able to say anything about the timing of the formation of this particular footprint?
Well, not only this footprint, but also of the other two footwear impressions. That here we have the base in the blue and the green of a shoe which was contaminated with blood. Likewise, we have this barefoot impression here, but we don't see any evidence of where that shoe may have picked up the blood. So we do know that this pool has amassed, so apparently the best explanation is that they were contaminated prior to that pool making its way or enlarging, engulfing whatever evidence may have been there, or any indication of that's where the shoe, in this case, or the footprint was contaminated or picked up blood.
And Judge, this may be a good time to break for lunch.
Yeah, we're right at noon, so ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our lunch break at this point, so I ask that you be back here ready to go at 1:30. And again, I would just remind you of the admonition, just again, keep an open mind, don't talk to anybody about the case, don't let anybody talk to you about the case, don't do any sort of investigation or research on your own, and avoid any and all media accounts, including traditional and social media, as it relates to this case. So with that, I hope you all have a good lunch.
Okay, so that is the morning session. So I'm going to zoom, but so Mr. Martin. So a couple photos of the blood spatter, a lot of blood on the floor. Talking about Turbet, DCI Agent Turbet said that the door couldn't be open because the recliner was there, but I'm seeing that door obviously was open. So I'm not quite sure what that was about. But basically they're talking about the clotting, meaning the blood was clotting. That means
anything for me at this point before we take our break?
No, Your Honor.
All right, then have a good lunch.
He always does that to me. There was clotting, and it was even starting to, he had blood coming out of his nose, and it was cracking. I mean, I don't know how long. I guess we'll hear from an ME maybe. How long does it take blood, to dry up? I'm sure it depends on how thick it is, how thin it is, that kind of thing. Because it is obviously it's a liquid. So the blood is not from when Ryan was found. Door was open for a period of time, so there's blood on the front and there's blood on the side, the frame. So we got to hear some theories, right? So Northwest, I think you're saying Houston came in through the kitchen, shot him, and then left and then shot him again. Like, why would there be blood on the front of the door and then on the frame? So that means the door was open. That's really weird. Like, why not just go boom, boom, and then leave versus boom, open up the door, and then boom again, right? That just doesn't make sense. So I don't know. All right, so we're gonna do some zooming. Oh, 100 votes. Did Mr. Martin lay foundation for blood spatter / splatter? 37% of you said yes. 31% of you said I lost my mind 2 hours ago. 30% of you said is it time for pizza yet? 1% said no. He has not laid the foundation. So that's funny. We have a prankster. We have a jokester amongst us. All right, time for some zooming. Oh wait, do you guys have any questions? Shanna says 1 shot, it was closed, and shot 2, door open. But why? Right? That doesn't make sense. Why shoot and then go open the door and then shoot again? It just doesn't make sense. Blood on door from blood pool spatter. Red pen, my favorite statement from Dr. Dexter here. Imagine there was a pool of blood on my countertop. Check that. Make it any liquid. Did he say that? I missed that. Closed on shot 1, but then why open it? That just doesn't make sense. Pammy, the dripping created the spatter on the open door after Houston left. Oh, okay. All right. I guess I kind of missed that. All right. He lulled me into missing important testimony. Brett says, was it an exterior or interior door? I think it was going out, maybe to a porch, maybe to a patio. If they show it again, I'll grab a screenshot. I can also rewind and I'll grab it. I'll rewind and grab a screenshot. All right, let's do some zooming. Oh, just so you know, I think there's about 2 hours when they come back from lunch. I think there's about 2 hours to go, just so you know. So we'll be done around 7:30 Eastern.
All right, go ahead and have a seat, everyone. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a good lunch. So we are back on the record. We have counsel and parties present, along with our jurors. Mr. Martin was testifying before our lunch break and is back at the stand. And sir, again, I would just remind you that even though we took a lunch break, you're still under oath. And if you want to turn on that microphone. Yep.
Thank you.
And with that, Mr. Ringel, you may resume your questioning. Do you want, I think we were still going, had a couple pictures left. Did you want to go through those?
Yes, please. Mr. Barton, before lunch, you had been testifying to your exhibit, well, your number 40 in your report states exhibit 256. Before we move on to related photos, could you just remind the jury of what we were seeing here?
Sure. In this, excuse me, I'm sorry. This photograph here, well, let's start with the red. The red, I place this rectangle indicating the right foot. We can see the big toe as we move across. So we have a right foot impression here. This is the door. So essentially this right foot, so right would be here, of course, the left would be to the left here, and they're towards the door itself. Door hinges on this side, door hinges on this side, and they're facing this way. Points of reference for the blue, right here, this is one of our footwear impressions. This area here, if you notice, this is the edge of the footwear. Notice up here is the edge of the footwear, so in the closer photos, when we look at the green and the blue independently, you can see how they correspond to the edge of the shoe. Then you see that diamond pattern as the outsole of the shoe.
States exhibit 257 marked as 41 in your report.
So, look, again, going back, red, we have the barefoot impression. Now, if we look here, here's that edge, so that's the outside edge, and I can't tell you if that's a right or left. There's not a sufficient amount of information here to tell you whether it appears to be somewhere maybe in the ball of the foot area, certainly not the toe, but based upon training and experience, I would say somewhere along the mid portion of the shoe. I don't know if it's the outboard side or the inboard side, edge of the shoe here, but you can actually see the diamond pattern here as it's coming off this area here. Likewise, may I stand up for a minute?
You may.
Thank you. So if we look here, there's that edge of the footwear here, the shoe, footwear, and then we can actually see those small little diamonds here. Again, they're stretching or they're going across in their position in this fashion here. So here's the door and it's open. I can't tell you whether it's going in or out. All I can tell you is there's at least one footwear impression here and a second footwear impression here. So here, this is the edge of the door, or this is the bottom of the photograph. That's why I had to stop here. Now that we've actually, or I've enlarged the photograph, edge of the shoe here, notice how we have that diamond pattern. We have the diamond pattern, and it actually extends right to this edge here. So there's somewhat of a where this is blood contaminating that edge of the shoe. And if we jump up here, we'll see it in the next photo, but there's that edge of the shoe, and there's that diamond pattern. It actually extends across the barefoot impression as well.
And that barefoot impression is visible in that photograph as well?
Yes, sir. Again, I'm just trying to, in this case, depict this is one of the footwear, and there's that barefoot impression, which was rectangular in red.
And then the final photograph here, your 43 states exhibit 259.
Right, so here we have that edge of the shoe like we have here. It appears that this has a little more blood on it, okay, but we can see the diamond as it extends out, diamond, diamond. Here's that diamond pattern going across the actual footprint. I can't tell you which one came first, the footprint or the footwear impression, but obviously one does cover the other, but again, we can't tell which one. So again, footwear here, and bloody footprint in this area.
Thank you. That's the end of the photos that you had included in your report. Based on all the information that you reviewed, including the photographs that we just went through, sounds like body cam and a decent amount of other information, were you able to reach some conclusions in this case?
Yes, sir.
What were those conclusions that you noted in your report?
Again, that Mr. Cooper was seated in the recliner, being back, and I don't know if that was the extreme back position, but certainly it was reclined to some extent when he was shot, and did not move, and when I'm saying move, get up from that position once he was shot. At some particular point after he was shot, whether it was after the first or the second shot or in between shots, he was off to his left to have created that, and I do this because I'm dripping, but that drip pattern which we see, which radiates around from the recliner, and we could see in every direction. Likewise, at some point, Mr. Cooper is repositioned or up in this fashion here up against the back, and as I sit straight up against the back of the chair, where he continues to bleed, and as he's bleeding, you get the amassing of the blood, which creates the clots on the shoulder. Likewise, corresponding clots on the quilt or the blanket behind him, and as he's in this position, you also get that. You know, I'm doing this as if it's dripping, but we can't tell. And as I mentioned before, the rate of flow, certainly when you first incur an injury, is going to be faster, because as I begin to lose blood and my blood pressure begins to decline, certainly it's going to slow down. But the blood does end up going between the arm of the chair, as I put my left arm here, as it's going between, and you get that pool at the base of the chair, the recliner. And as we look at the other thing while he's in the recliner, his arm, because one of the things we wanted to check on is whether his arm could have been the conduit. In other words, did the blood flow down his arm to create that pattern? We didn't see that. His arm is inside of the chair, and there's no evidence of blood on his arm, nor even on his stomach. The blood saturation comes down to just below the breast line here on his shirt. So again, nothing on his stomach, because that's the closest, right, to the source that would indicate him being up in the chair other than reclining. Nothing there. All of the blood stains that we have, and I'm talking about the floor now, let's just focus on the floor. We have that drip pattern, and we have the various, whether it be the footwear impressions or whether it be those barefoot impressions. Obviously, the floor had to have been contaminated with blood to have picked up the blood on the bottom of the outsole of the shoe. And the only two outsole impressions we see are by the door, so those impressions had to have been made after some amount of blood, and I can't tell you how much, had amassed on the floor. Likewise, we don't see evidence of where the original foot, contamination came from, because again, as that pool builds up, it covers it over, so we don't know. Same thing with the barefoot impression. We have two different directions of the barefoot. We have the barefoot impression that starts at the sitting in the chair would be the left front. The impression barefoot going towards across the rug, although I don't have any photos of that. That was in the report. And then those other two footprints going to the sewing room. And then we have that lone single footprint, right footprint, that we see at the door. Again, no indication of the going out the door as we see with that footwear impression that's on that cross member, which is similar, but we don't see any evidence of that footprint going out the door, because again, if it's bloody and it comes in contact, and granted it's a rough surface, so I'm certainly not going to get a good transfer of that as I would on this piece of paper here, but certainly there's nothing that indicates that other than going to the door. The door, position of the door we know had to be closed at some point during that drip pattern, because we have that drip stain on that vertical, that lower portion of the door, where the door has to be closed. That drip stain, as it's hitting, you're getting it on that lower portion of the door. At some point, the door is opened. Now, if you look at the what I just say, that was a right foot, right bare foot. We know that the door had to be open, and remember that door was opened by investigators. That's not how it was found. It was found closed, so the door certainly had to be open beyond that because it's a right foot, and someone standing facing out certainly has to have the door open further than it was in the photographs. But again, there's no evidence of where the footprint was or where those the outsole of the footwear picked up the blood to leave those impressions. And the spatter, we have some spatter on the wall up by that light switch I talked about before, although I'm unsure again the height of that, but certainly that's not consistent with that drip pattern because as we look across the room, even below that light switch on the wall, if you notice, and I say frequency, so I could just use synonymous or the same thing, number of stains, all of those stains are very close to the floor, because that's getting out to that extreme. So in order to have that spatter up high, by the switch as we do, that's something else. That's not that drip stain. So of what do we have that could create that? Do we have any type of beating that occurred? We don't see anything here that would create that. The only thing that we have, or the only possibility, is that second shot, as I talked about before, could have created some of that back spatter that would have hit. And remember, the other thing that goes along with it is we have those smaller stains. That high energy will create those, small stains. The other thing that we need to consider as well, remember, we have to look at the entirety of the scene, so we have to look at everything. One of the things that I did notice, and maybe I didn't mention it, is that in reviewing the video of the first officer, there were several first responders to the scene, whether they were EMS, fire department, representatives of the coroner's office, a medical examiner. I'm not sure what system you have, but at times they went over to Mr. Cooper, and not only did they assess him, but they also moved him slightly. And going along with the fact, and I mentioned, other than the pool being dry, now if first responders, as they're at the scene, stepping over to Mr. Cooper, assessing, one would think if the floor, that spatter was still wet and they stepped on it, we would have some evidence, which I do see at scenes when someone goes over EMS. If the blood were still wet, then we would see evidence of that. But again, there's no evidence of footwear impressions belonging to first responders. So that supports the fact that that blood, when first responders were there, was already dry at the time. Then we start to take a look at the clots, which essentially clotting is really the drying mechanism. It's just the opportunity of the solids in the blood, okay, the red cells and white cells and platelets to pull themselves together where the serum separates. It's all the process of drying. But again, the only area that was wet, at least in the photos that I looked at, was that area where, and we know that he was purging, he was losing blood, because even when he was taken off the recliner, we have the clots, he was placed on the sheet, and on the sheet, which was a clean sheet, he continued to bleed out or purge onto the sheet. So again, one would anticipate that that pool at the base of the recliner, the corner of the recliner, would be wet, but given the fact that whether it be on the arm of the recliner, on the floor, everything else is dry along with the clots, there is a passage of time that has gone on prior to first responders getting there. But as I mentioned before, I can't tell you it was 5 minutes and 20 seconds or 20 minutes or whatever. That is dependent upon, it's just like anything else. If you were to have a liquid or something in your home, how long does it take for it to dry? Without knowing the prevailing factors there, what the temperature was, what the humidity was, you certainly can't come up with a time, but you do know there was a sufficient amount of time for those areas to have dried.
Counsel, you want to approach quickly?
You've gone through generally the conclusions that you reached in this case. I want to break this down just a little bit and make sure that I fully understand. First and foremost, can you talk about the position of the door during the time of the shooting?
So, again, the door, excuse me, I'm sorry. At some point, as we know, well, first of all, the first officer on the scene, the door is closed. But we do know the door is closed because we have some spatter on the door, which corroborates the fact that it was closed, at least during that drip pattern that was created on the adjoining wall. Likewise, we have that spatter on the edge of the door, and if you remember the shape of the stain, that was circular. So in other words, that edge of the door is literally facing the spatter as it comes up and hits. And as I mentioned before and showed you in the video, when something comes straight on, it's going to hit at that circular, or leave you that circular impression. And again, here we have, and you saw in the video when we had the creation of that satellite spatter, is that satellite's created, granted some's going to come straight on. Likewise, some is just off to the side, as we have in this case, where it skids along the side of the door, and we get those elongated stains, which confirms, or at least like this on the outside, in that elliptical going off to the side, confirms that this as well tells me that the door was open at some position facing that, if you want to call it that parent stain, is that dripping was going on. Not only that, but in the reports of that I reviewed of the responding officers processing the scene, there was literally spatter on that door pump of the storm door. So again, let's go independent. Let's disregard the door.
Your Honor, I'm objecting as this is non-responsive and carrying on.
Yeah, again, long narrative answers. I'd prefer if we went more of a question answer, shorter answer format. So,
thank you, Judge.
So sustained.
The question that I had for you was the position of the door. I'm going to ask you specifically, and I believe you had testified to this earlier, but the position of the door at the time of the second shot, was it open or was it closed?
It was closed because we have some spatter at the top of the door.
And then I think you were just testifying to the fact that at some point then that door was opened, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that would be following the shooting and after there was sufficient time for that blood pool with satellite stains to have formed and for those satellite stains to hit the door, correct?
Yes.
You had stated that when you reviewed video in this case and the body cam footage as well, that the first responders had slightly moved Mr. Cooper's body. Would that account for the blood pool and the satellite stains that were observed?
No, sir. He was up on the chair.
And he remained in that position even after the intervention by first responders, as you had just referenced?
Yes, sir.
So I had asked you, Judge, if we could put on the overhead, please. I'm showing you again what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 232. That's your report number 16. I had asked you if if Karina Cooper was making contact with Ryan Cooper's face. You had indicated that you believe that she was. I had asked you if you could tell from reviewing that video whether she was making contact with the left side or the right side of his face.
I originally testified that it was, and again, because of the chair, that it was on his right side, but you can see that she's on the left side. And to clarify that the wound, the side with the two wounds. So that's the left side of his face to her left side.
So her face is making contact with the side of his face that has the two entrance wounds?
Yes, sir.
Is it possible, based on the stippling that you saw and the location or proximity of the weapon to Mr. Cooper's face, that the shooter would have had back spatter on them?
Yes, that's possible.
And back spatter, again, could be blood or tissue?
Sure, anything being projected back from that entrance wound, either entrance wound, excuse me, there were two entrance wounds.
Looking again at State's Exhibit 232, if there was blood evidence in the form of back spatter on Miss Cooper's face or person, would that be altered by the actions that she's taking here that you described in 232?
It's possible. If the blood had already dried, sometimes it's very difficult to remove blood even if you're rubbing it.
When you say it's possible, why is it possible?
Well, it depends on the state of drying. It also depends on how well it's adhering to the skin surface. Excuse me. It depends on the mechanism. If you have a surface such as Mr. Cooper and it's wet, that may rehydrate it. From experience, I mean, even with deceased individuals, sometimes you really have to literally scrub to remove some blood stains. So it depends on the state of the staining.
But it's possible that any back spatter or blood evidence would have been altered by her rubbing her face in Mr. Cooper's blood.
It's possible, yes, sir.
Based on the evidence that you've reviewed, and in your opinion, is the footwear impression, not the footwear impression, the footprint that we saw in the swing area of the door that you testified to consistent with someone closing the door?
It could be consistent with someone closing the door. It could be, yes, it would be closing the door because the blood's already on the foot.
And again, based on your review of the evidence, is the blood evidence at the scene consistent with someone shooting Mr. Cooper, a sufficient period of time elapsing for some blood to form, footprints or footwear becoming contaminated with that blood, and then exiting out that back door?
Yes, sir.
And when you say that a sufficient period of time would have needed to pass in order for the either footwear or footprint to become contaminated, what do you mean by that?
Again, I can't tell you what the rate of flow is because it depends on how quickly they're bleeding and the length of time, but certainly enough blood would have had to have amassed on the floor, because it has to have been on the floor, for the footwear to step in it, likewise for the bare foot to have picked up that amount of blood.
So if I understand correctly, with the information you provided and based on your analysis, the shooting occurred, the door was closed.
Yes, sir.
At some point, Mr. Cooper's body is to the left. Blood is coming from his face directly to the floor for a significant enough period of time for both footprints and footwear impressions to have formed, and then later for that to have been covered over due to the continued dripping, correct?
Yes, sir.
The door was opened and exposed to that dripping and subsequent satellite stains.
At some period during that dripping, because again, we don't know how long that dripping went on.
And then at some point, the door was closed as well.
Correct.
And also exposed to those satellite stains.
Yes, sir. If it was still dripping, yes, sir.
And just to be clear, you stated that the bloody footprint that you observed in the door swing area, what you observed is not consistent with that footprint exiting the door, correct?
It goes up to the door, but we didn't see any evidence outside, nor did we see any of the footwear other than that cross member. But no, sir, there wasn't any.
Nothing to support that the bare foot went outside the door?
I'm sorry?
Nothing to support that the bare footprint went out the door?
Sir. No.
Thank you. Those are my questions, Judge.
Ms. Watt, cross-examination.
Thank you. Is it Mr. Martin?
Yes, sir. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am. Sorry. I apologize.
I understand we're trying to build a timeline here, but it sounds like any number of these things could have happened in a different order. For example, we don't know whether the footwear impression got there first or the footprint, right?
Specifically those two, but we know they came after the blood.
We know they came after blood,
Yes.
but we don't know which one got there first.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you say that there has to be some amount of time sufficient for the pool of blood to form in order to get the foot, the blood onto the shoe and the foot, right?
You're correct, yes.
What kind of time are we talking about? How much is some time?
It's impossible because, again, we don't know what the rate of flow is, and they're dependent on one another. Again, if I have some type of injury and it's slowly flowing, because we don't know originally his position or how much, because we know there's 2 shots, and we don't even know the timeline of the 2 shots, but certainly if I'm flowing at a gallon per minute versus 5 gallons per minute, if I'm at a gallon per minute, but yet I let it flow for 5 minutes, that's equal to the 5 gallons per minute at 1 minute. So, again, I can't tell you, nor could anyone tell you that.
Okay. So I guess I kind of did want to get a minimum range. So, I mean, you could form a pool like this in as little as a minute or less?
I've seen a video of someone getting shot, granted with a .45, and when I'm telling you the blood streamed out faster than a garden hose, that's how quickly it comes out.
Okay. So we could get the pool sufficient to have a footprint. Like, basically, you could shoot somebody, blood streams out, and then within a minute, you're walking in and out.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I thought I heard you say that the footprint, so the bloody footprint that's near the door, do we know that the door was open when that footprint was placed there?
No, we don't know the door was open. No, ma'am.
Okay. I understand that you know that the son, Cade, he slipped in the blood, right?
That's what was reported, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so we see these like swoops because that's where he's slipping and falling?
Swipes, yes, ma'am.
Okay, but we don't see actual footprints, and is that because more blood is continuing to pool after he slipped?
Yes.
Okay.
Nor do we see any footprints leaving the scene. If again, you would assume that the bottoms of his feet, if they were contaminated, they would be leaving the scene as well.
Okay. So does that mean we don't think he actually slipped in the blood?
No, I haven't said that. Nor were we able to associate any of the footprints, because we certainly don't have examination quality photos to give us the size of those footprints. We're not sure what size they are or who they belong to.
Okay, so the bloody footprints that we have, we don't know if those are Cade's or not.
Correct.
Okay. And I guess were you surprised that there were no additional bloody shoe prints on the steps?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Any?
In all honesty, I called 2 other footwear examiners and talked to them about it. A couple things being the rough surface, as I mentioned before, depending on the coating of blood on the base of the shoe, because we do know there's a couple of impressions, so whatever blood was there, much of it could have been deposited. Likewise, going out the door, there were a couple of what appear to be drip stains. Could they be a little coming out of the furrow? Don't know, but when it comes to that cross member, maybe it's possible, and again, in talking with 2 other people, that being metal, and it might be iron, that blood may have reacted somewhat, or it could have been from the furrow when they stepped on it. So think about it this way, 2 ways, in that here we have this rough surface where it really doesn't leave that outsole design, or possibly, or a combination of both, when they get down to that cross member, there's some type of interaction chemically between the almost rusted or the metal there, or it's blood in the furrow when they step down. Since it's a flat medium, it may have transferred more readily.
Okay. When you watched the body cam of Fangman, were you taking note of whether you could see blood on Karina Cooper?
I think I mentioned during my testimony that of course, we only saw the back of Karina, but from what I noted in the back, or I believe I testified to, I didn't see any on her person. I didn't really notice any on her clothing either.
Okay. And I mean, you can see her legs. She's wearing shorts.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you didn't, so you don't see, at least in the video, any blood that's all over her legs?
No, not at all.
Are you able to tell by your looking into this case, are you able to tell where the shooter was standing?
Well, the shooter had to be, now you have to go back to the autopsy reports, and you have to look at the bullet path. We have one in the lateral here, one in the medial here, which is more in the front, but they're pretty much slightly upward angle, if I recall, and I can pull the autopsy report, but obviously the barrel, because a shooter can be anywhere, if you think about it, right? And in some firearms, for example, if I have an automatic, I certainly have to hold it properly or it may jam. But for the most part, at least the barrel of the gun is facing this way here with a slight upward and this way here. So that would put them in a position somewhere to Mr. Cooper's left side.
Okay. I was just wondering if there's ever a situation where there's like a body print left in the pattern of the blood spray.
I've actually had a case like that, but that's extremely rare because you'd have to have a tremendous amount of back spatter. Even with a .22, the only possible, or what you're looking at here is the fact that there is a second shot where it creates that pool. So that's where that possibly would come from.
Okay, I understand. And you said that sometimes you go to the scene. Did you visit this scene?
No, I didn't, ma'am. No, ma'am.
When were you contacted to evaluate this case?
Just give me 1 minute, please, if you wouldn't mind. May you want to just a minute?
Go ahead.
March 20th of 2024.
Okay. We're also saying that the blood is drying or dry, but am I correct? We can't time that either. That's a broad range?
Oh, it is a broad range. Extremely broad, because the humidity makes a big difference. The temperature in the house makes a difference. In this case, the porosity of the floor, there are just, not only that, but if the person is taking blood thinners, for example, warfarin or Coumadin or whatever, that's going to push out the clotting time. Likewise, there's been some articles written, if you mix blood with saliva, that actually shortens the actual clotting time. So there are a lot of factors in there. That's why, again, the time that I talked about, that 3 to 15, that Lee White study, that was clinical in a hospital under conditions as to when someone with, in this case here, they're looking at the clotting as far as venom, anti-venom, how long it would take for the average person to clot. So that's not and I did bring it up, that's not a crime scene, which there are so many other factors to consider.
Okay. And we've heard some testimony about people who were hunters and that they observed that the blood was drying. Would a person bleeding out like this inside of a home, would it be the same as a deer shot in the woods?
If the deer were inside my house or this house, literally, because again, we're talking about a whole different scenario. Just a breeze. One of the things that I always look for, is there a ceiling fan going? Is there a fan on a shelf going? Look at the time of year. Because just that simple fan going across the surface, and I think I mentioned to you before, just a slight depression in the flooring, that certainly can affect the drying time.
So are you able to time for us at all whether Ryan Cooper was leaned over for 5 minutes or 30 minutes?
I can't tell you that.
You've described that Ryan had to be in a particular position in this chair in order to get the blood pool that we have. Can you just show us, like with your body, can you show us how he would have been sitting in the recliner to make that pool, the first pool?
Again, what we need is from the entrance site, so we know the entrance site is on the left side here in that medial area and the lateral area. He has to be over the arm of the chair, because we need a distance for that drop, as we noticed in the video, to drop down, for that drop to drop down and hit that pool. So whether he's 12 inches over, he could have actually moved as well. we have, not only do we have voluntary, but we have involuntary movement, plus we could have outside movement by somewhat. But what we have to do is we have to have a clear path between the wound site, in this case, and the actual floor itself. So to put him anywhere above the arm of the chair, because we know he's at that arm of the chair where it's going into the chair to create the pool in the back. But again, you need that space between the floor and the wound or that blood source, and we know it's not going down his arm. So the only other possibility to amass that much blood is if he's leaning over. And again, it could have moved slightly. Could have been 12 inches, could have been 13, could have been, but again, you can see it radiating out.
And again, we don't know how long he would have had to be in that position to make that pool.
Not at all. Nope, don't know.
I do not have any other questions. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Ringel, redirect.
Judge, could we just, well, first of all, we've heard a timeline in this case from Karina Cooper that she heard a noise. She got up, she briefly looked into the living room where Ryan was located, then she went to the kitchen, she looked out the window, didn't see anything, and then came back to the living room, turned on a lamp, and discovered her husband covered in blood. She also told law enforcement that she saw chunks or clots of blood. Based on that timeline, could those chunks or clots of blood have formed as quickly as outlined by Ms. Cooper?
Highly unlikely.
If I understand the study that you referenced, the Lee and White study, minimum time of 3 minutes?
Yeah, they talk about 3 minutes, just up to 15. And again, and that's clinical. It can certainly be quicker or certainly be pushed out depending on the conditions that you're in.
And certainly you indicated that some significant period of time would have to pass from the time of the shooting to the time that the individual who created the footwear impression exited, if he did exit that back door, correct?
Yes.
And if I could display Exhibit 256, Your Honor. If I understand correctly from your testimony, this footprint that we see here, you can see it there, this would have been formed from blood that was then essentially prior to the blood filling in the blood pool that created the satellite stains, correct?
Yes, sir.
In other words, when this footprint was formed, Ryan Cooper's body was still shifted to the left and dripping downward into that blood pool?
Yes, sir.
And that was before it was then returned to its upright position, however that happened?
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
Ms. Watt?
You just testified that there had to be a significant amount of time to pass in order for the footprint to be made by the shoe. I thought you just said it could happen within a minute previously.
How about sufficient? So significant. Again, depending on the rate of flow.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm streaming quite a bit of blood here onto the floor, it may only take seconds to amass just enough to get on the bottom of my shoe.
And you're right, it wasn't you who said significant, it was the state's question.
Yeah.
So it could be a short time.
Yes, again, depends on the rate of flow.
And then you said it was unlikely that she might see chunks of, I'm going to call that clotting, I guess, of Ryan's blood. How long do you think that would take then?
Again, the clotting mechanism starts to take place once the blood's leaving the body, but to start developing these clots as we see here and on the blanket, it's several factors, but not only that, but we've got the blood drying too. So when we look at the totality of what we have, I can't give you a time.
Okay. Well, you said it was highly unlikely that it was within that time, so I guess I'm asking why is that so highly unlikely?
Unlikely within what time?
That she could have heard a sound, done all these different steps, gone back and forth to the kitchen, looked out the window, and then turns on the lamp and sees her husband bloody.
Oh.
That couldn't have been enough time for these trunks to form?
Okay, so what we do know is he's off to his left at some point, and he's dripping, all right? We have that drip stain. He obviously has to be, so we have some amount of blood, some passage of time. Now he has to be placed back up against the chair, so we know that we've had a sufficient amount of time here to amass that, what's on the floor for potentially footwear, but we've also had enough time for that blood to collect on the, not only on the left side, but on the right side of his shirt as well.
Okay. So then she could have seen the chunks or not?
No, she absolutely could have seen the chunks if time had passed where not only do you get the volume, but you get the clotting mechanism going on or beginning.
Okay.
Or progressing.
All right. So bottom line is it depends.
No, it really does, unless you replicate the conditions.
Okay. No other questions. Thank you.
Mr. Ringel?
Briefly. So if she could have seen the clots, if sufficient time had passed, sufficient time both for the parent pool and satellite stains caused by Ryan Cooper's body being leaned over to his left, and for his body to have then returned to an upright position, continued to bleed, and the clots formed in that position.
Right.
No further questions? No.
No.
All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
You're excused. Kodiaga, I see you with your mic on, so I'm assuming you're up. So does the state have another witness to call?
We do.
Okay.
The state calls Steve Tvadik.
All right. And while the next witness is coming in, if anybody wants to stand and stretch, feel free. Come on. Oh, here. Let me grab that chair. All right, sir, I'll have you come on up here. Everybody wants to grab a seat. You want to grab a seat to my far left over there, sir? I'll swear you in when you're seated. Go ahead and have a seat. You can move that microphone however you'd like. All right, sir, I'm going to swear you in. If you please raise your right hand. Sir, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving today will be the truth?
I do.
Okay. And for the record, can you please give us your first name and your last name and spell them?
My name is Steve Tverdik. That's spelled Tvrdik.
All right, Mr. Kodiaga.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Mr. Tvadik.
Good afternoon.
Did I say your name correctly?
You did.
Okay. Can you hear me well?
Yes, I can.
Okay. You've stated your name. What do you do for a living?
I'm a criminalist in the impression section of the DCI Crime Lab in Ankeny, Iowa.
Okay. And can you just tell the jury what that means, what you've told them you are?
So the impression section handles evidence submitted to the DCI laboratory, specifically looking for latent prints, so that's fingerprints, palm prints, also looking for footwear impressions and tire impressions. We are tasked with developing any latent impressions. Latent is simply a word that means hidden. Sometimes you look at an item of evidence and it may not, to the naked eye, have anything on it, but through a variety of processing techniques, we would then develop those impressions on that item of evidence. We also would preserve that impression, typically through photography, and then make comparisons of the questioned impressions that we found on items of evidence with known standards collected in a controlled setting.
Thank you. Now, in order to do this job, what kind of training or qualifications do you possess?
So I began in 2013, the last week of August in 2013, and at that time, I started a 2-year full-time training program at the laboratory, which involved me being trained by criminalists, trained to competency at the laboratory, being sent out to other facilities around the country to receive training by them, so I gained a knowledge of commonly used practices within the field. After the 2-year training program was completed, in the fall of 2015, I was released to do independent casework.
Have you done, in the course of your work, have you done a lot of the fingerprints, palm prints, footwear, impressions analysis as part of your duties?
I've worked a few thousand cases in my time at the laboratory since being released to do independent casework.
And have you testified previously in court in your line of work?
Yes, I have.
As part of your duties, did you happen to look at some evidence and do some impressions of some evidence that brings us to this courtroom today?
Yes, I did.
And as part of that, did you also author a report which you labeled as report number 7?
There were several reports in this case. Do you mind if I refresh my memory by looking at my report number?
Please.
Yes, I did number 7. Thank you.
Okay. And as you say, there were several reports that you did in this particular case. There were lots of different items that you were in charge of, either analyzing one way or another.
That's correct.
Of relevance to your testimony today will be, as I stated, items in report number 7. What items did you receive or submitted to you for analysis?
For report number 7, I looked at item 2.1, which was a disc made from crime scene images. Also, item number 25, which was 2 doorknobs, and item 29, which was a pair of boots.
Now, when you received these, what kind of analysis were you prepared, or were you focused on doing on the item that you've identified as item number 2?
First, I would look at the images and see if there were any impressions that I felt were suitable for comparison. There were only a handful of images on this item, and I only observed one possible footwear impression. It was a very small impression, but it was there. I believe I designated that 2.1A.
Okay, and just before you talk about that item and we go deeply into it, can you just briefly tell the jury what footwear impression analysis exactly is?
So what we're looking at with footwear and tire track impressions is, while someone is, it's a chance reproduction of the outsole tread design from a shoe onto a surface. It could be mud, it could be dirt, it could be ice, it could be somebody walking around in the snow. So we would be looking and preserving that footwear impression and comparing it with a known shoe that was submitted for comparison.
And what's the purpose of this?
So, unlike fingerprints, where from birth they have high discriminating power, shoes, when they come off the assembly line, every shoe that was made from the same mold is, for all intents and purposes, for me, relatively indistinguishable from another shoe made from the same mold. The way they become useful for distinguishing between those two shoes, in my example, coming off the same mold, is that through use, while people are walking around on them, they're acquiring little nicks and scratches and cuts. Say you step on a nail or a piece of barbed wire, or you're a runner and you're wearing off the surface of that shoe. And all of those, the randomly acquired characteristics, those little nicks, cuts, and scratches, that's what I'm using to determine whether or not an impression was made by the same shoe as a known shoe, a known impression that I'm seeing. So questioned and known, I'm comparing questioned and known. And so If you have a good question impression, something that contains a lot of detail, then if you have the good exemplars or the known shoes, then you can make a determination as to possible source.
So,
if that makes sense.
So as a forensic analyst, what you're pretty much saying is that depending on the impression, a shoe pattern or a shoe tread, the way a shoe leaves a mark, can tell us if that shoe was present, for example, at a crime scene or something to that extent.
Yes, you can make an association or a disassociation between a question impression and a known shoe. So if you look at a impression that you found and it's one pattern and it's completely different in the known shoe, then it's easy to make a disassociation. If you look at the impression, the question impression and the known, and they share a bunch of class characteristics, then you can make a positive association.
Okay. Now, can you generally tell us how you go about, the process you go about in making your footwear impression analysis?
So first, I look at the question impression. That's always where you start. Does this impression that I'm looking at have enough detail to compare against anything and have a useful comparison? Can I come to a result? And if the answer is yes, I do see an impression on this item that has enough detail for me to make a comparison with a known, then I would go about getting the known. They're typically submitted to the laboratory by an outside agency. And I would make known exemplars. So it's as simple as, we have a variety of techniques, but it's as simple as putting the shoe onto an ink pad and then putting that onto a piece of paper and getting your known exemplars that way. You can also make fingerprint powder lifts of it. You can do scans, but regardless, you have a to scale known impression that you've captured under controlled conditions that you can compare with the scaled question impression that you're trying to compare against.
You've talked about an item that you referred to as item number 2.1.
Yes.
Permission to publish what has been admitted as State Exhibit 166.
You say 166? All right. You may. Hold on a second. I'm going to. Good, that wasn't me.
So do you recognize what has been admitted as State 166 is?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I do.
What is State 166?
This is a photograph of the impression I examined, which I marked 2.1A.
Describe the characteristics of impression 2.1A that you examined.
So obviously it's very small. I called it an impression because it's so small that I'm not seeing enough of it to conclusively say that it is a footwear impression. So that's why I say possible footwear impression in my report. But it appears to be a series of diamond shapes that it's bordered on either side by a outline, like a straight line. or some kind of border on either end.
So you made a determination that it was, to the extent it was, you didn't have enough characteristics to make a very good comparison, fair enough?
It's a very minimal impression, and that's correct. I did not have very, very many characteristics to go on. I don't believe it's just a series of diamonds with a border on either side.
Okay. And to the extent you're able to make a determination of what it was, it would have been a footwear with some diamond patterns in it, correct?
Yes, as I said in my report, it's a possible footwear impression. That's correct.
Okay. You're given a possible shoe or some footwear in that house that will, to make a comparison with, and were you able to make a determination with what you're given?
I was, item number 29 were a pair of muck boots, and I was asked to compare them with a question impression.
And what was your determination?
My determination was that item number 29 was not the source of impression 2.1A.
You also talked about fingerprint analysis, correct?
That's correct.
Can you just briefly tell the jury what that is, and again, just a small primer on what fingerprint analysis does and what you can find?
So when I mentioned before about my description of what I do, I had talked about latent prints. Again, latent is just another word that means hidden. So we, in the impression section, receive a variety of evidence that's submitted to us that we're asked to process for fingerprints or palm prints. And that's simply a chance reproduction of the friction-rich skin on your hands and on your feet onto another surface. So the opposite of latent is patent. So sometimes you just see the prints on the surface, and then you can just photograph them. But if it's a latent print, then typically what I would do is I would take that on my item of evidence. If it's a non-porous item like a piece of glass or plastic, something like that, we have a special tank for superglue processing. The superglue that we use, it's similar to what you can get in the store, but essentially what that tank does, it adds heat and humidity into the chamber, and the superglue becomes heated and airborne. And it has an affinity for the residue left over by prints. And it bonds upon the print, and then it polymerizes, bonds layer upon layer upon itself because it has an affinity for itself. And so this item that you previously looked at where you didn't see any prints now has a series of nice white prints on it. That's just where the friction-rich skin touched it. If you can imagine, if you ever take a shower, you look at your bathroom mirror and it looks clean and pristine. There doesn't look like there are any fingerprints on there, but then you take a very hot shower and the steam will actually develop those fingerprints on the surface of your mirror, and you get out of the shower and, oh my gosh, your mirror is covered with fingerprints. That's very similar to what this technique is, although with the superglue, it bonds to the surface. So it also has the benefit of making these prints a lot more durable. And then typically, again, for non-porous items of evidence, I would use a chemical dye stain that fluoresces to coat over the item so that they fluoresce under an alternate light source, and it makes photography easier. And yes, that's, in a nutshell, that's what I do for non-porous items of evidence that are submitted to the lab.
In your line of work, do you always find fingerprints at crime scene?
Well, I don't go to the crime scene, but on the items that are submitted to me, no, we do not.
So it's a misconception that if someone holds something, there's always going to be suitable fingerprints to be developed.
Absolutely. It's just a chance reproduction of the friction-rich skin on your hands or feet onto a surface. So chance means sometimes it's there, sometimes it's not.
Was there an item that you identified as item 25 that you were tasked with looking for suitable prints?
Yes.
What was item number 25?
They were doorknobs.
Did you therefore try to find prints on the doorknobs that you've talked about?
Yes, I did.
were you able to get any prints on those doorknobs?
I was able to see ridge areas, but there was nothing suitable for any kind of comparison.
So, and I'd asked whether you can always find prints on something that someone has touched. What are some of the reasons why you cannot, sometimes you don't find the prints?
Well, that I don't find the prints or that I don't find suitable prints?
That you don't find suitable prints.
Okay. A number of reasons. One is if it's a item that's used over and over and over again, you can have a series of multiple overlapping prints. For those of you who are old enough to remember film cameras, if you have a double exposed image on a film camera, or just imagine multiple pictures being laid over the top of each other, you can't quite make out any of the features. That's one thing. Another thing is if something was wiped, just the mechanics of touch, things are regularly being touched and swiped, and that movement can distort or obliterate prints. Prints are relatively fragile, and environmental conditions can also play a part. If you have something that's exposed to the elements outdoors, for example, that can certainly obliterate prints. If you have environmental conditions such as it being overly dry, the fingerprints are primarily moisture, so if you have a very dry environment, that can inhibit the deposition of fingerprints. There's a long list of things
So multiple factors, like the surface of what you're talking about, the surface of the thing, the texture of the surface of what you're talking about could influence that.
Texture could certainly, highly textured surface, you could just have parts of the ridges that are reproduced on the surface, which wouldn't give you a good picture of the actual detail.
Someone wore gloves, for example, will that affect it?
Yeah, certainly. If you're wearing gloves, then you have a tendency to not leave fingerprints. There are some gloves that you can perspire through and still leave fingerprints, but it certainly would be a limiting factor.
So basically, just because you don't find something on, for example, item number 25, the doorknob, doesn't mean that someone did not open that door. Fair enough?
That's correct.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Ms. Watt, any cross-examination?
Just a couple questions for you. So your report indicates doorknob. Were there more than one doorknob that you...
Well, so doorknobs come in two halves. There's an inside and outside of the door. So.
Okay. So it's just that you had both sides from the same door.
Yeah, I had two knobs submitted in that item.
Okay. The footwear impressions that we saw, did you ever have a chance to see any photos of footwear impressions found inside the home?
Footwear impression 2.1A was the only one I examined in this case.
So have you examined any of the photos that were enhanced by our previous witness, Mr. Ken Martin?
No, the only images that I looked at were the ones that were submitted in item 2.
Okay.
Laboratory item 2, sorry.
Do you know, well, I'm sure your answer is going to be no then, but were there ever any shoes submitted to you from Houston Danker's residence?
I'm not aware of any shoes that were submitted other than item 29, which I just spoke about.
And item 29 was a pair of kids' shoes, right?
Yes, I believe kids' muck boots, I think, was the description.
Okay. No other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Kodiaga, redirect?
I have no question. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down. You're excused. State prepared to call this next witness.
The state calls Brenda Reinhardt.
Okay. Good afternoon, ma'am. Have you just take a seat actually right there, and then I'll swear you in. You can move that microphone around however you'd like.
Okay.
All right. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
Yes.
Okay. And then for the record, can you please give me your first name and your last name and spell them?
Yes, my name is Brenda Reinhard, BRENDA, REINHARD.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kodiaga?
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Reinhardt, what do you do for a living?
I am a criminalist at the Iowa DCI Crime Laboratory in Ankeny.
And how long have you worked with the DCI Crime Lab?
I've worked with DCI since 2015, so about 10 years.
What do you do at the Crime Lab?
I work primarily in the biology DNA section of the lab, so I examine evidence that's brought into the lab, and I may, depending on the case, look for the presence of any bodily fluids that might be present, and then I will take samples of those items and attempt to obtain any DNA profiles that can then be compared to any known samples to see if they can either be included or excluded as a contributor.
Will you briefly summarize for the jury your education and your specialized training to be a DNA analyst?
Yes, so I have a bachelor's degree in biology and a bachelor's degree in forensic science from Columbia College in Missouri, and I have a master's degree in forensic science from the University of New Haven in Connecticut. Additional training that I had was after I graduated, I received the criminalist position at the St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department Crime Lab in 2011, and I went through about a 9-month training under 2 court-qualified analysts. That also included numerous literature readings as well as some outside trainings that I'm required to do. And then I had to take both written and oral exams as well as a competency test to be signed off to do casework independently. And then when I received the job in Ankeny, I went through about a 3-month training under the DNA technical leader, and same tests and oral exams and a competency to be signed off. And I'm also proficiency tested by an outside agency twice a year.
As part of your duties, have you performed various DNA analysis over the years?
Yes, I have.
Does that go into hundreds?
Thousands, yeah.
Okay. Can you briefly tell this jury what DNA is and just go through the process of what DNA and what it entails?
So DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It is the chemical blueprint that makes all of us unique as individuals, with the exception of identical twins. We receive half from our mother and half from our father, and it can be found in blood, seminal fluid, saliva, or epithelial cells, which are skin cells.
So in other words, we sometimes shed DNA when we're sitting, when we're talking, when we're touching things?
Yes.
Okay. Were you assigned to examine some items that your lab received that relate to this case that brings us to this courtroom today?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember the items that you were able to examine?
Yes, there was actually numerous items. If you don't mind if I refer to my report.
Yeah, with the court's permission, you can use your report to refresh your memory.
Any issue?
No.
All right, go ahead.
Did you just want me to list all of the items I examined or looked at, or?
Let's start with the first section of what you received and what you identified them as. And I'm going to ask you to just slow down so that the court reporter can catch everything you're saying. So from the first part or the first, what I'll call paragraph of your report.
Of the report, sorry, just so I clarify, of all the items submitted or the items that were examined?
Let's talk about the items what items were submitted?
Okay, sorry. The items that were submitted were, there were swabs of a stain from the sewing room floor, swabs from the living room floor, swabs from the outside landing of the living room door, swabs of stains from the cement and railing on the first step up outside the living room door, swabs of stains on the exterior of the living room door, swabs of a stain from the red Ford steering wheel, swabs from the Ford truck driver's door handle, swabs of the red Ford truck steering wheel. I had a bloodstain card from Ryan Cooper, as well as left-hand fingernail clippings and right-hand fingernail clippings and pulled head hair of Ryan Cooper, as well as a t-shirt from Ryan Cooper. There was also an interior doorknob from the crime scene. There were 6 swab boxes that were collected from the door handle area, a gray t-shirt, a pair of black Old Navy shorts, and muck boots from the mudroom entry. And then I had known buccal swabs. That's like the inside swab of an individual's cheek. So known samples from Cade Cooper, Cable Cooper, Karina Cooper, and Cortland Cooper.
What is the purpose of these buccal swabs? What will you do with them?
If a DNA profile is developed from any of the items of evidence, then that profile can then be compared to any known samples brought into the lab. So then we can tell if that person is either included or maybe excluded as a contributor.
When you talk about DNA profile, what do you mean by that?
It is just a numerical representation of an individual's DNA. Like I said before, all of our DNA is unique with the exception of identical twins, and we look at 21 different unique locations on an individual's DNA.
In the line of in your job, do you find there are misconceptions from the public that DNA is always found on a scene of a crime?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury why that's a misconception or why sometimes DNA is not found?
Yes, so sometimes, I guess the most DNA that we get from, the reason why we take buccal swabs, like the inside of someone's cheek, or we get a known sample from blood, for example, it's a rich source of DNA. So we should most likely get a DNA profile from those type of items, depending on how much is present. And then the other items would be touch DNA. So even if I just touched this table and I swabbed it, I may or may not find that my DNA is there. It can depend on numerous factors. So if how long I touched it, if I rubbed it or had any force against it, if it was a smooth surface versus a rough surface, and depending on time, how long DNA's been there, if it's been outside, or something like that, it can be degraded by certain factors, those kind of things.
So from your example of touching that table, does failing to find DNA from you touching that table prove that you never touched the table?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Does failing to find DNA prove that that never happened, or it just sometimes shows that there was no DNA to be found?
It just shows that there was no DNA found or not enough present for me to even compare to anyone's DNA.
Can you briefly explain how you perform your DNA analysis?
Yes, so depending on the type of case and what I'm looking for, I will screen for the presence of bodily fluids. If that's the case, I'll take a cutting or sample from that item. I will place that into a tube and then add some chemicals to break open those cells to release that DNA if there's any present. I will then quantify it to see how much DNA is there, and then I will amplify it or make millions of copies of it so that it can be read on an instrument that will give me a DNA profile. That DNA profile can then be compared to those known samples.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile, therefore, of Ryan Cooper?
Of his known bloodstain card, yes.
Okay. And you also indicated you are able to develop a DNA profile for the family members who you're given their DNA, correct?
Yes.
Now, you talked about some items that you received and that you were able to swab or were swabbed for DNA and you were able to test. Can you tell us, starting from item 8 through item 12, what examinations you performed and what was the results of those examinations?
Yes, so for items 8 through 12, no examinations were performed on the swabs at that time.
What about item number 13?
Item 13, screening did not indicate the presence of blood on the swabs of the red stain on the steering wheel, and so no DNA testing was attempted.
Can you just explain what that means? Maybe in layman terms, just break it a little down.
Yes, so the swabs I received, if they are red in color, I will screen them for the presence of blood. We use 2 color changing tests. So all I'll do is take 2 swabs, I will moisten them with water, and then I will swab the actual red stained swabs, and then I will add the chemicals, each chemical to those swabs. In the presence of blood, one will turn a bright pink color, and the other will turn like a bluish green color in the presence of blood. If I don't get that color change, then that does not indicate the presence of blood.
So whatever looked like blood maybe turned out not to be what you thought about it being blood. Fair enough.
Yeah, there's lots of red substances that can look like blood.
Okay, so on a farm truck that's used in the farm, there could always be something that someone touched it with earlier on that looks like blood, but upon further testing, your lab was able to say it's not, there's no presence of blood in it.
Correct. We get even stuff from paint or stains on some items of clothing that look a lot like blood, or even ketchup. So.
What about, so we talked about item number, that was item number 14.
That was 13.
That was 13. What about item number 14?
Item 14, no DNA profile was developed from the swabs from the driver's door handle.
Okay. What about number 15?
The DNA profile developed from the swabs of the steering wheel indicated a mixture of at least 2 individuals. That was too weak for conclusive interpretation.
Again, can you explain that in more layman terms?
Yes, so I could tell that there were 2 individuals present on that item. However, it was just too weak, or just too little DNA there to even be compared to any known samples.
The fingernail clippings, head hair, and the T-shirt that Ryan Cooper was wearing, again, those were not tested for DNA?
Correct.
Sometimes as you test these, do you use common sense and decide some things don't need to be tested because you know what DNA will be on them? Is that why?
Sometimes that's the case on some items, or sometimes we only have, so when we're given evidence at the beginning, we do limit the number of items that are tested right off the first submission, and then they can be tested later, at a later date if needed.
There was a match that when we talk about later items that you tested, the interior screen doorknob, did you test that?
The interior?
The doorknob, did you test the doorknob? That's item 25.
Item 25.
Yeah.
On the doorknob, I did look at the doorknob. Previously, before I looked at it, on this doorknob, excuse me, there was an LP or latent print examination assignment as well as a DNA assignment on that doorknob. And so I did look at it, and I decided that it was a smooth surface. And so a lot of times we do bring down the LP examiner to come and look at it with us, and sometimes we'll do both. So I'll usually take the rough surfaces, and he'll take, or the LP examiner will take these smooth surfaces. Since this was all smooth, we decided to just go with, I called the agent to see what assignment he would rather do, and they chose to do LP on that one. Excuse me.
Are you less likely to find DNA on smooth surfaces?
Sometimes, most of the time, and then on doorknobs, a lot of times we will get mixtures or too weak because a lot of people touch doorknobs. So prints are usually a better way of getting those better results.
Did you examine what you marked as item 26?
Yes, I did.
And those are the ones we've talked about?
Yes, those are swabs from door handle, I believe. From the door handle area.
You also had a report which you labeled as report number 10.
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us the item or items you examined under the report that you labeled as report number 10?
Yes, number 10, I looked at swabs from the cement and railing on the first step up outside the living room door.
And what were you testing in this item number 10?
I screened the items for the presence of blood, and screening indicated the presence of blood on those swabs. And the DNA profile developed from those swabs matched the known DNA profile of Ryan Cooper. The probability of finding this profile in a population of unrelated individuals chosen at random would be less than 1 out of 30 decillion.
So basically what you're saying is that there's less people in the world compared to the person who matched this blood. It was Ryan Cooper's blood. Fair enough?
Yes, I believe the world population is about 8 billion. Sorry, I have a tickle in my throat.
You may.
30 decillion.
Give us a second. All right, go ahead whenever you're ready, Mr. Kodiaga.
And just to recap from what you've said, to be clear with the jury, the absence of DNA evidence does not mean that someone wasn't there or someone did not touch something. It just means that sometimes DNA evidence can be unavailable, correct?
Correct. Just for an example, I do train some new analysts that come into the lab, so we try to do some fake evidence items. So, for instance, I'll take a knife and maybe hold it in my hand for a little bit, and then I will put it into that evidence item. We'll swab it, and a lot of times we'll get a weak profile or nothing at all. So it just depends how the item is handled or if it's been wiped off. Somebody could be using gloves at the time, so without that touching that surface, there could be no DNA present because of that as well.
I have no further questions at this time. Thank you.
Ms. Watt, any questions?
Yes, just a couple. So you were mentioning how you had to make a decision whether to do the latent print processing or the DNA on the doorknob.
Yes.
Is that because you can't do both in the same area?
So if I did DNA on it, I would essentially take swabs of the entire item. And so that would, in essence, ruin any fingerprints that might have been left behind. And then if LP does their examination, they do some chemical processing to it that can ruin the DNA. So you kind of have to choose when it's just solely a smooth surface. But then when there's a rough surface and a smooth surface, I will take the rough areas and then leave the smooth areas for them.
Okay, and so like if you had a bigger object, you could limit, you could take half of the piece and he could take the other half. This is just small, what we have?
Absolutely. Yeah, depending on what you can do, yeah.
And this pertained to both, what I'm understanding is that there were 2 actual knobs. It's just both sides of the door?
Yes, I believe so. Okay. I'd have to refer to my notes on that one, but yes.
And then a quick question about the blood outside. So I understand that they took swabs of, so we saw a picture with a bunch of different stains, red stains on those stairs. So did they swab all of those stains and then submit that to you as one item, or did they just choose one?
I did not look at the crime scene photos, but normally it's of just one item. So in particular, this one does say placard 8. So I would assume that they took just a swab of that placard 8 item, whatever they would have considered placard 8.
Okay. So, but for each, obviously for each stain of blood that we see somewhere, that doesn't necessarily, just because this stain here is Ryan Cooper, that doesn't mean that the stain next to it is also Ryan Cooper.
That could be possible, yeah.
But then I also assume if they were to mix two, like if they were to take one Q-tip and swab two different stains, it wouldn't be coming back as Ryan Cooper when you're doing a DNA testing if there was a mix.
If there was a mixture of two people, one was one person, one was the other, yes, I would expect to see a mixture of two DNA, and yeah, I would see two people instead of one.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions.
I have no questions.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you.
You're excused. And ladies and gentlemen, rather than start another witness, we're pretty close to our midpoint for the afternoon, so we'll take a 15-minute break. And again, I'd remind you of the admonition that I gave you previously.
All right, while they take their little break, I will go over some testimony that we heard. We heard from Steve Turdick, criminalist and impression section. So he was he basically looked at the footwear impression. It was possible. Didn't really get much out of him. He was given a pair of muck boots which were kids' muck boots. He did not analyze any shoes from Houston Danker's house. And then Brenda Reinhardt, some DNA, basically just found that it was Ryan's DNA. I'm not really getting anything from these witnesses, like no aha moments, no like, oh my God, no Perry Mason moments, no like, gotcha. So we'll see what happens. We have one more witness for tonight. So we got about another, let's see. Once this witness comes on board, about a half hour. Got about another half hour, you guys. One more half hour. I thought it was longer. Sorry, Buddy Light. Not a good thing in July. Yeah. Sorry about your AC, man. I hope it gets fixed. So yeah, maybe half hour, 40 minutes or so. So let's get to that.
All right, we finished our mid-afternoon break. We have our jurors and counsel and parties present. Mr. Ringel, you've got the microphone on, so does the state have another witness to call today?
Yes, Judge. The state would call Michelle Wilson.
I'm sorry, what?
Michelle Wilson.
Okay. Good afternoon, Ms. Wilson. Just have you come on up to the chair to my far left, if you would. And you can go ahead and take a seat when you get up there. You can move that microphone up, down, closer, further. All right. So first thing I'm going to do, ma'am, is swear you in. If you'd please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
I do.
Okay. And then for the record, can you please give us your first name and your last name and spell them?
Sure. Michelle Wilson, MICHELLEWILSON.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Ringel.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hi.
You're Ryan Cooper's sister, correct?
That's correct.
Older or younger?
Older.
How much older are you than Ryan?
10 years.
Okay. How are you currently employed?
Yes, I am.
How are you employed?
I am employed by Cooper Farms, Inc. as the accountant, bookkeeper.
So as the accountant for Cooper Farms, what are you doing?
I pay the bills,
handle all the bank transactions, payroll, loan payments, expenses, all that kind of thing.
Pretty well familiar then with the structure and finances of Cooper Farms?
Yes.
Could you explain for us what Cooper Farms is? Is that Cooper Farms Incorporated?
It is a corporation. Yep, farm corporation.
Okay. Could you just explain the structure of Cooper Farms?
It is a family farm business. It's been in the family for several generations. We have we own land and farm that with corn and bean crops. We also do some trucking. We also have livestock and invest in livestock as well.
So the different things that you just discussed, there's obviously some land, there's some cattle, there's trucks, farm equipment as well.
Yep, farm equipment, land.
And is that all owned then by Cooper Farms?
The land is partially owned directly by my father. The farm corporation owns land. The majority, safe to say, all of the equipment is owned by the corporation. There's also a few acreages that are with homes that are owned by my dad as well.
Approximately how many homes?
There's 4 homes.
Would that include 1846 K Avenue, where Ryan and Karina Cooper had been living in 2021?
Yep.
We've heard some testimony that Ryan Cooper and Aaron Cooper were farming some land together. Who owned that land, to your knowledge?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Yes,
The noise.
Ryan and Aaron. Are you having difficulty hearing me?
Yeah, there's a little bit of a hum from the construction outside that...
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
My question was, Ryan and Aaron, we've heard testimony that they were farming some land together. To your knowledge, who owned that land?
My father owns that land.
Based on your position with Cooper Farms, did you have some sense of Ryan's and Karina's finances?
Not necessarily, from observations, but I never was involved directly in preparing tax returns or financial statements or any of that.
And we've heard some testimony that they owned a couple of trucks and maybe 1 or 2 pieces of farm equipment. To your knowledge, did they own anything else, such as farmland, other properties, anything like that?
I had no knowledge of farmland that they would have owned. My brother and I have since become administrators of Ryan's estate, and through that, based on paperwork there was no land, very little, just a couple small pieces of farm equipment, his vehicle, and some personal assets.
Do you remember the approximate value of, you said, a couple pieces of farm equipment and a couple of personal vehicles, the rough value of those items?
Like the entire estate as a whole, what they valued the assets at, or just?
Those items that I just mentioned.
Yeah. Net with expenses and outstanding loans and whatnot, $200,000.
We've also heard some testimony that Ryan was involved in farming, obviously. We just talked about the fact that he and Aaron were farming some land. You mentioned that trucking was a component of what Cooper Farms does. To your knowledge, was Ryan Cooper involved in trucking?
Yes.
Could you explain that? What did he do?
Cooper Farms owns several semis. He and my brother drove semi whenever it was needed. Ryan drove less frequently than Aaron, but occasionally there would be trips to haul cattle where we need more than one truck. So Ryan also had his own truck. The farm had trucks, but each of the boys had their own truck that they drove, so yes.
Okay, so you did air quotes there.
I'm sorry.
So I'm going to follow up on that because that doesn't show up on the record. So Ryan he's doing some trucking for Cooper Farms.
Yep.
And you said he has his own truck. Is it my understanding that truck is owned by Cooper?
It's owned by the corporation, yes.
Okay, so it's owned by Cooper Farms.
It's owned by the corporation, but yes, since he did trucking for the corporation, he had a truck that we called Ryan's truck, even though it was owned by the corporation.
Do you know what kinds of trips he was taking and what those trips looked like when he was trucking for Cooper Farms?
They would be local trips, rarely, if virtually to say never, overnight. Would be hauling cattle, maybe 6 hours a day by the time he picked up a load, delivered it, and back. If it was, maybe he's hauling fertilizer, which might be 2 or 3 trips in a day, but all local, all within the state for the most part.
I'm going to ask you to pull that microphone just a little bit closer to you, so I have a little bit of trouble hearing you.
Okay.
So you said sometimes 6 hours a day he might be out.
Yeah.
We already talked about the fact that Cooper Farms owned 1846 K Avenue and some other homes. Did Cooper Farms cover other expenses for Ryan and Karina?
Yes, Cooper Farms paid for usually a portion of their work/personal vehicle because it was used for work. He would not have had any expenses related to property taxes, property insurance, utilities. Also, the corporation paid for the cell phone bill.
When you say the corporation paid for cell phone plans, do you know if the corporation paid for a cell phone for Karina Cooper?
Yes.
And a separate cell phone plan for Ryan?
Yes.
Did Cooper Farms maintain business records associated with those cell phone plans?
Yep.
Could you explain that, please?
Just like any other business and any other bill, monthly statements from U.S. Cellular for the farm, which included, my dad, my brothers, their spouses' phones.
So you're receiving billing statements from U.S. Cellular. Does that include what I'm going to call detail information? In other words, incoming, outgoing calls?
Yes.
Phone numbers that those people are calling?
Yes.
Who would have had access to that information if those billing statements are going to Cooper Farms?
The office is in my dad's home, which is across the highway just down the highway from both my brothers. So my dad, my brothers, myself. Technically, with U.S. Cellular, Ryan and myself were on the account to be able to access with the company to have access to the records.
Were you ever aware of a time that Ryan was looking at Karina's cell phone records?
Yes.
Could you explain?
After Ryan's death, I was in the office cleaning and came across a piece of paper underneath one of the pieces of office equipment. Pulled it out, and it was a page from one of our U.S. Cellular bills. It was a page that included detail from Karina's call logs, and it had a Post-it note on it with the name Houston D written on it, and a phone number. And then it also had a few tick marks near some specific phone numbers on the bill.
You familiar with your brother's handwriting?
Mm-hmm.
May I ask you how you're familiar with it?
All the records, then bills that he'd bring me and write notes and whatnot in the office.
Judge, may I approach the witness? You may. I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 211. You recognize that item?
I do.
What is that?
That's the paper that I found underneath one of the pieces of equipment in the office when I was cleaning.
And there's a Post-it note on there with some handwriting. Is that Ryan Cooper's name?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time, I believe by stipulation of the parties, the state moved to admit State's Exhibit 211. Any objection to 211?
No, no.
All right, State's Exhibit 211 is admitted. We've heard some testimony in this case that Houston Danker's phone number is 319-330-1616. What is the number written in Ryan Cooper's handwriting there?
330-1616.
And to your knowledge, is that page from the cell phone billing statement for Karina Cooper's account?
Yes, it is.
And you noted there's some tick marks on there. Do you know what those are?
I don't recognize the number.
It is not that 3301.
No, it is not that number.
Do you know if Karina Cooper was still on a cell phone plan that was paid for by Cooper Farms at the time of Ryan's death?
She was not.
How do you know that?
Ryan came to the office when I was there one day and told me that he wanted to make me...
Hearsay.
Sustained.
Without telling me anything that anyone else said, was there a time based on the business records of Cooper Farms that you stopped, or Cooper Farms stopped paying for Karina's cell phone plan?
The September 2020 bill had her number removed.
Following that date, then, if I understand correctly, Cooper Farms was no longer receiving billing statements including call detail information for Karina Cooper.
Yep, September 9th was the last.
Could you describe just briefly your relationship with, I'm taking you back to 2021, with Ryan and Karina?
I had not lived on the farm or in the that part of the state for a number of years. So, I mean, we were siblings. We got along fine, but, you know, we didn't hang out on a daily basis. Talked on the phone occasionally, but got together for holidays, did family lake vacations together. It wasn't until my mom passed away that I started doing the work for the farm. And so once we had moved closer at that point, and once I started working with the farm, you know, I would see him weekly at that point.
So you said essentially sometimes the families would vacation together, did you say?
That's correct.
Otherwise, holidays and birthdays. If I understand correctly, previously you were not doing the books for Cooper Farms. You said your mother was doing that?
That's correct.
When did you take over?
When my mom passed away in May of 2020.
So at that point, you're seeing Ryan and Karina on a weekly basis.
Ryan mostly, but yeah, Karina occasionally, yeah.
At any point, did you talk to Karina, or did she ever complain to you about money?
I don't think specifically about money. There were some interests that she would like to have pursued, but I think was limited in, from what she would say, you know, the ability to do that based on whether Ryan was in agreement or not.
So if I understand correctly, there were things that, well, strike that. If you could just explain, you stated that there were some things that she wanted to do that Ryan wasn't in agreement with. Could you explain what that means?
There was say things like remodeling the house or getting a second home. At the time of Ryan's death, he was in the process of having built a larger shop of his own on the property. So through some various conversations, I felt that she maybe wanted a few things done with the house, or different things done that maybe weren't getting done because of the shop that was being built.
Did she express resentment about that?
I can't say that she specifically expressed resentment with using Ryan's name or anything of that sort.
What did she say to you?
Just alluded to the fact that he was not in agreement with wanting to do the remodeling, or didn't think it was important, or also maybe an additional business that she wanted to start, and he wouldn't support that either.
Was it your understanding that because he didn't support it, it wasn't happening?
Yes.
Testified to some knowledge as the executor of the estate to some items owned by Ryan and Karina Cooper that were valued at approximately $200,000. Do you have knowledge of what happened to those items after Ryan's death?
Yes. There was his truck, his farm vehicle, was sold to Cooper Farms. It was valued at $78,000.
And when you say it was sold for $78,000, what did that transaction look like?
Cooper Farms wrote a check to Karina Cooper for $78,000.
With regard to the other items, do you know what happened to those?
There was another pickup truck, we'll call it more of his work truck, that was sold. Her Navigator was also sold, and she invested in a single vehicle after selling those two.
You stated there was some farm equipment. Do you know what happened to that farm equipment?
He owned half of a hay rake and a baler with a friend of his, and that, my understanding, was sold to the other investor.
Are you aware, based on your position as executor of the state, of the approximate value of these items that were sold in total?
$100,000.
Did you talk to Karina or have a relationship with Karina following Ryan's death?
Yep.
Did she ever talk to you about what occurred on the night of Ryan's death?
No.
Did you find that odd?
Yes.
Why?
I guess putting myself into that situation, I would want to share anything I knew about the event to be sure that anything I might know to defend myself and any guilt.
Objection, Your Honor, this is improper opinion, relevance.
Sustained.
Judge, may we approach?
You may. Asking that you're So, Ms. Watt, just putting on the record, are you asking that your objection precede the answer?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
The answer be struck.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the answer that was just given by Ms. Wilson, you're to disregard that. It's stricken from the record and not to consider it for any purpose. With that, go ahead, Mr. Engel.
Thank you, Judge. To your knowledge, following Ryan's death, did Karina Cooper move into another home owned by Cooper Farms?
She did.
Where was that property located?
About a mile from the house that Ryan and Karina lived in prior to his death.
You had stated that there were some businesses or a business that she wanted to open, and Ryan was not supportive of that. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Did she talk to you about anything else that she wanted to do that she felt Ryan would not allow her to do?
Some minor things like a second pet or, of course, the remodeling, the business, a second lake home. Yeah.
Following Ryan's death, do you know if she did in fact open that business?
She did.
And do you know where she ran that business out of?
She had 2 different storefronts in Traer, and later took it into her own home and sold online.
I have nothing further, thank you.
Ms. Watt, cross-examination?
Thank you. Do you know for certain that this hay rake and baler was sold after Ryan's death?
I do not, but it was used on the farm, and after his death, was not.
So you don't know if Riley Storjohan? You don't know if Riley Storjohan had purchased it. He's the other investor, right?
That is correct.
Okay. So you don't know whether he actually bought out Ryan while Ryan was
I don't know.
And then you're saying that you valued his truck, his work truck is worth about $80,000, right?
That is correct.
And that you paid that money, of $78,000 specifically to Karina.
That's correct.
But in April, I think this is April, earlier that year they had done an application to build this shop for Ryan.
Okay.
And so were you aware that there was a $75,000 loan on that car? That truck?
According to the estate documents I have, the loan on that vehicle at the time of his death was $15,000.
So I guess you wouldn't have an answer to why.
I was not part of any of their personal finances.
I guess as part of the estate records, would you be able to have anything that would show how the balance goes from $75,000 down to $15,000 within just a couple months on that truck loan?
I don't. I do know the vehicle was very new when the derecho happened in August of 2020, and it was totaled, and it was replaced a few months later, which was approximately 6 months prior to his death. It's entirely possible his farm grain from the crop was used to make a payment on that truck.
So I understand that the phone record that you have with the sticky note on it, you found that in the office at your dad's house?
Yep, that's where the corporate office is.
But it was just the single piece of paper that you found, not like with the rest of the phone record then?
That is correct.
So I imagine you don't know when that got there.
I don't. Sometime between the date of August 20, which is the date of the invoice, and I would guess it was about August of 2021, 3 months after his death, that I found it.
Okay. But we don't know when the sticky note got on top of that piece of paper.
We don't.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Mr. Engel?
Nothing further, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. You're excused. And Mr. Ringham, am I correct that the state doesn't have any further witnesses today? All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, kind of in the same boat we were yesterday. We went quicker than I think we anticipated. And so we're going to let you go early again today. Just rest assured we're still, I believe, ahead of schedule of what I told you when we were picking a jury. And so we're going to let you go. Ask that you be back here ready to go by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Again, remind you of the admonition. Don't talk to anybody about the case. Don't let anybody talk to you about the case. Keep an open mind. There's still more evidence to receive in this case. And don't do any type of investigation on your own, and avoid any and all types of media accounts and the social media commentary related to this case. So with that, have a good night, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Now I'm betting the judge is going to come back, so I'm not going to start my recap of older sister there until he's done. But we just heard. Oh, and Missy, have a happy birthday. Enjoy your birthday evening.
6, my understanding is that the parties are still talking about that and may have a agreement on that. So I will wait till you let me know that I need to make a decision on that. Jury instructions by midnight tonight, I think, was the deadline, right?
Yes, we'll be able to send our package by midnight tonight.
Okay. I won't be looking at it, depending on how close it is to midnight. I don't anticipate I'll be looking at it, but I'll certainly look at it first thing in the morning. And then there were, I think, 3 bench conferences today. The first one really had to do with, I think, Ms. Watt, you were unhappy with the location of Exhibit 305. We moved it. The second one had to do, I think, with, I think I asked counsel to approach Mr. Martin. I think was giving some very long narrative answers, and I said it was tough on my court reporter, and maybe we could have a maybe shorter question answer. And then the third one, I think, just happened, and that had to do with the answer by Ms. Wilson regarding putting herself in Ms. Cooper's place. And I think Mr. Ringel asked to approach, and I think Mr. Ringel agreed that that was, I think on his own was agreeing that that was improper after the objection, and the parties essentially agreed to a resolution, which was how we handled it. So, on the record. But as far as those go, any further record anybody wants to make?
Not for the state.
No, yeah.
All right, Mr. Hawbaker, you had something else? Okay. Oh, that's right. There's no way to move or avoid it. So they started jury selection in another trial in the courtroom across the way, and yeah. Yep. All right. So with that, I think I had asked the state maybe have a couple additional witnesses available tomorrow so we can go all the way through 4:30 if we're not done by then with the state's witnesses tomorrow. And so with that, is there anything else anybody wants to talk about on the record or needs from me on the record?
No, Judge.
No, yeah.
All right, then you all have a good night.
All right. Wow, that was quick. They shut that down fast. It was like, have a good night, and they're done. All right, let's quick recap here because it's 7 o'clock for us here on the East Coast. So we heard from Michelle Wilson, Ryan's older sister by 10 years. She is an accountant for Cooper Farms. It's been in the family for generations. 4 homes were owned by the family. Ryan and Aaron, they were farming land together, and that was owned by their father. She was not aware of farmland owned by Ryan, but now her and Aaron are in charge of his entire estate. So they approximate the value of Ryan at $200,000. So she talks about these semis that she owns, a bunch of farm equipment, obviously livestock. She talks about some crops that they farm. So after Ryan passed away or was shot, she came across a piece of paper and a page from U.S. Cellular. So that's the carrier that they used. It has Karina's logs and Houston D with some tick marks next to some phone numbers. The paper, so then they presented that paper to her. So 1616, 1616, that's the ending of, that's Houston's number. So if we hear that number again, just remember that's Houston's number. She doesn't recognize the number with the tick marks, but it's not the 1616. Karina was not on the cell plan at the time of the shooting. Ryan told her, and then boom, that's objected to. That's objected to. September 9th, 2020 was when her phone number was removed. That's the last statement. So probably Ryan told her, hey, remove Karina. Ryan her mom passed away May of 2020. That's when she started to do work for the farm. She now saw Ryan on a weekly basis. Karina wanted an addition. So she was talking about some discord between the two. Karina wanted an addition, build out the business a little bit here and there. Ryan did not. She also wanted a second pet, a second lake home. Ryan didn't want any of that. So then, let's see, they sold Ryan's farm vehicle. Was sold back to the farm for $78,000. She wrote a check to Karina. Now, Karina, I posted, Karina made like, what was it, 500? Hold on, what did Karina make? In life insurance alone, Karina got $539,000. $539,606. So basically $540,000. Then on top of that, she got $78,000. And the total value was $100,000. So she got like $600. She got well over $600,000 in cash. Like, boom, here you go. Wow. Karina never talked about that night to her, and she said she found that odd. She said, if it was me, I would want to talk about that. I would want to share. I would want to defend myself. That, of course, was objected to and sustained. Karina moved into another home that was owned by the Cooper Farms. It was only about a mile away. Karina did end up opening that second business. She had 2 different storefronts, and then she later sold products online. No idea what that was. Cross was kind of, doesn't know about it, the hay rake and baler, if that was used after Ryan's passing. The loan. So her records show the loan was $15,000. So, yeah. Anyway, all right, guys. So that's it. That's it for today. We made it through days 3 and 4. We're going to pick up on days 5 and 6 tomorrow. Looking forward to hearing some more testimony. I know there's been some spoilers dropped here and there, so I think it's going to get kind of juicy. Has she been incarcerated? She's out on bail, actually, Janet. My records show she's out on $1 million bond. So she had to come up with $100,000. So is she out on bond or not? Northwest, I've got she's out on bond. And I agree, widespread, this channel could not be what it is without Aaron. 100%. Real happy. Aaron is amazing and does so much for the channel. I adore and appreciate her so much. Thank you. Oh, she's a peach. Behind the scenes or not. Jennifer, at least I can put a name. Yes. Aaron is my better half and the only half that I know. And she does graphics. She puts together a lot of this information. I'm the front end of it. Aaron is the behind the scenes, the back end, if you will. All right, so I'm going to say goodnight. With that, I will say goodnight. I will say thank you to Aaron. Thank you to our mods. I will leave you with Super Ball, as always. Little Super Ball and her little murder. Oh, did I wake you up? Hi. Oh, it's a good girl. There you go. Here, you can rest with that. There. Super Ball always entertains. Super Ball always entertains. Yes, she does make epic thumbnails. Real happy. Agreed. Aaron makes some epic thumbnails. The Monica Cementili, Aaron really outdid herself with some of those thumbnails. So, all right, guys, have a good night. Thank you, widespread. Thank you to our mods. Make sure you say good night to our mods. We've got. Make sure you do a bunch of mod love for us. There's some mod love. Yep, real happy giving some love to Super Ball. Thank you to our mods. And thank you to Aaron. Thank you to chat. Thank you guys. You guys make this community what it is. I really appreciate you all. Thank you for the gifted memberships today. And, we'll see you tomorrow, and have a good night. Missy, have a happy birthday. Continue your birthday celebration, and hopefully we will see you tomorrow. Tomorrow is Friday. We're going to be doing days 5 and day 6, which were actually Wednesday and Thursday. So we're almost caught up. My hope was to be caught up before we hit the weekend. So we'll see what happens, if we'll stream over the weekend, or if we'll see what happened tomorrow, and I'll determine what I'm going to do, if we'll stream over the weekend or we'll just wait till Monday. So anyway, have a good one, guys. We'll see you tomorrow. Oh, Zach, penance for always derailing the chat. No worries, Zach. You are always welcome, and I'm glad that you are doing well after all that horrific flooding in your neck of the woods. So glad you're okay. Definitely shoot me some pictures, and I know we talked about that. info@trialtvlive.com. All right, guys, have a good one, and we'll see you tomorrow, and we'll see you then. Bye.